A formidable force of white knights, clad in their signature white hooded armor, stand ready for battle, their swords gleaming amidst a desolate, war-torn landscape. Cyan Vert, cloaked in dark garments, is brought to his knees, clutching his arm in obvious pain as dark energy swirls around him, indicating a fierce struggle. A figure steps onto the cracked earth, and a voice echoes with disdain, remarking, "What a priceless sight." Cyan Vert's face is a mask of pain and grim determination, blood trickling down his cheek as he clenches his jaw, resisting his tormentors. A group of white knights stand menacingly, their armored faces stern, as one in the foreground glares with cold intent. The ground is stained crimson, a testament to the brutal battle, with a fallen white knight and a broken sword lying amidst the carnage. Elegant Observer stands tall and composed, surrounded by his loyal white knights, looking down at Cyan Vert and tauntingly declaring, "S expected of that man's brother." Very interesting, indeed. Cyan Vert, his eyes burning with a mix of pain and fury, utters a single name, Boris, as a dark, glowing energy begins to emanate from his hand. Elegant Observer's face contorts into a wide, sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with malicious satisfaction as he savors Cyan Vert's suffering. As dark, swirling energy intensifies around his hand and weapon, Cyan Vert demands answers, snarling, "Who made you do this?" A torrent of violent red energy erupts around Cyan Vert, signaling a raw, untamed power awakening within him. Still engulfed in the swirling red aura, Cyan Vert continues his desperate inquiry, questioning, "Was it the Emperor?" Elegant Observer recoils, a flicker of surprise and recognition crossing his face as he acknowledges, "That sickening, black fog. It was just like the rumors said." Cyan Vert stands fully enveloped in a raging storm of red energy, his power unleashed as Elegant Observer identifies him. "You are an assassin from Mist." Elegant Observer, regaining his composure, declares his intent to report, stating, "Mist is an organization that is like fog to our Knights of Light. I will report to the higher UPS that I got rid of an impure being that was affiliated with the heathens." Cyan Vert's face is twisted in a snarl of pure rage, blood staining his eyes, as he delivers a chilling counter-threat. "Sure, go ahead, if you even have a mouth left to do that after this." His grip tightens on his weapon, enveloped in furious red energy, as Cyan Vert promises brutal retaliation. "I guarantee you won't even have a tooth remaining after I'm done with you." Elegant Observer stands confidently, revealing his defense, warning Cyan Vert, "If you intend to use your secret power, you better give up now. There is a 9th star magic barrier cast here." From a distance, Cyan Vert observes the barrier, his thoughts revealing a desperate resolve. "I need to get out of here somehow and reveal the culprit behind this with my brother." Cyan Vert's eyes glow red with unleashed fury, his fangs bared, as he dismisses the formidable barrier with a roar. "A barrier? I'll just tear it to bits." Elegant Observer stands calmly, observing the unfolding chaos, while a new, imposing figure, the blonde young man in golden armor, stands beside him. Cyan Vert's furious resolve falters, his eyes widening in shock and confusion, surrounded by the remnants of his red aura as he questions the sudden turn of events. The blonde young man, clad in magnificent golden armor, stares with an unyielding and stern expression, his presence radiating immense power. The intricate golden armor of the blonde young man gleams, an impenetrable defense against any attack. Cyan Vert's mind races, a horrifying realization dawning on him as he contemplates. The culprit behind this was... The blonde young man stands as a towering, golden-armored figure, his sword drawn, radiating an aura of absolute dominance, with Elegant Observer in the background. Cyan Vert's hand, still clutching his weapon, slowly falters, his strength waning as he collapses to the ground. The blonde young man, with a slight, knowing smirk, looks down at the defeated Cyan Vert, remarking, "You seem confused that I'm here." Blonde young man stands triumphantly over Cyan Vert, who lies defeated on the fractured earth, his red energy fading. Cyan Vert, still engulfed in a fading red aura, looks up at the blonde young man with utter disbelief, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" The blonde young man, clad in golden armor, addresses Cyan Vert, acknowledging his past efforts. "Cyan, you've carried out your duties well." He then adds, his voice laced with a strange finality, "For the clan, for the people, and..." Chilling silence hangs in the air as Cyan Vert's face fills the frame, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and betrayal. Blood drips from his brow and mouth, a raw testament to the heavy impact he just endured, while the fading red aura around him pulsates with his inner turmoil. The blonde young man, still looking down at the struggling Cyan Vert, continues his cryptic explanation, stating, "Therefore, I'm just trying to take the burden off your shoulders." Cyan Vert's inner thoughts echo his profound confusion and agony, questioning, "I don't understand. Did I do something wrong?" As the crimson energy around him intensifies, A crimson-bladed dagger, pulsating with dark energy, remains impaled in the shattered ground, its ominous glow reflecting the chaotic power still radiating from Cyan Vert. The blonde young man's eyes narrow, his gaze chilling as he repeats Cyan Vert's question. Wrong? His tone dripping with disdain. Blonde young man's voice cuts through the air, accusing Cyan Vert, that ominous fog. You're nothing more than a murderer. I can't even call you human anymore. Cyan Vert, still hunched over, can only register the devastating words in stunned silence. The blonde young man's face contorts in a furious snarl as he shouts, "You've fooled us for long enough." With a glare of righteous indignation, the blonde young man continues his furious interrogation, demanding, "Can you really say that you don't know your sins?" Cyan Vert recoils internally, the words murderer and my sins echoing in his mind as he struggles to comprehend the gravity of the accusations leveled against him. Cyan Vert's eyes blaze crimson, his teeth bared in a snarl as he furiously thinks, what the hell is he talking about? Meanwhile, a system prompt appears, revealing the underlying conflict, the succession fight within the empire. Glittering image of a majestic golden crown flashes, symbolizing the coveted throne at the heart of the empire's brutal succession struggle. Countless hands reach desperately upwards, clawing towards an unseen light, a stark visual of the ambition and struggle inherent in the battle for imperial power. The scene shifts to a devastating battlefield, showcasing the brutal Demon King army's raid, with monstrous figures and armored warriors clashing amidst a storm of dark energy. A mystical sigil with a watchful eye appears, as the blonde young man's voice echoes, filled with a sense of betrayal. I helped you achieve all that you began. The blonde young man stands bathed in an ethereal light, his armored back a towering silhouette embodying a seemingly righteous authority. Cyan Vert's frustration erupts as his clenched fist smashes into the ground, cracking the earth beneath him, while waves of dark crimson energy surge outwards. Cyan Vert lets out a guttural cry, his form consumed by a violent red aura as he demands, "But now, you're abandoning me?" His face contorted with pure fury, Cyan Vert screams, his glowing red eyes burning with resentment. "I worked like a dog for 20 years under you," as the dark energy around him flares violently. Cyan Vert's foot stomps down, leaving a fresh pool of blood on the shattered ground, as he declares with unwavering resolve, "It doesn't matter if my entire body breaks down." His glowing red eye fills the frame, reflecting an unyielding resolve as Cyan Vert vows, "I will give everything I have right now." The air crackles with explosive red energy as Cyan Vert's voice roars with destructive intent, "If it means I can destroy you." Cyan Vert transforms into a crimson blur, launching a furious assault against the White Knights, who brace themselves against the overwhelming surge of dark power. White Knight recoils in disbelief, shouting, "He still has that much mana left. That's impossible." Another knight adds with terror, "That's no human," as Cyan Vert's power continues to rage. Amidst the swirling dark energy, Cyan Vert's thoughts cut through the chaos, revealing a chilling truth. The hero is trying to kill his younger brother because he's afraid. Cyan Vert, engulfed in a terrifying crimson vortex, lunges with a furious roar, challenging his betrayer. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" The blonde young man's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable, as he processes Cyan Vert's searing accusation in tense silence. A blinding flash of crimson energy streaks across the panel, signifying Cyan Vert's devastating speed and raw power. White Knight expertly deflects a barrage of concentrated red energy blasts, the impacts erupting around him as he stands firm against Cyan Vert's onslaught. Cyan Vert streaks forward, his dagger poised for a decisive blow, his resolve hardening into a single, potent thought just once. As Cyan Vert's attack closes in, the White Knight, already in motion, confidently declares that a single blow is all that's necessary. Empowered by a searing crimson aura, Cyan Vert lunges forward, his dagger a blur, aiming for a decisive strike. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts at the point of impact, sending shockwaves and debris flying as Cyan Vert's attack connects. A flicker of surprise crosses Cyan Vert's face, his red eyes narrowing as he registers the unexpected outcome of his blow. The White Knight, protected by a radiant golden shield, shouts in frustration, urgently calling out to Boris. A sudden, powerful golden blast slams into Cyan Vert's side, knocking him off balance and disrupting his assault. With a sharp clang, Cyan Vert's glowing red dagger is forcefully disarmed, clattering to the ground. Cyan Vert coughs blood, kneeling in pain. The White Knight stands over him, declaring that his true colors have finally been revealed. The White Knight's expression hardens as he reveals his long-held suspicion, branding Cyan Vert a demon from the very beginning. Blood streams down Cyan Vert's face as he reflects bitterly, internally acknowledging that it was fortunate he never trusted the White Knight from the start. White Knight delivers a brutal kick, sending Cyan Vert sprawling to the ground with a harsh impact. As Cyan Vert lies defeated, the White Knight turns away, commanding his subordinate to move out, to which the other knight promptly replies, "Yes, sir." Covered in blood and wounds, Cyan Vert forces himself back to his feet, his mind consumed by a single, furious thought. Damn it! With closed eyes, Cyan Vert grapples with the grim reality, wondering if this is truly his end and lamenting the foolish life he believes he has led. Suddenly, Cyan Vert's eye snaps open, a fierce determination replacing his despair as he internally scolds himself, "Stupid." The White Knight, walking away, suddenly tenses, a jolt of surprise evident as he senses a shift in the air behind him. With a surge of renewed power, Cyan Vert, eyes burning crimson, lunges forward, a blur of motion aimed directly at the White Knight. Cyan Vert's face twists into a monstrous snarl, sharp fangs revealed as he lets out a guttural scream of pure, unbridled rage. Cyan Vert's crimson-glowing dagger penetrates the White Knight's armor, delivering a decisive, piercing blow. A colossal explosion of golden energy erupts, engulfing both Cyan Vert and the White Knight in its devastating blast. From the darkness, a voice echoes, calling out faintly, then with increasing urgency, Young Master Cyan." A young man jolts awake, gasping for breath and covered in sweat, the remnants of a nightmare clinging to him. A maid stands over him, her expression exasperated, demanding to know how long he intends to sleep and urging him to get ready. Cyan Vert, startled, exclaims, "Emily?" questioning her presence, while she retorts with a surprised, "Geez," and he asks, "Why are you here?" Cyan Vert's eye widens in confusion, his mind struggling to comprehend the sudden, baffling shift in his reality. Emily questions his strange remarks, asking if he's still dreaming, while Cyan Vert internally marvels that she looks exactly the same as when he last saw her nearly 20 years ago. Cyan Vert's gaze sweeps across the room, a wave of recognition washing over him as he realizes this is his childhood bedroom. He observes the familiar surroundings, noting that even the furniture arrangement is precisely as he remembers it from his youth. Cyan Vert sits bolt upright in bed, hands clutching his head in utter shock as the profound realization hits him. "Wait, am I back to being a child?" As Emily's voice rings out, "Young Master Cyan," his shocked face reflects the overwhelming truth of his unexpected return to the past. As Emily's voice rings out, "Young Master Cyan," Cyan Vert's shocked face reflects the overwhelming truth of his unexpected return to the past, uttering a bewildered, "Huh?" The maid, Emily, stands before him, hands on her hips, her expression stern as she scolds him, demanding he make up his mind and get going for training, accusing him of stalling. Cyan Vert looks up, confusion etched on his face, repeating the word training, as if the concept is entirely foreign to him in this new, yet old, reality. His gaze sweeps across the familiar room, still struggling to process the situation, wondering aloud, "What training?" A sweeping shot reveals the majestic architecture of the Vert clan duchy, confirming the setting of his unexpected return. Cyan Vert gazes at the duchy's grand buildings, the sun glinting off their spires, a chilling realization solidifying in his mind. "I'm certain I'm back in the duchy in the past." His eyes widen in disbelief, questioning if this surreal experience is merely his life flashing before his eyes at the brink of death. A bead of sweat trickles down Cyan Vert's temple as the overwhelming reality of his predicament begins to sink in. The scene shifts to a grand courtyard, filled with onlookers, as a text box proclaims the precise date, 27 years ago, Foundation Year 985, March 1st. A text box further clarifies the event. Every duchy holds a training event. Duke Vert, Cyan Vert's father and the ruler of the duchy, is seen seated on a throne, observing the proceedings. Beside Duke Vert, Margaret Erzith, the Duke's wife, sits elegantly on her own throne, a composed expression on her face. Duke Vert, with his regal attire and stern gaze, commands attention. A text box emphasizes his presence. "My father, the ruler of the duchy, Duke Vert, attends the event, making it a very big deal." A text box introduces Cyan Vert's opponent. "My opponent is Krantz Vert." Krantz, a blond young man with a smug smile, stands confidently. Krantz Vert stands tall, a rapier at his hip, as a text box reveals his relation to Cyan Vert. "He is the same age as me, my half-brother." Margaret Erzith, Krantz's mother, sits gracefully. A text box explains her influence. "His mother, Margaret Erzith, is the Duke's wife. Thanks to that, Krantz received a lot more attention despite the fact that we were both the same age." Cyan Vert's perspective continues, revealing his past status. "I was a bastardized son," he reflects, the weight of his former identity heavy. A younger, tearful Cyan Vert, holding a rapier, stands with torn clothing, remembering his past humiliation. "And after being mocked in this fight, I became a laughing stock to everyone." Duke Vert stands imposingly over the young Cyan Vert, commanding him, "Do not try anything." Cyan Vert internally recalls, "This duel was the reason my father stopped paying any attention to me too." Emily, the maid, questions Cyan Vert, "Why don't you just surrender instead?" Cyan Vert, gripping his rapier, internally laments, "It's fine, I just need to win. Even a maid is looking down on me." Cyan Vert's face is etched with a mix of frustration and determination, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Cyan Vert struggles to wield his rapier, thinking, "It's just a rapier, but it's so heavy." In the background, Emily cheers, "Don't get hurt, young master." Cyan Vert's internal monologue continues, a stark realization dawning on him. "My strength is the same as when I was this age." Gripping the rapier, Cyan Vert's thoughts race, confirming the reality of his situation. "This sensation is definitely not a dream, nor is my life flashing before my eyes. I've never even heard of a magic spell capable of creating such strong illusions either." His eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension, Cyan Vert questions himself, "Am I really back in the past?" Krantz Vert, standing opposite Cyan Vert in the courtyard, smirks confidently, taunting him, "You didn't run off, huh?" Cyan Vert's expression hardens with resolve, a new possibility sparking in his mind. "Then maybe I can change the future?" Duke Vert raises his hand, his voice resonating with authority as he declares, "Let's begin." Krantz Vert lunges forward with aggressive speed, rapier drawn, mocking Cyan Vert, "Where are you looking, you idiot?" Krantz Vert's face twists into a menacing grin, a dark aura surrounding his rapier as he prepares to strike, cackling, "Kee-hee-hee." Cyan Vert's eyes widen in surprise, a single word escaping his lips as he reacts to Krantz Vert's sudden, brutal attack. "What?" As Cyan Vert swiftly evades, the blonde young man, his attacker, questions with disbelief if Cyan Vert is moving like a snail, frustrated by his unexpected speed. Cyan Vert's feet glide across the ornate floor, executing a rapid, evasive maneuver with impossible agility. The blonde young man lets out a cry of disbelief, his face contorted in shock at Cyan Vert's incredible agility. The blonde young man continues his relentless assault, his sword striking the ground as Cyan Vert calmly watches from a distance. Enraged, the blonde young man snarls, accusing Cyan Vert of cowardly dodging. With incredible speed, Cyan Vert parries the blonde young man's sword strike with his bare hand, generating a powerful shockwave. Following his block, Cyan Vert unleashes a swift, powerful kick to the blonde young man's leg, landing a direct hit. A guttural cry of pain escapes the blonde young man as the impact reverberates through him. The blonde young man collapses to the ground with a pained scream, defeated and clutching his injured leg. An onlooker cries out the blonde young man's name, Krantz, in distress, witnessing his sudden defeat. Standing over his defeated opponent, Cyan Vert internally acknowledges the duel could end by placing his sword at the blonde young man's throat. However, Cyan Vert's grip tightens on his sword, his internal thoughts revealing that mere victory is not enough. A flashback reveals the blonde young man, Krantz, tormenting a younger Cyan Vert, highlighting a history of relentless bullying. Cyan Vert's internal monologue continues, recalling how the blonde young man's bullying persisted even in the academy. His eyes burning crimson, Cyan Vert resolves to utterly crush his opponent, ensuring the bullying ends permanently. Cyan Vert stands triumphantly over the defeated blonde young man, his resolve hardening in this new life. The blonde young man screams in sheer agony, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and terror. The duel concludes decisively with the blonde young man's defeat, leaving him unconscious on the cold floor. Cyan Vert, escorted by a maid and a formidable armored attendant, reflects on the Duke's surprising command to meet him, pondering the significance of his recent victory. Cyan Vert continues his internal thoughts, noting the presence of Yulkin, a high-class knight, by his side. Cyan Vert observes the knight, recognizing him as Yulkin, a direct affiliate of the Duke, now personally escorting him. Cyan Vert observes two elegantly dressed women conversing in the opulent hall. Cyan Vert internally speculates that one woman is discussing her son, Krantz, mockingly noting her distressed appearance, before innocently asking aloud if Krantz is all right. Enraged woman lashes out, condemning Cyan Vert's audacity to inquire about Krantz after such a brutal defeat, calling him thick-skinned. With a dismissive shrug, Cyan Vert calmly states the nature of duels and bids them farewell, walking away with his attendant. The furious woman's internal thoughts boil over, declaring that those of illegitimate birth should not be treated as legitimate children. Her venomous thoughts continue, equating Cyan Vert to his mother, whom she viciously insults, then outright tells him he should be begging on the streets and grateful for any mercy. Cyan Vert's eyes blaze crimson as he internally declares that the woman has irrevocably crossed a line. His rage intensifies, a chilling question forming in his mind. Should he simply eliminate her? His menacing smirk confirms his decision. Not elimination, but a slow, agonizing torment. Cyan Vert knows precisely how to make her suffer, vowing to torture her painstakingly slowly. Duchess, standing tall in her golden gown, confronts Cyan Vert, reminding him she's also attending the academy with Krantz. Unfazed, Cyan Vert demands she state her true point. Cyan Vert's eyes blaze with a terrifying red glow as he delivers a chilling thought. Surely, you want your son to graduate with his limbs intact, don't you, Duchess? He presses his advantage, his internal voice dripping with sarcasm, implying she isn't truly worried about her son's safety. Her eyes glow with fury as the Duchess splutters, barely able to form a word in her shock and indignation. You vulgar piece of trash, the Duchess screams, lunging forward with a raised hand, her anger erupting at his audacity. Cyan Vert, now appearing in formal attire, offers a polite apology to the Duchess, his demeanor calm despite her outburst. A stern guard steps forward, informing the enraged Duchess that the Duke's urgent summons for Cyan Vert cannot be delayed any further. The armored guard, his gaze firm, declares they must depart immediately. The Duchess, now utterly speechless, watches them go, her frustration palpable. Duchess stands alone, her anger simmering, as a maid hovers respectfully in the background. A sly grin spreads across Cyan Vert's face as he muses aloud that the Duke's orders are indeed absolute, a subtle taunt at the Duchess's powerlessness. As they walk, Cyan Vert inwardly acknowledges the protection of the guard knight, who, he observes, is commendably reliable for not submitting to even the Duke's wife. A soft knock echoes from beyond a grand door, followed by a clear, authoritative command to come in. Cyan Vert steps into a lavish office, facing the imposing figure of Duke Willius Vert, who sits with his back to the door, gazing out a sunlit window. The narrator announces the arrival of Cyan Vert, the youngest child of the esteemed house of Vert. Cyan Vert respectfully greets his father, while internally noting it has been nearly 15 years since their last one-on-one meeting. Duke Willius Vert, the formidable feudal lord of Velias, turns to Cyan Vert and calmly invites him to take a seat. Narrator reveals Duke Willius Vert's legendary past, hailing him as the hero who single-handedly halted demonic invasions for an extended era. Through his remarkable magic and profound wisdom, Duke Willius Vert shouldered a monumental responsibility, one that no one had compelled him to bear. His ultimate desire was nothing less than absolute peace, a tranquil continent where all could thrive. However, Cyan Vert's own memories of his father paint a different picture, recalling a man who wielded his free will in a unique way. Cyan Vert reflects on his father's choice to dedicate his entire life to serving others, concluding with a harsh internal judgment, a stupid man. Duke Willius Vert watches his son intently, arms crossed, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Cyan Vert blinks, a surprised huh escaping his lips as he processes his father's unspoken thoughts. The Duke recalls a moment when Krantz charged at Cyan Vert, noting how Cyan Vert calmly observed the precise trajectory of the swinging sword. Duke Willius Vert directly questions his son, demanding to know when he acquired such proficiency with a sword. Eternally, Duke Willius Vert muses on Cyan Vert's ever-sharp intellect. Cyan Vert, however, humbly states he didn't learn swordsmanship, but rather practiced diligently every night on his own. The Duke, skeptical, reminds Cyan Vert that, to his knowledge, his son has never shown any prior interest in swordsmanship. The Duke's voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know why Cyan Vert had concealed such exceptional skills until now. Cyan Vert, avoiding eye contact, confesses he never sought attention. Yet the Duke counters, pointing out Cyan Vert's unrestrained ferocity in taking down Krantz. Cyan Vert's internal struggle is evident as he hesitates, a single word hanging in the air, revealing his inner conflict. The Duke, with a cunning smirk, questions if Cyan Vert's subsequent actions after defeating Krantz were truly unnecessary, a flashback showing the decisive kick. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in realization, his thoughts racing as he wonders if the Duke is probing his capabilities, testing the extent of his hidden power. Cyan Vert finally states his motive: he wanted to prove himself. The Duke, leaning forward, demands clarification, asking what exactly he sought to prove. Cyan Vert declares his intention was to prove his superiority over Krantz, despite their shared blood, a conclusion he reached about the duel's true meaning. A low, pleased chuckle escapes the Duke, his amusement evident as he observes Cyan Vert's candid confession. The Duke bursts into full laughter, praising Cyan Vert's clear and level-headed answer, expressing his delight at discovering such unexpected talent. With a confident smile, the Duke proclaims that Cyan Vert will one day become a great and reliable support for Askel, a statement that carries significant weight. Cyan Vert's expression shifts to profound shock, his world seemingly crumbling as he processes the Duke's words, a single word of disbelief escaping his lips. In a vivid mental image, Cyan Vert envisions himself in a desperate battle against an armored figure, questioning why he would ever serve as a mere helper to another. The Duke's eyes glow with a subtle, knowing intensity as he internally muses that Cyan Vert remains as obsessed with Askel as ever, confirming his suspicions. Cyan Vert's hand clenches tightly into a fist on his thigh, a silent display of his simmering frustration and resolve. Duke, with a subtle smirk, clarifies that while it's not a trophy, he intends to reward Cyan Vert for the duel, hinting at an offer. Cyan Vert's eye narrows with fierce determination, a powerful, destructive resolve burning within him as he mentally declares his intent to destroy everything. His face contorted with intense anger and a predatory smile, Cyan Vert silently vows to obliterate everything Askel ever attempted, asserting his own desires. The young maid screams in utter disbelief and horror, her eyes wide as she confronts Cyan Vert about his shocking declaration to enter the battlefront. Cyan Vert calmly confirms his intention, though nothing is said. The maid, however, is beside herself, frantically questioning his sanity and the perilous nature of such a place. The maid's terror escalates as she imagines the battlefront, a place swarming with wicked and terrifying demonic beasts, her fear palpable. The narration introduces Velias, the western feud of the Ushif Empire, setting the stage for the perilous location. The map illustrates the strategic importance of Velias, the continent's sole true battlefront, specifically highlighting Lemia Valley as the brutal frontline. Silhouetted warriors clash with monstrous demons, depicting Lemia Valley as a ferocious battlefield where conflicts have raged for centuries. Cyan Vert reflects on his father's initial opposition to his desire, revealing that the Duke ultimately imposed a crucial condition for his entry. Duke's condition is laid bare. Cyan Vert must prove himself worthy of entering Lemia Valley within a single month, though the exact measure of this worth remains a mystery to him. With a clenched fist, Cyan Vert resolves to maximize his physical strength within the given time frame, acutely aware that he remains weaker than his peers. His gaze sharpens, Cyan Vert's mind focuses on regaining his pre-regression combat sense, acknowledging the immense task ahead. Sitting on his bed, Cyan Vert's hands glow with a nascent magical energy. He concludes that by training his current body to its full potential, he can master this new power, deciding to begin his rigorous training immediately. Suddenly, a door bursts open with a loud bang, and a voice urgently calls out Cyan Vert's name, interrupting his moment of resolve. From behind, Cyan Vert sees the maid, who hesitates, about to speak, her expression suggesting a new development or concern. Cyan Vert exclaims in shock, recognizing the woman before him as Alice. Suddenly, Cyan Vert finds himself seized by the collar, his breath cut short. A maid-like figure in the background nervously greets Alice, asking how she's been, as Cyan Vert struggles, demanding to know if she's lost her mind. Alice furiously confronts Cyan Vert, revealing she knows he requested to be sent to the battlefront, as he desperately pleads for her to release him. Alice coldly observes Cyan Vert, remarking that his victory over Krantz seems to have made him arrogant, declaring that such behavior is unacceptable. With a fierce glare, Alice commands Cyan Vert to follow her to the rooftop. Under the vast, star-dusted night sky, the scene shifts to the imposing rooftop of the building. Alice lays down the terms of their duel, stating that the match begins once they draw their swords and that she will allow him to go to the battlefront if he can withstand her attacks for 3 minutes. Cyan Vert listens, a look of apprehension crossing his features. Alice cuts him off, her expression stern, demanding he answer a single question without further excuses. Her eyes narrow, accusing him of coveting the family's title. Cyan Vert internally questions if this is the true reason for her actions, vehemently denying any interest in the family's title. Alice, ignoring his internal turmoil, sharply orders Cyan Vert to draw his sword. Cyan Vert, still recovering from his duel with Krantz, laments his exhaustion and the chaotic nature of his day. Cyan Vert reacts with a surprised huh as the duel begins. Alice launches a swift attack, sending Cyan Vert flying backward from the force of her blow. Alice's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing that Cyan Vert, despite being only 10 years old, managed to block her attack. Cyan Vert, with a strained expression, challenges Alice, asking if she truly intends to go all out against her brother, who is 7 years her junior. Alice continues her relentless assault, her long sword arcing with powerful intent. Alice observes her blade, noting that despite a rapier's light nature, Cyan Vert had managed to cleanly parry her longsword's powerful attack. A sly smile spreads across Alice's face as she wonders if his parry was merely a stroke of luck. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in terror, realizing he's in deep trouble as he nervously calls out Alice's name. Their swords clash with blinding speed, a flurry of strikes and parries filling the air with sparks. Alice presses her attack with renewed vigor, her movements fluid and powerful. Cyan Vert deftly blocks another incoming strike, sparks erupting from the point of impact. Blades meet again with a sharp clang, the force of the impact resonating. Alice's attack is deflected, her blade narrowly missing Cyan Vert as she stares in surprise. A profound shock registers in Alice's eyes, questioning how her attack was thwarted. Alice's internal monologue continues, acknowledging the inherently light nature of a rapier's blade. She marvels at how Cyan Vert, despite his weapon, cleanly parried her powerful long sword attack. Princess Kirim continues her relentless assault, her long sword glowing with potent magic, but Cyan Vert meets it with a precise, clean parry, sparks erupting at the point of impact. Cyan Vert grits his teeth, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, as he curses the overwhelming pressure of Princess Kirim's attack. With a surge of desperate strength, Cyan Vert twists his short blade, deflecting the immense force away from him. Sheer impact sends Cyan Vert flying through the air, while Princess Kirim, already glowing with intense blue energy, prepares her next devastating move. Princess Kirim lands gracefully on a nearby platform, securing her footing for the impending attack. Panting heavily, Cyan Vert realizes the true danger of the exchange, acknowledging that if he hadn't twisted his blade, his parry could have turned into a lethal counterattack. He reflects on the nature of Mist's swordsmanship skill, Thick Fog, recognizing it as a technique designed for immediate, decisive kills. Sweat continues to stream down Cyan Vert's face as he desperately wonders how much time remains on his 3-minute limit. Cyan Vert's grip tightens on his blade, his mana-imbued strength pushing him to his absolute limit, barely compensating for his inherent physical weakness. Princess Kirim, breathing heavily but resolute, chants an invocation, summoning the very essence of earth and wind to empower her blade. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in disbelief and shock as he recognizes the immense power of Princess Kirim's spell, realizing it's a formidable 6th-star magic. Princess Kirim launches into the air, her sword now crackling with vibrant blue energy as the system identifies her activated skill, Aqua Blade. In a moment of comical panic, Cyan Vert questions Princess Kirim's intent, wondering if she's genuinely trying to kill him, having initially believed this was merely a test. Princess Kirim's eyes burn with an unyielding resolve, her internal mantra echoing "I can't lose," a determination so fierce that Cyan Vert knows the fight is effectively over. Cyan Vert braces himself, knowing that even a successful block against Princess Kirim's impending attack would send him hurtling off the castle walls. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts as Princess Kirim's powerful attack strikes, sending a shockwave across the battleground. Cyan Vert is violently propelled backward by the force of the Aqua Blade, his body a mere speck against the torrent of blue energy unleashed by Princess Kirim. Desperation etched across his face, Cyan Vert clenches his sword and silently pleads for a miracle, for any power to manifest. Princess Kirim unleashes another devastating swing, her entire form engulfed in azure energy, as she passionately urges Cyan Vert to reveal his true strength. As Cyan Vert plummets, a new figure is caught in the chaotic blue energy, violently thrown into the air alongside him. Suddenly, the muscular attendant appears, boldly stepping between Princess Kirim's onslaught and the falling Cyan Vert, shielding him from the relentless blue energy. The clash of forces unleashes a colossal burst of blue energy, engulfing the entire castle in a blinding explosion of power. The muscular attendant gazes sternly at Princess Kirim, addressing her with a tone of deep concern. Holding the unconscious Cyan Vert over his shoulder, the muscular attendant confronts Princess Kirim, chastising her for her excessive aggression against a much younger opponent. Cyan Vert, now awake, smirks faintly to himself, having anticipated the muscular attendant's timely arrival. Princess Kirim gasps, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden turn of events. Princess Kirim collapses into Cyan Vert's arms, sobbing as she apologizes profusely, admitting she lost control during their intense battle. The muscular attendant watches over them. Still clinging to Cyan Vert, Princess Kirim tearfully confesses her true motive, a desperate attempt to prevent him from heading to a dangerous battlefield, her obsession causing her to push him too far. Gently embracing Princess Kirim, Cyan Vert reflects on her earnest nature, acknowledging that her intense efforts in everything she does are simply very like her. She was truly among the elite, achieving S ranks in every single subject, a testament to her unparalleled genius and dedication. Her astounding beauty earned her the moniker God's Child. From a tender age, she was rigorously trained in swordsmanship, honing her formidable skills. She was even heralded as the future guardian of the continent, a title she shared with the esteemed oldest son, Askelvert, marking her for greatness. However, her brilliant future was tragically cut short. Not long after joining the revered Knights of Light, she was brutally killed. Gently holding Princess Kiram, Cyan Vert whispers, expressing how deeply he has missed Alice, the name he tenderly uses for her. Cyan Vert vows to Princess Kiram that he will protect her this time. Princess Kiram, questioning his sudden presence, asks, "Cyan?" Princess Kiram then recalls the man's role, asking, "Aren't you the Duke's guardian knight?" She notes that the Duke had only just departed for the war. The Guardian Knight explains that he is carrying out the Duke's orders to protect the young master for a while, a task he was meant to perform in secret. Cyan Vert, however, reveals his keen perception, stating that he had sensed the Guardian Knight's presence ever since he left the Duke's office. He ponders internally, questioning why his father would secretly instruct Yulkin, the Guardian Knight, to protect him. Princess Kiram lets out a surprised sound as Cyan Vert, still embracing her, drifts off into a deep sleep, clearly exhausted. Princess Kiram looks down at the sleeping Cyan Vert, a soft, understanding smile gracing her lips as she acknowledges his deep weariness. The grand mansion stands silently under a tranquil, star-studded night sky, a calm scene after the day's events. Meanwhile, Cyan Vert strains during his strength training, counting out his reps and pushing himself to the 9th. The narrator explains that Princess Kiram briefly returned to see their father before her graduation. The guttural cry, Cyan Vert completes his 10th rep, driven by an urgent need to become stronger, having focused intensely on strength training for the past 2 weeks. Collapsing onto the floor, Cyan Vert laments that 10 reps are his absolute limit, expressing frustration that his efforts have hit a wall for the past 2 weeks. He reflects on his past confidence in his strength, contrasting it with his current struggles, as a chibi version of himself looks up in contemplation. Deep in thought, Cyan Vert yearns to revert to his past state and desperately seeks a solution to overcome his current physical limitations. Young maid, Emily, approaches Cyan Vert, informing him that a package has arrived from Miss Alice. Excited, he asks, "Really?" Emily recoils in disgust, covering her nose and exclaiming about the horrible smell, while Cyan Vert internally identifies the item as the Hellhound's blood he requested from Alice. Cyan Vert internally notes that the Hellhound's blood is a rare item, typically found only in Lemia Valley, confirming the rumors of its presence in the black market. He pours the dark, viscous liquid into a bowl, reflecting on how the blood of demonic beasts is generally considered poisonous due to its sickening smell and burning sensation upon consumption. Cyan Vert acknowledges that most people dismiss the blood's true power as a false rumor, despite its potential to grant immense strength, as depicted by a fiery silhouette. With a determined, almost sinister smile, Cyan Vert confirms his intention to drink the blood, assuring a worried Emily that he knows its true effects from his past life's experience. As he prepares to drink, Cyan Vert internally boasts that he is the only one capable of adapting to Emily's infamous cooking skills, recalling the first time he endured it. He vividly remembers Emily's mushroom soup, so potent that his heart momentarily stopped after a single bite, concluding that, even compared to that, the demonic blood might not be so bad. With resolute hands, Cyan Vert raises the bowl of Hellhound's blood, preparing to consume the potent, dark liquid. Cyan Vert's eyes glow red as he screams, "It's good!" even as a pained grunt escapes him, while Emily observes his intense reaction with a knowing, slightly amused expression. Emily calls out to Cyan Vert, who is bent over and shaking with red energy radiating from him, and he responds with a startled, "Yes." His eyes still glowing red, Cyan Vert declares his intention to go for a walk, eager to test if the Hellhound's blood has truly worked its transformative magic. Continuing his journey, Cyan Vert steps onto a rugged path, his stride confident as he begins his exploration. Looking out over the landscape, Cyan Vert observes the familiar yet distant town, reflecting that it has been a while since he visited this place, a day he has anticipated for 2 weeks. Cyan Vert's expression hardens slightly as he considers the absence of Yulkin, who usually follows him with reports, acknowledging this solitary spot was his refuge when he sought to be alone. Narration shifts to a past event, recounting how Askel once received a divine revelation from Lumendal, the god of light, changing everything. Cyan Vert scans his surroundings, trying to recall the exact location of an ancient temple said to be hidden deep within these mountains. Cyan Vert kneels and touches the ground, sensing a concentrated flow of mana, confirming the revelation's accuracy, even if the divine manifestation itself has yet to appear. With his eyes glowing crimson, Cyan Vert clenches his hand, a dark, pulsing energy emanating from him as he asserts that this hidden knowledge is his alone for now. Cyan Vert unleashes a surge of dark energy, causing the ground to violently erupt and shatter around him, revealing a hidden path. Chilling smirk crosses Cyan Vert's face as he internally challenges Askel, confident that his rival cannot fathom the true extent of his current actions or the power he now wields. Gazing down into the newly revealed, glowing chasm, Cyan Vert declares his intention to descend, ready to explore the depths that have now opened before him. As Cyan Vert descends the ancient stairs into the cavern, he notes a distinct difference in the atmosphere and structure compared to his previous visit. The narrative reveals the history of this place, an ancient temple dedicated to Lumendal, the god of light, a deity often depicted in conflict with demonic forces. Cyan Vert surveys the magnificent yet crumbling temple, understanding its dilapidated state is a direct consequence of the devastating god-demon war that raged 3 centuries prior. Cyan Vert's expression is one of contemplation, marveling at the sheer audacity of an ancient temple hidden so close to the castle, a secret kept for centuries. Looking up, Cyan Vert's gaze locks onto a radiant, glowing sword impaled upon a pedestal, its brilliance illuminating the cavern. He confirms he sees it. The camera focuses on the ornate, glowing sword, recognizing it as a relic tied to the very owner of this ancient temple. A historical account unfolds, depicting the climactic battle where humanity, against overwhelming odds, finally managed to repel the Demon King's vast army from the stronghold of Velias. The victory was not solely due to human strength. It was achieved through the discovery of powerful ancient relics, collectively known as the gods' weaponry, which turned the tide of the war. Among these divine artifacts, the Holy Sword Duran Dark stands out, a weapon specifically blessed by Lumendal, the god of light, radiating immense power. The narrative takes a grim turn, revealing a prophecy that Cyan Vert will meet a tragic end, his death brought about by this very sword, Duran Dark, wielded by Askel Vert. Standing beside the radiant Duran Dark, Cyan Vert ponders its true significance, suspecting a profound connection between the Holy Sword and his own regression. Cyan Vert cautiously extends his hand, his fingers brushing against the ornate hilt of Duran Dark, testing for any reaction or hidden power. A flicker of disappointment crosses Cyan Vert's face as he withdraws his hand, noting that despite his touch, nothing discernible has occurred. Frustrated by the lack of response, Cyan Vert lets out a dismissive humph and delivers a swift kick to the base of the sword's pedestal. With a scowl, Cyan Vert expresses his irritation, dismissing the holy sword as a disappointment and deciding to quickly conclude his business here before departing. As the perspective shifts, an otherworldly shadow is revealed on the ground, extending beyond the radiant glow of the sword, hinting at a deeper, more sinister presence. Cyan Vert stands over the ominous, cross-shaped shadow on the ground, a look of realization dawning as he declares, "Found it." Kneeling closer, Cyan Vert observes the dark, glowing form, noting that while it superficially resembles the sword's shadow, its true nature is far more complex. Cyan Vert's expression turns grave as he dismisses the notion of it being a mere shadow, recognizing the impossibility of such a phenomenon. The final revelation comes. This dark, ominous presence is unequivocally not a shadow, but something else entirely. The ominous presence is revealed to be a deep, crimson energy erupting from an altar where Cyan Vert kneels. The ancient axiom rings true: where light exists, darkness inevitably follows. The path descends into profound darkness, a crumbling staircase leading to a heavy, ornate door pulsating with faint red energy. Cyan Vert remains poised as the crimson energy coalesces into swirling, shadowy forms, revealing a hidden chamber concealed beneath the very altar of light. Cautiously, Cyan Vert peeks through a narrow opening in a heavy wooden door, his eyes scanning the unknown beyond. His gaze fixes on a distant, glowing purple object resting on a pedestal, a familiar weapon awaiting its master. He murmurs a greeting, "It's nice to see you," as his hand instinctively reaches out, firmly grasping the hilt of the glowing, crimson-edged sword. "My sword," he continues, a bond reestablished. His eyes blaze crimson as he brandishes the weapon, red energy swirling around him. He proclaims its true identity: demonic sword, Kirim. The demonic sword, Kirim, is forcefully extracted from its ancient pedestal, leaving a vibrant trail of crimson energy in its wake. Cyan Vert's grip tightens on the sword, which now pulses with an even more intense, malevolent glow of red and purple energy. Wide, unsettling grin spreads across Cyan Vert's face, his eyes burning with a demonic red as he wields the newly claimed blade. Encased in swirling red energy, Cyan Vert questions the dormant power. "Are you still not awake yet?" In a moment of unexpected charm, a chibi Cyan Vert lovingly embraces the sword, hearts floating around him, declaring with a mischievous hee-hee that he wants to slay something right now. From the shadows, a monstrous entity with glowing red eyes and a sinister grin emerges, its voice echoing with a chilling kikikik. "Child, don't you have any fear?" Princess Kirim challenges him. Don't you know what it means to have awoken me? Cyan Vert, undeterred, questions if it simply means the sword is now his. Colossal shadowy entity looms over Cyan Vert, its form swirling with dark power. As the narrator explains the gravity of waking up a sleeping demonic sword, the very ground pulses with dark, swirling energy, tendrils of shadow spreading outward, imbued with faint crimson and violet hues. Princess Kirim's face fills the frame, her glowing red eyes and sharp-toothed grin conveying a chilling message. It's too late to regret it now, child. Princess Kirim surges forward, a torrent of red and purple energy engulfing Cyan Vert in the distance, declaring her intent. Your body is now mine. Cyan Vert is abruptly engulfed by the dark, shadowy tendrils, his arm raised defensively as a surprised gasp escapes him. Kahak? In a shocking turn, Cyan Vert's hand transforms, sharp pink claws gripping Princess Kirim's arm. She recoils, her face contorted in disbelief. Cook, what are you? Cyan Vert's eyes blaze red, a sinister grin on his face as he challenges Princess Kirim's confusion. How can you touch me? He reiterates his claim, I told you, the sword is mine. Cyan Vert's hand is fully transformed, now adorned with sharp, vibrant pink claws and dark, spiky scales covering his arm, a clear manifestation of his newfound power. With a furious cry, fuck off, Cyan Vert unleashes a powerful, purple-streaked attack, sending Princess Kirim hurtling backward. Princess Kirim is violently slammed against a distant wall, shattering stone and sending debris scattering in a powerful impact. Princess Kirim's form solidifies into a distinct female figure, her face bruised and shocked as she demands, Who are you? Princess Kirim stands revealed in her full form, long dark hair flowing, clad in a dark outfit with striking purple accents, her sharp claws still prominent, radiating an aura of raw power. As the crimson energy around him begins to dissipate, Cyan Vert stands confidently, facing Princess Kirim, who now asks with a hint of awe, Are you the successor? Princess Kirim observes him closely, questioning, Why do I feel Eru's aura from you? Cyan Vert confirms, Right, I'm the successor of Eru. Cyan Vert's eyes glow with an intense red, a menacing smile playing on his lips as he prepares to deliver a powerful statement, starting with your. Princess Kirim, now fully revealed as the demonic sword, stares back with a mixture of shock and fury, her sharp teeth bared as she exclaims, You're just a kid? Still reeling from the revelation, Princess Kirim, fully embodying the demonic sword, unleashes a torrent of purple energy, clashing violently against Cyan Vert as she screams her furious refusal, I can't accept this. Cyan Vert's expression hardens, his grip tightening on his weapon as he realizes the futility of words, muttering, I guess words won't do. Princess Kirim's eyes narrow with fierce determination, her sharp, pink-tipped fingers flexing as she realizes the demonic sword's true objective is to fully possess its wielder. She declares, I have no choice. With a confident smirk, Princess Kirim dives, purple energy trailing her attack as she assures Cyan Vert, I'll go a bit easy. Her assault sends him reeling backward. Cyan Vert's jaw clenches, his expression etched with pain as he endures the overwhelming impact. Suddenly, Princess Kirim is violently slammed into the ground, a resounding quack echoing as dark energy bursts around her, leaving her stunned. Cyan Vert looks down, his gaze piercing, and issues a firm warning, I'll say this just once. Why don't you just accept me as your owner while I'm still being nice? Princess Kirim writhes on the ground, dark energy flaring from her, utterly enraged as she struggles to comprehend. How can you use that? You arrogant little... Calmly, Cyan Vert declares his command, demonic sword control, as Princess Kirim remains pinned, a muffled quack escaping her. Cyan Vert reiterates his command, his voice firm, demonic sword control. Demonic sword control. Cyan Vert gazes down at his defeated opponent, pressing his advantage. How about now? From her prostrated position, Princess Kirim finally relents, her voice strained, I'll accept, human. As Cyan Vert begins to repeat demonic sword Kandash, Princess Kirim cuts him off, completing her submission. Master. A grand, ornate door looms, surrounded by crackling energy as Cyan Vert reflects. Now that I've done what I wanted to do here. Holding the subdued demonic sword, now a small dagger, Cyan Vert prepares to depart, the fading essence of Princess Kirim behind him as he muses. Shall I get back? I've been gone for too long. The demonic sword, now contained, pulses with a subdued yet potent crimson glow in Cyan Vert's hand. As Cyan Vert grips the transformed demonic sword, a voice, presumably Princess Kirim's essence, exclaims, it's been so long since I breathed fresh air. The demonic sword's essence materializes into a mischievous, fiery black entity, expressing its delight. It's so refreshing. Fiery entity bounces excitedly, asking Cyan Vert, Hey, master, what's your name? Cyan Vert calmly responds, Cyan Vert. The entity tilts its head, pondering. Cyan? I've never heard of that name before, then narrows its eyes in disbelief. Eru really chose a kid like you? Cyan Vert confirms with a serious expression. Yeah, in my past life. The entity reels back in shock, exclaiming, past life? What the hell are you talking about? Cyan Vert calmly reveals, I died once before. The entity's face contorts in utter confusion. What the hell? The entity observes the majestic, golden sword, remarking he's still sleeping. Huh? Cyan Vert then adds, he'll have to wait 20 more years for his owner. The entity scrutinizes Cyan Vert, noting, you talk like you know the future. Cyan Vert's hand firmly grips the hilt of the small demonic sword, a subtle aura emanating from it. Golden sword's hilt pulses with a brilliant, radiant light energy surging from its core. The entity looks on in surprise as Cyan Vert stands beside the glowing golden sword, prompting it to ask, what are you going to do with that? Cyan Vert grins, his eyes glowing menacingly red and sharp teeth bared, holding a small golden artifact. He cryptically states, it'll make things a bit more interesting in the future. The entity appears visibly concerned. Under the warm glow of a setting sun, a lone carriage makes its way along a winding path, heading towards a grand castle in the distance. The lone carriage continues its journey, its sturdy wheels kicking up dust as it steadily rolls along the winding path. The side of the carriage glides past, the rhythmic sound of its movement echoing on the quiet, sun-drenched landscape. Inside, Cyan Vert stands clad in his armor, a serious expression on his face as he reflects on the swift passage of time and the arrival of this significant day. Outside the castle, a group of armored white knights and two distinguished figures await. One white knight bows deeply, greeting the duke as a solemn voice poses a final, weighty question. The blond young man, identified as the duke, gazes intently at Cyan Vert, asking if his resolve to go to the battlefront remains unshaken, offering him a final chance to withdraw. Cyan Vert, with unwavering determination in his eyes, affirms his commitment, declaring that his heart already lies on the battlefield. The blond young man turns to the muscular attendant, issuing a direct command to open it. The muscular attendant promptly acknowledges the order. The muscular attendant's hand moves decisively towards his side, preparing to retrieve a hidden item. Cyan Vert's eyes widen, a thought flashing through his mind. Are they summoning something? As a bright, ethereal light emanates from the muscular attendant's position. Muscular attendant holds aloft a scroll, glowing with an ominous red aura, a complex magical sigil emblazoned upon its surface. A torrent of fiery red energy erupts from the scroll, forming a blazing column as a formidable creature begins to manifest before the assembled group. The ground trembles violently as the summoning intensifies, red energy and debris violently scattering across the landscape. A massive, clawed foot crackling with crimson lightning slams onto the earth, signaling the creature's powerful arrival. A terrifying hellhound, wreathed in roaring flames and crackling energy, fully emerges, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Cyan Vert's mind races, a single word forming in his thoughts. Hellhound? Cyan Vert, observing the demonic beast, deduces it to be a low-rank hellhound, realizing the extensive preparation his father and the White Knights must have put into this test. His hand instinctively tightens around the hilt of his sword, ready for the impending battle. Cyan Vert casts a quick glance towards the blond young man and the surrounding White Knights, pondering if they will intervene should the situation become too perilous. The blond young man, standing beside the muscular attendant, sternly reminds Cyan Vert of his responsibility for every action, urging him to prove his resolve by passing this trial. The muscular attendant's gaze hardens, a thoughtful trial, passing through his mind. The muscular attendant's hand firmly grips his sheathed sword, a subtle movement indicating his own readiness. The muscular attendant confronts Cyan Vert, his voice sharp. Did you just propose a duel? Cyan Vert explains to the muscular attendant that with only 3 days remaining until his father's promised deadline, he cannot simply train ineffectually. With a hopeful smile, Cyan Vert expresses his desire for a real fight, asking the muscular attendant for his assistance. The muscular attendant, looking slightly flustered, suggests that for a duel, someone of Cyan Vert's age, like the blond young man, would be more appropriate. Cyan Vert explains, with a slight exasperation, that the blond young man always flees when he sees him, making a duel impossible. The blond young man is seen running in the background. The muscular attendant's expression shifts to one of weary resignation, the situation clearly weighing on him. Cyan Vert beams, agreeing to the muscular attendant's implied reluctance with a cheerful, if you insist, okay. Instead, the muscular attendant, with a resolute gaze, declares he will only fight using his sword's sheath, focusing entirely on defense, inviting Cyan Vert to attack without restraint. Cyan Vert, now facing the muscular attendant, expresses his gratitude. But before the sparring can begin, he adds that he has one more crucial favor to ask. His eyes burning with a fierce, crimson glow, Cyan Vert makes a solemn demand. Whatever unfolds from this moment forward, the muscular attendant must keep it a secret from his father. Muscular attendant's expression shifts to one of questioning surprise, clearly taken aback by Cyan Vert's unexpected request and intense demeanor. Without warning, Cyan Vert lunges forward, a blur of motion, his red eyes blazing as he initiates the attack with blinding speed. His sword strikes with furious force, clashing against the muscular attendant's sheathed blade in a brilliant burst of energy, the impact echoing through the training ground. A bead of sweat trickles down the muscular attendant's temple as he inwardly acknowledges the immense power behind Cyan Vert's strike, realizing the sheathed attack was far from light. Disbelief washes over the muscular attendant as he processes the raw strength, questioning if such a powerful blow truly came from a mere 10-year-old. Before he can fully recover, the muscular attendant's eyes widen in alarm, realizing Cyan Vert's incredible speed as another attack swiftly follows. The muscular attendant pivots sharply, narrowly avoiding another lightning-fast strike, fragments of the ground scattering around him from the sheer force of the near miss. Gazing upwards, the muscular attendant's shock intensifies as he sees Cyan Vert airborne, poised for a devastating dive attack, utterly bewildered by his opponent's agility. With a sudden surge of resolve, the muscular attendant's eyes gleam with a fierce blue light, steeling himself for the aerial assault. He unleashes a powerful upward swing with his sheathed blade, manifesting a crescent wave of blue energy that rips through the air to intercept Cyan Vert. The two combatants collide in a spectacular explosion of light and force, their combined power shattering the very ground beneath them into flying debris. Cyan Vert presses his advantage, delivering a fierce kick while simultaneously striking with his sword, driving the muscular attendant back with relentless aggression. His eyes still ablaze with crimson power, Cyan Vert maintains his unwavering focus, preparing to unleash another devastating strike. Their blades meet once more in a blinding flash, a testament to the raw power exchanged between them as the muscular attendant struggles to hold his ground. Cyan Vert takes a step back, letting out a slight breath, acknowledging that despite his efforts, he still cannot overcome the muscular attendant's strength. With a bright smile, Cyan Vert commends the muscular attendant, expressing his sincere thanks for the rigorous training session. Muscular attendant, still recovering, stammers out his congratulations to Cyan Vert, his mind reeling in disbelief at how much the once weak young master has transformed. He continues his internal monologue, marveling at Cyan Vert's incredible growth and newfound prowess, a genuine smile forming on Cyan Vert's face. A thoughtful expression crosses the muscular attendant's face as he reflects, believing that if his past instincts were correct, Cyan Vert has now reached a critical turning point. He concludes his thought, convinced that the young master can now overcome any trial, as a fearsome, fire-engulfed beast appears, its presence dominating the scene. Now in a stark, desolate landscape, Cyan Vert, clad in his battle armor and gripping his sword, turns to face an unseen threat with unwavering resolve. His eyes narrow with intense focus as Cyan Vert declares, "Here it comes," bracing himself for the imminent confrontation. The monstrous, fire-wreathed beast roars, charging forward with terrifying speed and ferocity, its jaws agape in a primal display of aggression. An ominous, glowing red eye with an elongated pupil stares out, radiating raw power and menace, hinting at the true nature of the approaching threat. Cyan Vert launches himself into the air, executing a powerful aerial slash with his sword, a brilliant arc of golden energy cutting through the desert air towards the fiery beast. His eyes now glowing with a faint purple hue, Cyan Vert acknowledges the immense challenge of facing such a monster, resolving to end the battle as swiftly as possible. As the fiery beast writhes on the ground, Cyan Vert declares his intent to finish the creature with his next decisive attack, aiming for a swift conclusion. Cyan Vert, with grim determination, lunges forward, his blade poised to deliver the decisive blow that will end the fiery beast's struggle. A powerful strike connects, tearing into the creature's side with a violent impact, sending fragments of its fiery essence erupting into the air. The beast howls in agony as Cyan Vert's blade pierces deep, its body convulsing amidst the crackling flames, signifying its impending defeat. From a distance, a group of armored white knights and the elegant observer watch the battle's conclusion, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. The elegant observer's face hardens, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he registers the combat prowess displayed by Cyan Vert. The defeated monster lies motionless, its form still smoldering. Cyan Vert laments the wasted potential, thinking, "What a waste." Surveying the fallen beast, Cyan Vert observes the spilled blood, musing internally that such a quantity could easily fill a few bottles. Cyan Vert then considers the oddity of his thoughts, wondering if others would deem him crazy for wanting to collect the blood, musing, "I'd need at least a cup." The elegant observer approaches, applauding Cyan Vert's performance, declaring it impressive. With a final glance, the elegant observer turns, stating he will see Cyan Vert at the battlefront, a clear sign of impending conflict. Cyan Vert respectfully thanks the elegant observer, acknowledging his words and preparing for the next challenge. Cyan Vert stands, a dark, smoky entity manifests beside him, addressing him as master with a distinct, unsettling aura. The demonic sword, appearing as a shadowy, fiery sprite, questions Cyan Vert, asking if it looks like a kitchen knife. Cyan Vert quickly assures it, "You are a demonic sword." The demonic sword, now visibly agitated, demands to be used, exclaiming its need for blood to gain strength. It pleads with Cyan Vert for just one gulp of blood, its small, shadowy form looking desperate for sustenance. The demonic sword, now a streak of pink and black energy, assures Cyan Vert not to worry, hinting at future action. The sinister grin, Cyan Vert grips his blade, now wreathed in dark, crimson energy, promising to use the demonic sword to his heart's content very soon. The demonic sword, enraged, retorts that Cyan Vert should have woken it up earlier if he intended to use it so extensively. Suddenly, a massive ogre charges, its formidable club raised high, signaling a new, immediate threat emerging from the red-tinged landscape. A warning rings out, identifying the new enemy as an ogre approaching from the northwest, alerting all nearby forces. The elegant observer immediately issues commands, ordering a defensive line to be established and the ogre to be eliminated without mercy. He further commands his white knights to initiate the restraint of salvation, preparing a powerful coordinated attack. A brilliant, glowing magical symbol in the shape of a cross manifests, radiating immense power as the restraint of salvation activates. The ogres let out a collective roar of defiance, their monstrous forms charging forward, undeterred by the magical display. A horde of formidable ogres advances across the desolate landscape, their brutish figures illuminated by the ominous red sky. One ogre attempts to smash the ground, but a bright, circular energy barrier deflects its attack, causing it to grunt in surprise. The elegant observer, mounted on horseback, leads the charge, issuing a direct order to attack the advancing ogre forces. A white knight swiftly cuts through the air, his blade leaving a shimmering blue arc as he engages a towering ogre in combat. Another white knight unleashes a rapid, powerful thrust, his sword blurring with speed as he strikes at an unseen enemy. The ogres continue their relentless assault, but the white knights stand firm, their defensive magic holding the line against the monstrous charge. Amidst the chaos, a lone warrior in dark armor unleashes a devastating thrust, driving his spear forward with incredible force. His powerful strike connects, sending blinding sparks across the crimson battlefield as the monstrous foe reels from the blow. The warrior continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion as he presses his advantage against the towering beast. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Cyan Vert calmly riding a white horse through the desolate front lines. Behind him, a young attendant shrieks in terror, calling out for her mother amidst the horrors. The young attendant, tears streaming down her face, questions Cyan Vert, "Young master, why did you want to come to a place like this? Aren't you scared?" Cyan Vert simply observes the hellish landscape, dragons soaring under a blood-red sky, calmly thinking to himself, "It's just like hell as usual," as the young attendant continues to cry out in fear. A commanding figure, Cyan's father, clad in gleaming armor, turns to him and asks, "How does it feel to be in the front lines, Cyan?" To which Cyan Vert honestly replies, "I'm a bit nervous." Cyan's father sternly warns him, "As you can see, you will never know when you'll die in this place, so don't ever let your guard down." Cyan Vert, with a determined expression, assures his father, "Okay, I will keep that in mind, father, for in the front lines, situations like this are a dime a dozen." The narrator explains the brutal reality. There are usually 3 to 4 battles a day, and every single one has its own detailed response manual. These manuals are designed for one purpose, taking care of all the monsters that try to cross the front lines as fierce combat erupts. Back at the encampment, the harsh reality of the front lines permeates the air, even within the relative safety of the camp. Cyan Vert observes his surroundings, noting that the tent he's assigned to is strategically placed in the rearmost, safest area of the camp. With the guards here being so disciplined, Cyan Vert realizes he won't even have a chance to feed Princess Kirim. Thinking to himself, "Do I really have to wait till dinner time?" Cyan Vert then questions the cloaked figure, "What are you doing, Emily?" Emily, clearly distressed and huddled on the ground, exclaims, "Didn't the Duke tell us?" She continues, her voice trembling, that we won't know when and where we would die. Cyan Vert sighs, finding it unbelievable, and asks her directly, then why don't you pack up and return? Emily, towering over a tiny Cyan Vert in her fury, retorts, do you think I can, when you can't even do anything without me? Her rage peaking, Emily declares, with the monsters all over the place, if I were to turn tail, who would take care of you, young master? The sudden shift, Emily demands, move, it's almost time to eat, as she strides away, leaving Cyan Vert to call out, Emily, what about the cape that I requested? Left alone in the tent, Cyan Vert stands in quiet contemplation, the weight of the situation settling around him. A sinister smile creeps onto Cyan Vert's face as he considers, should I just chase her away? Is this how she treats her master? He then carefully pulls a small, doll-like figure, resembling Princess Kirim, from beneath a blanket. Now cloaked, Cyan Vert looks down at the doll, musing, this should be enough, right? From off-panel, Emily's voice asks, are you planning to go out to exercise, even in this place? Cyan Vert turns, replying, yeah, did I wake you up? Emily, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, remarks, you sure are diligent. The Duke would be proud of you if he were to find out. Pulling his hood over his head, Cyan Vert tells her, anyway, I'll get going, so please take care of things as usual. As he steps out, Cyan Vert adds, I'm asleep right now, got it? To which Emily cheerfully replies, okay. Narrator concludes, revealing that because this is the front line, night guard duties are usually strengthened, hinting at the dangers that lurk in the darkness. Deep in thought, Cyan Vert realizes the critical situation. If he fails to act now, his ability to move freely across this dangerous front line will be severely hampered. Activating Thick Fog third move, Fog's Descent, Cyan Vert channels Dark Energy, a tactical move. He recalls a crucial detail. If I remember correctly, this place should be teeming with monsters, a perfect hunting ground for power. A dark smirk crosses Cyan Vert's face as he declares, it's the perfect place to use Princess Kirim. Isn't that right, Princess Kirim? Crimson energy surges around Cyan Vert's hand, manifesting with intense power as he prepares for the coming battle. Princess Kirim's voice rings out, filled with eager bloodlust. Master, I don't think I can hold back. Quickly, let me cut something down. A colossal, fire-breathing wolf roars, its fiery maw open wide as more flaming beasts emerge from the shadows, ready to attack Cyan Vert. With a chilling, eager grin, Princess Kirim's power manifests through Cyan Vert, declaring, we'll do as you please. Unleashing a devastating attack, Cyan Vert activates Fog Sword, rushing Fog Storm, a torrent of crimson energy slicing through the air with lethal precision. The rushing fog storm rips through the monstrous wolves, a flurry of crimson blades tearing them apart in a brutal, overwhelming assault. With swift efficiency, Cyan Vert plunges his dagger into the back of a fallen wolf, ensuring its complete demise. From the defeated beast, a dark liquid is carefully collected into a rustic wooden mug, a resource gathered from the kill. Cyan Vert, still cloaked, raises the mug to his lips, consuming the mysterious liquid under the vast, starry night sky. Cyan Vert lets out a guttural sound of satisfaction, blood staining his lips as he exclaims, cool, this is the stuff. He continues, it's my first time feeling so refreshed after waking up. Facing the shadowy wolf-like entities, Cyan Vert declares, good, we'll keep training like this. One of the entities, manifesting Princess Kirim's voice, questions, how long do you think it will take for us to get stronger by killing these mutts? Cyan Vert offers a reassuring smirk. Don't worry, the night is young, he calmly states. He gestures towards the vast, monstrous horde now appearing before them, concluding, and there are plenty of monsters. Princess Kirim's excited voice echoes, filled with anticipation. Oh, I'm getting excited. Under the vast, starlit sky, a convoy of elegant carriages, flanked by armored guards on horseback, makes its way along a perilous cliffside road. The muscular attendant, a guard, expresses his concern to Princess Kirim within the carriage, stating, I still think the front line is too dangerous. Muscular attendant presses on, why don't we turn back? Princess Kirim, with a stern expression, retorts, I told you not to treat me like a child. Princess Kirim, asserting her royal authority, declares, I'm the royal princess of the empire. She continues, how many times must I tell you that I'm bound to my duty to assist father in his tours? Princess Kirim issues a final warning, I really will get mad if you mention this again. The muscular attendant bows respectfully, responding, understood, princess. Suddenly, the muscular attendant recalls something important. Oh, that reminds me. There's news saying that the youngest son of the Vert family is on the front lines. The muscular attendant adds, he should be around the same age as you. Princess Kirim reacts with surprise. That Duke Vert brought his youngest son? The muscular attendant clarifies. The Duke wasn't really going to bring him. The kid volunteered himself. He then suggests, you guys are about the same age, so you should try to get along. Princess Kiram huffs, turning away in annoyance. Humph, like I care about such a trivial thing, she declares before adding, forget it, I'm going to get some sleep. With a resigned expression, the muscular attendant simply responds, understood, Princess. Princess Kiram, her expression still heavy with concern, finally breaks the silence, her thoughts drifting to the boy. She quietly asks, what's his name? The muscular attendant quickly recalls, confirming the boy's identity to Princess Kiram. He states, oh, it's, Cyan. I'm pretty sure he's called Cyan Vert. Princess Kiram's eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening her features as she processes the name. Her gaze is sharp, hinting at a plan forming. Elsewhere, a winged beast, possibly a harpy, is violently struck mid-flight, its body contorting as feathers explode outwards from the impact, letting out a pained shriek. Amidst the chaos of falling feathers and dust, a blonde armored commander, his face etched with urgency, shouts a command to his troops. Check if anyone's been injured. White Knight stands over the fallen, blood-splattered corpse of a large griffin-like monster. He reports, everyone is okay. Good work. Let's hurry back. The blonde armored commander, seen from behind, turns to leave, his crimson cape billowing. From off-panel, a voice responds, yes, sir. The blonde armored commander pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face as he glances to the side, contemplating something. He murmurs, Atom. An armored boot firmly presses down on the mangled remains of the defeated monster, a final act of vanquishment in the blood-stained landscape. Cyan Vert, clad in dark armor, stands between two white knights, wiping his brow with a relieved sigh. He lets out a soft, phew. The blonde armored commander, now revealed as Cyan Vert's father, looks directly at him, inquiring, how are you adjusting to life on the front lines? Cyan Vert, looking down, responds respectfully to his father, I'm learning something new every day, father. His father then replies, is that so? I thought you'd want to hurry back. Cyan Vert's father looks at him with a softened gaze, a hint of pride in his eyes. He remarks, you've endured for quite some time. His father's voice swells with genuine emotion as he continues, I'm very proud of you. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in disbelief and surprise. He stutters, what? His father, turning his back, instructs Cyan Vert, I have something to talk to you about tomorrow, so come to my tent early in the morning. Cyan Vert, still processing his father's words, thinks internally, I've never seen father be so kind before. Suddenly, an armored foot slams onto the ground, kicking up dust and debris, indicating swift, decisive movement. Cyan Vert, now cloaked and wielding a glowing dagger, takes a combat stance, a grimace on his face. He lets out a frustrated tch. Facing a colossal deathworm, Cyan Vert observes, a deathworm. They should usually only appear deeper into the valley. Enchanted dagger in Cyan Vert's hand speaks, its voice resonating, Master, you seem to be struggling. Why don't you let me take over instead? Cyan Vert retorts, let you take over? You think I'm unaware of your schemes? The dagger insists, it's not like that, I swear. I'll just use it for a bit and then you can take over. The deathworm's segmented body writhes, its flesh visibly regenerating, sealing wounds almost instantly. The dagger's voice prompts Cyan Vert, do you see that? It immediately regenerates any shallow injuries. The deathworm's terrifying maw, lined with rows of sharp teeth, opens wide. The dagger's voice states, it won't be any use to keep attacking it. Cyan Vert, his face set with grim determination, acknowledges the dagger's assessment. He thinks, she's right, this will just continue on forever at this rate. It's already been a month since I've come to the front lines. He continues his internal monologue, surrounded by the corpses of monstrous beasts. I've drunk the blood of countless demonic beasts, but I feel it still wasn't enough. The deathworm lunges, sending Cyan Vert flying through the air. With a resolute expression, he concludes, I guess I have no choice. Engulfed in a crimson aura, Cyan Vert grasps his glowing sword, declaring to Princess Kiram that he will play along with whatever she's planning. Princess Kiram's voice echoes, urging them to unleash their full power and go wild. System notification flashes, revealing the activation of Thick Fog 9th Form Demonic Sword Manifestation, a powerful skill ready to be unleashed. Cyan Vert moves with blinding speed, a crimson blur as he unleashes a devastating strike, his sword tearing through the air with immense force. Cyan Vert's blade glows with dark power as he vows to rip through the deathworm's thick hide. The deathworm's monstrous maw gapes open, blood splattering from its thick skin, a testament to the brutal force of the recent attack. Soaring against the backdrop of a blood-red moon, Cyan Vert activates another devastating technique, Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals. Colossal pillar of vibrant pink energy erupts from the ground, piercing the night sky and reaching towards the distant moon. The death worm's massive jaws are engulfed in the searing pink energy, its formidable defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. Cyan Vert stands amidst the chaos, his eyes burning crimson as dark, tendril-like energy radiates from him, utterly annihilating his foe. The last vestiges of the death worm are ripped asunder by the overwhelming crimson power, leaving nothing but a bloody ruin. A gloved hand inspects the gruesome remains of the colossal beast, and the White Knight observes that the creature was only recently slain. The muscular attendant, holding a torch, notes the imposing mana signature left behind, questioning if a demon was responsible. The White Knight, looking serious, declares they cannot overlook such a possibility. The White Knight issues a stern command to thoroughly inspect the area and immediately incinerate the monstrous corpse. A subordinate knight promptly acknowledges the order. Observing the deep, precise sword traces carved into the death worm's hide, the White Knight finds the marks disturbingly familiar. Flicker of doubt crosses the White Knight's eyes as he wonders if the familiarity is merely a trick of memory, a sense of déjà vu. The muscular attendant calls out to the White Knight, urging him to witness something he's discovered. Both the muscular attendant and the White Knight stare in disbelief at something unseen, a gasp escaping the White Knight's lips. For them lies an even more colossal death worm, its immense form sprawled beneath the pale moon. The muscular attendant confirms its identity, while the White Knight exclaims in shock, wondering who could possess the power to fell such a beast. The White Knight's expression darkens as a terrifying thought crosses his mind, questioning if that organization could be behind such a devastating feat. The demonic sword manifestation allows Princess Kirim to temporarily take control of Cyan Vert's body, enabling her to unleash her true, formidable powers. Cyan Vert's face contorts into a chilling grin, his eyes glowing red, as he reveals the perilous cost. If he drops his guard, Princess Kirim could completely seize control of his body. Lying exhausted in bed, Cyan Vert reflects on the sheer recklessness of his actions, realizing that using Princess Kirim's full power to defeat a single monster was an act of pure insanity. Cyan Vert groans, his body aching from the exertion, but acknowledges it was fortunate he consumed the demonic beast blood, likely aiding his recovery. A sudden realization dawns on Cyan Vert, his expression shifting as a question mark appears, hinting at an internal dialogue or a reaction from Princess Kirim. Princess Kirim's ethereal form appears beside Cyan Vert, remarking that his childish appearance belies his mature demeanor and speech. Princess Kirim continues, noting that Cyan Vert's proficiency in handling her power is far too advanced for someone experiencing it for the first time. Princess Kirim further points out Cyan Vert's intimate knowledge of Lemia Valley's geography and his mastery over mist sword techniques, suggesting he's trained for at least 30 years. Princess Kirim's shadowy form narrows its eyes, recalling Cyan Vert's past statement about dying once before, and declares her certainty about her conclusion. Cyan Vert's dark eyes hold a profound depth, reflecting the weight of Princess Kirim's impending revelation. Princess Kirim's voice rings in Cyan Vert's mind, directly asking him if he is, in fact, a regressor. Cyan Vert, still reeling from Princess Kirim's direct question, challenges the notion of his identity as a regressor. He questions if his past statement about dying before didn't already make it obvious, while a shadowy entity beside him expresses confusion. The shadowy entity, visibly enraged, demands to know how anything could be obvious when Cyan Vert has explained nothing. With a dismissive shrug, Cyan Vert simply states he's too lazy for such explanations. Shadowy entity, its anger still palpable, speculates on Cyan Vert's past. It muses that killing someone like him must have been a difficult feat, venturing a guess about the circumstances. As Cyan Vert looks on, the shadowy entity continues its deduction, suggesting he was killed by the owner of the legendary sword Durandark. It presents two possibilities, either a duel or a betrayal. The shadowy entity confidently asserts that betrayal was the more likely scenario, claiming it could tell from Cyan Vert's expression, stating he looks at the holy sword as if he stepped in shit. Cyan Vert, intrigued, asks for further explanation. The shadowy entity concludes that Cyan Vert's ultimate goal must be revenge. It then issues a chilling warning, telling Cyan Vert to remember its words. With a menacing glare and surrounded by dark energy, the shadowy entity declares that if Cyan Vert ever falters or loses, it will not hesitate to consume him entirely. Cyan Vert sits up in bed, his fist clenched in annoyance, as objects around him rattle from his frustration. He sharply tells the shadowy entity to know its place, asserting that he is no idiot. The shadowy entity, now shrunken and looking terrified, hides behind a stack of books, its previous bravado completely gone. A smug smile plays on Cyan Vert's lips as he reflects that Princess Kirim hasn't changed at all, remaining the same as she was in his previous life. Cyan Vert, cloaked, stands amidst several white knights, who are also draped in cloaks over their armor, in a desolate reddish landscape. A sword lies on the ground, hinting at recent events. Cyan Vert looks around, a confused expression on his face, wondering what exactly is happening in this strange environment surrounded by armored figures. A female attendant named Emily rushes towards Cyan Vert, joyfully exclaiming that he's awake. Cyan Vert, still disoriented, asks her if anything significant has occurred. Emily, looking shocked, confirms that something indeed happened. The corpse of a high-level monster was discovered near the valley's entrance. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in alarm as he internally questions if Emily is referring to the dreaded deathworm. Emily continues, noting the rarity of high-level monster sightings near their camps. Cyan Vert, still anxious, presses her, asking if there's anything else she knows. Emily looks confused, taken aback by Cyan Vert's intense follow-up question, and asks him to repeat himself. Cyan Vert, his face etched with worry, urgently reiterates his question, asking if there was any talk of a suspicious person or anything related to him. As Cyan Vert speaks, a white knight approaches, interrupting their conversation to deliver an urgent message to young Master Cyan. The white knight, a stern-faced man in ornate armor, informs Cyan Vert that the Duke wishes to see him immediately. Cyan Vert's expression sours as he mentally complains about the inconvenience, lamenting that he couldn't even dispose of the monster corpses. His jaw clenches in frustration as he internally curses, realizing his plan for a quiet life before entering the academy has been thoroughly disrupted. Cyan Vert, cloaked, bows deeply as he enters a grand chamber, formally greeting his father. He knows his father would recognize him immediately, despite any attempts at concealment. Cyan Vert kneels before his father, a blond man in a distinguished red cloak, who acknowledges his presence with a simple yes sign. Cyan Vert's father, his face stern and unyielding, instructs him to take a seat. Cyan Vert's gaze is sharp and intense, reflecting his inner resolve as he prepares for the impending conversation. Cyan Vert remains kneeling before his father, who stands in the grand chamber. His father's stern face is visible as he repeats the command for Cyan Vert to sit. Cyan Vert's intense expression remains, his eyes fixed, ready for whatever his father is about to discuss. Now seated across from each other at a large table, Cyan Vert's father cuts straight to the point, demanding to know what his son was doing last night. Under the intense gaze of his father, Cyan Vert, a bead of sweat forming on his temple, quickly responds that he was simply tired and went to bed early. Yet, even as he speaks, Cyan Vert's mind races, haunted by the image of the injured death worm and the lingering question of those sword traces. Meanwhile, his father, the Lord of Velias, eyes him sternly, a thought forming in his own mind. The sword marks reminded him unsettlingly of Cyan Vert's unique techniques. A close-up reveals the Lord of Velias's troubled eye, as he internally questions if he's merely overthinking the situation. Cyan Vert, still feigning innocence, looks up at his father and asks why he's inquiring, unknowingly prompting a deeper suspicion. The Lord of Velias's thoughts drift to the colossal death worm, its lifeless body sprawled across the desolate landscape. He found it hard to believe a child so young could have accomplished such a feat. Noticing his father's distant demeanor, Cyan Vert tentatively asks if something is bothering him. The Lord of Velias turns, his expression grave, as he begins to speak about the mysterious events that transpired near the camps last night. He explains that while more investigation is needed, the incident bears the hallmarks of Mist, a secret assassin organization. Cyan Vert's eyes widen slightly in surprise, the name Mist echoing in his mind. The Lord of Velias continues, revealing that Mist is an ancient organization whose goals remain unknown, with the image of a shadowy assassin appearing in his mind's eye. Grim flashback depicts the brutal assassinations of countless nobles by Mist, carried out under the chilling guise of purification. The narration describes the organization's infamous signature, a black fog that envelopes their targets, often revealing a chilling, skull-faced entity through the mist. He adds that Mist was last seen 300 years ago, but the death worm's corpse from last night was unmistakably shrouded in their signature black fog. Chilling revelation continues, identifying the black fog as the manifestation of the very god worshipped by Mist, the ultimate source of their power. With a resolute expression, the Lord of Velias concludes that if his assumptions are correct, it was Mist that single-handedly slayed the deathworm and the other demonic beasts. Cyan Vert is astounded by his father's deduction, amazed that he could pinpoint the culprits despite their 3-century absence. The Lord of Velias warns Cyan Vert to be careful, stating that while the reason for Mist's sudden reappearance is unknown, he will notify the Empire and investigate further. A wave of relief washes over Cyan Vert. His father no longer suspects him, even if he attributes the deed to a mysterious organization. The Lord of Velia's thoughts reveal his true reasoning. It would make no sense for Cyan Vert at his young age to be involved with such a formidable organization. He then abruptly declares the conversation concluded. Changing the subject, the Lord of Velias asks Cyan Vert if he was informed about today's visitor. Cyan Vert confirms he heard about His Majesty's visit but questions the timing. With a sly smile, the Lord of Velias confirms the visit is indeed today, and he intends to ask Cyan Vert for a favor regarding it. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in surprise, questioning what kind of favor his father could possibly need. Suddenly, a guard blows a ceremonial horn, its sound echoing across the red-tinged sky, announcing the imminent arrival of His Majesty, the Emperor. In a display of utmost respect, the Lord of Velias, clad in full armor, kneels solemnly, formally greeting the honorable Emperor. The Emperor, a regal figure with long white hair, rides in on horseback, addressing the kneeling Lord of Velias by his name, Vilierth. The Emperor's armored boot firmly touches the ground as he dismounts, signifying his arrival. With a friendly gesture, the Emperor places a hand on the Lord of Velias' shoulder, urging him not to be so polite and reminding him of their old friendship. The Lord of Velias respectfully acknowledges him with, "Your Majesty." The Emperor then looks down, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, as he asks if the child is present. Kneeling before the Emperor, Cyan Vert formally greets His Majesty and introduces himself as Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Vert family. The Emperor, observing Cyan Vert, remarks on his youth despite residing in such a harsh environment, noting that his children are indeed extraordinary. Cyan Vert internally ponders what kind of favor the Emperor intends to ask of him. In a flashback, Cyan Vert recalls his past life, where he was always confined to the mansion when the Emperor visited, unlike the children outside who were excited to see him. He reflects on how deeply moved he is by his current father's trust. The Emperor, looking pleased, declares Cyan Vert's introduction splendid, then reveals his own intention to introduce someone. A distinct tack sound accompanies a small, red-shod foot stepping down, signaling the arrival of the Emperor's guest. The newly arrived young girl, adorned in a red cape, proclaims herself as the fifth princess of the Ushif Empire. Princess Kirim, with striking red eyes, states her name clearly as Erin Severus. Cyan Vert, in a moment of internal recognition, recalls Princess Kirim as Erin Severus, the tragic fifth princess. The blonde young man, looking stern, instructs Cyan Vert that he will need to escort Princess Kirim for the entire day. A stunned Cyan Vert questions the sudden order, asking how such a task could be assigned to him. Blonde young man dismisses Cyan Vert's surprise, explaining that he merely needs to keep Princess Kirim company, as they are the same age and will attend the same academy soon. Cyan Vert internally confirms that he indeed remembers seeing Princess Kirim a few times between classes during his past life at the academy. The blonde young man assures Cyan Vert there's no harm in befriending a member of the royal family, emphasizing that he simply wants them to get along for the short time they'll spend together. Internally, Cyan Vert expresses his reluctance to undertake the task. Cyan Vert surmises that the blonde young man likely hopes he and Princess Kirim will form a friendship similar to the one he shares with the Emperor. Cyan Vert's internal monologue continues, asserting that the blonde young man has chosen the wrong person, as Princess Kirim can never become his friend. Cyan Vert sighs, realizing he cannot vocalize his concerns, as Princess Kirim's tragic future is knowledge only he possesses. Despite his annoyance, Cyan Vert decides to comply with the order for the time being, as the group of armored figures, including the Emperor and the blonde young man, continues through the desolate landscape. Cyan Vert hums thoughtfully, observing his surroundings with a keen gaze. Princess Kirim points to a crimson river, questioning its unusual color. Cyan Vert casually identifies it as the Blood River, prompting a surprised echo from the princess. Cyan Vert explains that the Red River is merely a stream flowing through the Lemia Valley, and its color has a straightforward, albeit gruesome, explanation. He elaborates, stating that old or injured demonic beasts, unable to compete for survival, instinctively leap into the river. Their corpses and bodily fluids then dissolve into the water. This process, he concludes, is what stains the river crimson, as the mana in the water decomposes their remains, creating a gruesome sight of melting beasts. Princess Kirim recoils in disgust, exclaiming that the river is composed of demonic beast fluids and corpses. Cyan Vert confirms this, adding that other beasts also drink and wash in it, warning her emphatically not to enter the repulsive waters. Still reeling from the revelation, Princess Kirim shudders, then shifts her focus, asking what lies at the river's end. Cyan Vert calmly reveals that the river leads to the demon realm, a declaration that visibly shocks Princess Kirim, who exclaims, "Where the demons live?" With a slight smirk, Cyan Vert confirms that following the river further would indeed lead one to encounter the demon king himself. He then adds a dry remark, noting that no sane individual would ever actually attempt such a perilous journey. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts in the distant sky, causing Cyan Vert and Princess Kirim, along with an attendant, to look up in startled confusion. Princess Kirim questions the mysterious light, to which Cyan Vert gravely identifies it as a signal from the 3rd century post in the west. Cyan Vert's gaze sharpens, recognizing the ominous yellow light as a distress signal from the 3rd century post. Princess Kirim gasps, her eyes wide with alarm, questioning if demonic beasts have truly breached their defenses. A knight clad in armor bellows a command to protect his sovereign, declaring that the Guardian Knight Division will accompany him to the 3rd century post in the west. His Majesty admonishes Villiers to temper his urgency. Villiers, startled, questions his sovereign's presence. His Majesty, revealing a confident smirk, dismisses the notion of merely observing, stating his boredom has grown and he intends to join the fray. Villiers sighs in resignation, acknowledging His Majesty's decision with a reluctant all right. His Majesty commands his forces to join the demonic beast raid, ordering them to focus solely on eliminating the beasts until the threat is neutralized. His knights respond with unwavering loyalty. Villiers orders Cyan Vert to join the battle, to which Cyan Vert immediately responds with a dutiful yes, Father. Cyan Vert confirms he will participate, albeit from a supporting position, and then begins to instruct Princess Kirim to head to safety. Princess Kirim interrupts, her voice filled with fierce determination, demanding that Cyan Vert take her with him. Cyan Vert, utterly bewildered, questions Princess Kirim's insistence. A retainer attempts to restrain her, pleading, "Why, Your Highness?" Princess Kirim argues that since they are the same age, she should be allowed to join. Cyan Vert sternly reminds Princess Kirim of the grave reality, stating that the battlefield is not a playground and lives are at stake. Princess Kirim defiantly declares her resolve, insisting that she will go regardless and no one can stop her. Cyan Vert, exasperated, calls out a name, Yulkin. Muscular attendant responds, confirming he will take the place of the royal knights and personally escort Princess Kirim to safety in the camps. Princess Kirim looks stunned. Muscular attendant firmly but respectfully tells Princess Kirim, "Let's go, Your Highness," as he begins to lead her away. Princess Kirim casts a lingering, displeased glance back at Cyan Vert as muscular attendant escorts her from the immediate danger zone. Princess Kirim, enraged by the perceived disrespect, furiously exclaims, "Impudent! How dare you treat me, a princess, in such a manner?" Cyan Vert stares intensely at Princess Kirim, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve, warning her that her stubbornness could cost dozens of knights their lives and that in war, a split-second decision determines survival. Cyan Vert's glowing red eye glares, his voice a chilling question, "For all those lives?" Princess Kirim's defiant expression crumbles, her eyes welling up with tears as the weight of Cyan Vert's words hits her. Cyan Vert, without looking back, delivers a final, cutting remark to Princess Kirim, telling her to retreat if she's going to cry like a child, as he and the others press forward into the desolate landscape. Muscular attendant stands guard over a visibly shaken Princess Kirim and her attendant, observing Cyan Vert's group disappear into the ominous, blood-red horizon. A monstrous, segmented slug-like creature, its armored body glistening with viscous fluid, looms menacingly on the battlefield. The grotesque monster advances, impaling knights on jagged wooden spikes, their pained cries echoing as more shadowy beasts close in. The colossal beast slams into the front lines, sending knights scattering. A desperate voice shouts, "Do not fall back, halt," as they struggle to maintain their ground. Knight's polished sword gleams under the harsh red light, poised and ready to strike against the encroaching threat. Villiers bellows a fierce command to his troops, "Protect His Majesty and slay all the monsters. Do not spare even a single one of them." With a unified roar, the knights charge headlong into the fray, their forms silhouetted against the blood-red sky as they clash with the demonic horde. An armored knight presses forward, his helmeted gaze fixed on the enemy, embodying the unyielding resolve of the charging forces. Following the unyielding resolve of charging forces, we delve into the Empire's tumultuous history. The first wife, Diana Quizelle, has already met her demise, a stark reminder of the unforgiving nature of royal power. Her successor, Cassandra Nepellus, the second wife, now wields significant influence as the prominent judiciary of the empire. The former empress bore the first and second princesses, while the current empress brought forth the third and fourth princes, defining the intricate lineage of the imperial family. However, a different fate awaited Erin Severus, the fifth princess, whose striking appearance belied a troubled past. Born of a peasant mistress, Erin Severus was a bastardized daughter, often treated as nothing more than a scarecrow princess due to her mixed blood. Yet Erin Severus remained unfazed by the disdain of others, her resolve burning brightly within her crimson eyes. She diligently fulfilled her royal duties and immersed herself in studies, surpassing all others in her dedication. Despite her efforts, resentment festered, and Erin Severus was ultimately framed for treason by those who resented her. Cast out from the royal family and the empire, rumors spread that Erin Severus perished alone on an island, earning her the tragic title of the Tragic Princess. Perhaps it would have been better for her to live without ambition, a thought that makes Cyan Vert pause, questioning the harsh realities of power. A mysterious imp-like entity then questions Cyan Vert, reminding him, "Isn't that what your father always told you in your past life?" Cyan Vert, mid-battle, dismisses the thought, asserting that royal politics are a different beast entirely, as he prepares for another strike. A colossal slug-like creature is engulfed in a blinding flash of golden lightning, the sheer force of the attack illuminating the cavernous space. Amidst the wreckage of defeated monsters, Cyan Vert observes the scene, acknowledging the Emperor's formidable skill. Emperor Dion unleashes his signature ability, Holy Lightning, his eyes blazing with divine power as he channels the devastating attack. Emperor Dion stands firm, a beacon of golden energy, as his holy lightning erupts, tearing through the demonic creatures with overwhelming force. Emperor Dion, publicly renowned as a beastar in magic, demonstrates why, with his attacks decimating the monstrous foe, had he not ascended to the throne. Golden lightning crackles around Emperor Dion, his profile etched with the weight of his power and his imperial duties. He would undoubtedly have led the Mage Association, a testament to his unparalleled magical prowess. Cyan Vert muses that an intermediate-rank demonic beast poses no challenge for Emperor Dion, jokingly suggesting that being an emperor is merely his hobby. A quiet moment of respite as Emperor Dion remarks, "It's been a while since I shared a drink with you, Villiers." Emperor Dion expresses a touch of loneliness, noting he's drinking alone, to which Villiers apologetically replies that he abstains from alcohol on the front lines. Changing the subject, Emperor Dion mentions he was reminded of the Empire's current atmosphere when Villiers inquired about it. The map of the Ushif Empire is marred by dark splatters, reflecting the growing anxiety and unrest within its borders. Villiers, with a serious expression, asks if there are any patterns to the recent assassinations, then affirms his own question with a decisive yes. Emperor Dion reveals a crucial detail. All the assassinated nobles shared a common trait, their deep-seated corruption. He adds that black fog was consistently present at every murder scene. Villiers ponders this, asking Emperor Dion if he has any insights. Villiers confirms finding traces of them nearby just yesterday, concluding that the Black Fog followers are once again active. Emperor Dion nods, acknowledging that Villiers' findings align with his suspicions. He then instructs Villiers to investigate the matter further, emphasizing the need for deeper scrutiny. As a rich, dark liquid pours into a goblet, the president of Garum Association acknowledges the efforts to handle the current crisis. Yet, he states he cannot merely observe as the populace grows increasingly anxious. Across the ornate table, the president of Garum Association confides in Villiers Vert, revealing a deeper concern that weighs on him. Villiers Vert, listening intently, prompts him to elaborate. President of Garum Association, holding his goblet, grimly explains that some noble is carelessly spreading rumors, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. Villiers Vert reacts with shock, questioning if there are individuals attempting to link Princess Kirim to the recent unsettling incidents. The president of Garum Association reveals he has been dismissing these whispers as nonsense, but it has become clear there's a determined group seeking to exploit Princess Kirim. The solemn expression, the president of Garum Association entrusts Villiers Vert with a grave responsibility to protect Princess Kirim should he himself fall. Villiers Vert, his eyes burning with resolve, clenches his armored fist and pledges his unwavering loyalty, assuring His Majesty that he will execute his orders to completion. The heavy rain continues to lash down, creating a somber atmosphere over the encampment as the weight of the new mission settles. Inside, Emily looks up at Cyan Vert, her expression a mix of surprise and disappointment as she asks if that was the extent of his report. Cyan Vert, adjusting his cloak, glances back with a calm demeanor, asking Emily what more she could possibly expect. Emily, still incredulous, confronts Cyan Vert, questioning if he truly ended the escort mission so abruptly. An agitated Emily warns Cyan Vert that he will never get married at this rate, while Cyan Vert internally protests, exclaiming that he wasn't even on a date. Cyan Vert, preparing to leave, instructs Emily to take care of things in his absence. Emily, noticing the downpour outside, asks if he's heading out to train again despite the heavy rain. Suddenly, Cyan Vert's eyes widen in surprise as a hooded figure, Princess Kirim, appears behind him, unnoticed until this moment. Cyan Vert stares in shock, while Emily, startled by the unexpected visitor, demands to know who the mysterious figure is. The hooded Princess Kirim questions Cyan Vert, asking where he was planning to go. Princess Kirim, now unhooded, apologizes before politely asking if they could speak if Cyan Vert isn't busy. Emily's face lights up with utter delight and surprise, recognizing Princess Kirim and exclaiming her title. The rain continues to fall heavily over the camp, where figures in cloaks and robes move amidst the tents, seemingly unfazed by the weather. Princess Kirim asks Cyan Vert how long it has been since he arrived, to which he replies, approximately a month. Cyan Vert looks at Princess Kirim, directly asking her why she came to see him. Princess Kirim remains silent, averting her gaze as she struggles to find the words to explain her visit. Princess Kirim politely requests a moment of privacy. Emily, who has been openly staring, then winks at Cyan Vert, prompting him to tell her to step outside for a bit. Emily, with a mischievous smile, suggests that Cyan Vert and Princess Kirim have a good time together, leaving Cyan Vert utterly bewildered. Emily has left the room, leaving Cyan Vert and Princess Kirim alone in the sparse chamber. Cyan Vert internally groans at Emily's suggestion, scoffing at the idea of having a good time with someone he perceives as a 10-year-old, reminding himself he is 40. Princess Kirim, meanwhile, nervously begins to speak. Princess Kirim, slightly flushed, apologizes for her earlier behavior, feeling that she did not act as a princess should. Cyan Vert dismisses her apology, assuring her there's no need to worry and apologizing for his own rudeness. Princess Kirim, however, insists she would have reacted the same way in his position. With a gentle smile, Princess Kirim praises Cyan Vert, acknowledging that he is recognized by many people, unlike her, and possesses a greater maturity. Cyan Vert's eye narrows in thought, a subtle escaping him as he processes Princess Kirim's words. So that's the kind of personality she truly possesses. Cyan Vert's internal thoughts crystallize, a grim realization settling in. Princess Kirim, with a hopeful smile, begins, "Right, you're entering the academy too, aren't you? Let's be," but is abruptly interrupted by Cyan Vert's decisive, "I'm sorry." Cyan Vert continues, firmly stating, "But I don't believe I can be of any help to you." Princess Kirim's expression twists into shock, her eyes widening as a silence escapes her. Tension thickens as Cyan Vert, avoiding eye contact, delivers his final, cold instruction, "Please leave." Princess Kirim's voice trembles as she admits, "I just wanted us to be on good terms." Cyan Vert, however, retorts with a harsh, "You're harsh." Tears well in Princess Kirim's eyes, her gaze piercing as she asks, "Do you also think that I'm just a shell of a princess?" Dark, swirling energy begins to emanate around her. Cyan Vert remains silent, his expression unreadable, simply offering ellipses in response to her anguish. Princess Kirim's shoulders slump in defeat. "I understand," she concedes, her voice heavy. "I guess there's no benefit in being friends with me. Sorry for wasting your time." Turning her back to him, Princess Kirim laments, "I guess I was short-sighted. I thought maybe we could at least talk. But you're completely different from Sir Askel." Her words strike Cyan Vert, his eyes flaring red in a sudden surge of anger and shock. Guttural sound of raw power emanates as Cyan Vert's hand clenches, veins bulging, his rage barely contained. His eyes glow with an infernal red as the realization hits him. Did she just say? The name Sir Askel clearly ignites something primal within him. With explosive force, Cyan Vert seizes Princess Kirim's arm, eliciting a sharp cry of "Kaya" from her. Princess Kirim recoils, her face contorted in pain and anger as she demands, "What's with you?" Gritting her teeth, Princess Kirim explains, "I got to know him when I was touring the Royal Academy last year. He advised me not to care about what others think and that I should just fulfill my role as a princess." Cyan Vert's gaze sharpens, a single word echoing in his mind. Advised? The term clearly holds a different, sinister meaning for him. A sinister figure with glowing eyes, his hands manipulating unseen strings, dismisses the notion with a chilling as if. The figure's voice echoes, "I know that demonic bastard's personality better than anyone." The red strings glow ominously. Image shifts to Princess Kirim, portrayed as a helpless puppet ensnared by glowing red strings, a chilling metaphor for control. Cyan Vert clenches his jaw, sweat beading on his brow as he warns, "The plan to bring down Princess Erin. Let me warn you." Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberates as massive debris begins to fall from above, startling both Princess Kirim and Cyan Vert. Anna bursts into the scene, her face etched with terror as she screams, "Young master!" Her eyes wide with desperation, Nana urgently cries out, "You have to run!" More massive debris crashes down around Cyan Vert and Princess Kirim, narrowly missing them as they look up in alarm. A devastating impact rips through the area, sending shockwaves and fragments of stone flying in all directions. White Knights react to the chaos, one exclaiming, "Damn it, that's the young master's tent. Hurry, check if the young master is okay." A colossal golem looms in the background. Amidst the wreckage, Nana lies collapsed and injured, gasping out pained cries of "Ah! Ah!" Tears stream down Nana's face, her mouth agape in a silent scream of despair. A monstrous, rocky hand descends as Nana's desperate cry of "Young Master" rings out, fearing for his safety. The White Knights continue their frantic search, shouting, "Damn it, that's the young master's tent. Hurry, check if the young master is okay." As the massive golem stands amidst the destruction. Amidst the chaos and rubble, Nana cries out in distress, her voice filled with panic as the destruction surrounds her. Tears stream down Nana's face, her mouth agape in a raw scream of fear and anguish. Her hand reaches out desperately, a single, piercing shout echoing through the ravaged camp, "Young Master!" A monstrous, dark figure with menacing glowing eyes and sharp teeth emerges from the debris, its presence radiating raw power. The desolate landscape of the rear camps is revealed, littered with destruction under a dark, starry sky, prompting an incredulous reaction from an unseen observer. A regal, crowned figure with long white hair and a stern expression demands clarification from his subordinate, clearly shocked by the dire news. A kneeling armored knight reports the devastating ambush by advanced-rank demonic beasts in the border regions, specifically mentioning Princess Kirim's presence. The crowned commander barks orders to the Imperial Army, dispatching them immediately to the rear camps to secure Princess Kirim's safety. The armored soldiers respond with a unified declaration of allegiance, confirming their readiness to obey their Majesty's command. The crowned commander's expression shifts to deep contemplation, pondering Princess Kirim's presence in the rear camps and the true purpose of her visit. In the ravaged camps, two monstrous figures engage in fierce combat, their powerful blows shaking the desolate landscape. Cyan Vert observes the monstrous combatants, noting the presence of deathworms and ogres, creatures typically found in deeper, more dangerous regions. Cyan Vert watches from a distance as numerous monstrous figures loom over the devastated terrain, their forms silhouetted against the dark sky. Cyan Vert, Princess Kirim, Nana, and other cloaked figures survey the scene, with Cyan Vert questioning why these deep region monsters are present in the rear camps. Cyan Vert, deep in thought, wonders if his presence is the cause of the monster's appearance, just as Nana joyfully calls out to him. A tearful Nana expresses immense relief to Cyan Vert, believing him to be dead, and vows never to leave his side again. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupts, causing Cyan Vert and Princess Kirim to react with shock and alarm. Cyan Vert swiftly shields Princess Kirim from falling debris, pulling her close to protect her from the impact. With a determined gaze, Cyan Vert internally scoffs at the idea of dying to a mere troll, recalling his past feat of killing a demon king. Princess Kirim voices her concern for the knights in the camps, but Nana reassures her, confidently stating that the knights are incredibly strong. Princess Kirim covers her mouth in distress, tears welling in her eyes, blaming herself for the attack and worrying about the knights who accompanied her. Two white knights stand firm beside Princess Kirim, reassuring her of their safety and vowing their unwavering protection as knights of the Empire. One white knight grins confidently, reaffirming their commitment to protect Princess Kirim with their very lives. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in alarm as he shouts a desperate command to move, sensing an imminent threat. A white knight and Princess Kirim look up in confusion and shock as a massive, shadowy figure looms menacingly behind them. The white knight is struck with brutal force, blood splattering from his mouth as he lets out a pained grunt. Colossal ogre-like monster, its eyes glowing red with fury, roars menacingly, having just delivered a devastating blow. Princess Kirim is violently thrown through the air, her white hair whipping around her as she is propelled by the force of the attack. Cyan Vert lunges forward with his sword drawn, shouting for Princess Kirim to get back, ready to confront the monstrous threat. The monstrous threat looms, its massive, rocky jaw and sharp teeth hinting at immense power, casting an ominous shadow. As Cyan Vert charges, a sudden realization strikes him. The towering, red-eyed troll isn't just attacking randomly, he is its singular target. Cyan Vert, sword poised, orders his ally to get Princess Kirim to safety while he distracts the colossal troll. A swift "okay" confirms the instruction. Princess Kirim, her face etched with alarm, acknowledges Cyan Vert's command, a silent moment passing before she complies. As Princess Kirim urges the White Knight to move, Cyan Vert observes their hasty retreat, a wry thought about her eagerness to leave crossing his mind. The monstrous troll lets out a deafening, guttural roar, its fury echoing through the desolate landscape. Cyan Vert unleashes a swift, powerful strike, forcing a pained grunt from the massive troll as it recoils from the impact. Cyan Vert ponders an unsettling question. Why are advanced-rank demonic beasts so drawn to him? He suspects they're sensing something unique about his presence. A chilling voice reveals the truth. Cyan Vert consumed the blood of countless demonic beasts in his relentless pursuit of strength. Mischievous pink entity clarifies, explaining that Cyan Vert's very essence now reeks of the beasts he devoured, making it inevitable for others to be drawn to him. Cyan Vert, aghast, demands to know if the entity had been aware of this critical detail all along. The entity's grin widens as it mockingly asks if Cyan Vert has forgotten its ultimate desire, his body. With a firm grip, Cyan Vert seizes the mischievous entity, silencing its taunts with a muffled squawk. A blinding flash erupts as Cyan Vert executes a lightning-fast attack, leaving a searing trail in its wake. Engulfed in a crimson aura, Cyan Vert lunges forward, demanding to know what his opponent is truly capable of. Cyan Vert stands defiant against the towering, red-eyed monster, his voice unwavering as he declares his indifference to its power. Mid-leap, Cyan Vert's resolve hardens, proclaiming that he cares not how many monsters dare challenge him. Colossal monster brings down a devastating fist, the ground trembling from the sheer force of its blow. Cyan Vert deftly evades the monster's assault, countering with a streak of crimson energy, eliciting a guttural roar of pain from the beast. With his blade glowing crimson, Cyan Vert presses his relentless attack, a whirlwind of speed and power. The colossal monster finally collapses, sending a massive dust cloud billowing into the air as Cyan Vert stands victorious over its defeated form. Cyan Vert lets out a sigh of relief, his expression shifting to a sly grin as he realizes he's finally alone. Standing over the fallen beast, Cyan Vert holds his glowing dagger, a sinister excitement in his voice as he anticipates a coming feast. Suddenly, Cyan Vert's eyes widen in shock, a confused "huh? Wait," escaping his lips as he spots something unexpected. Massive, clawed feet slam down onto the rocky ground, radiating an ominous purple energy. Colossal form of a devil dragon is revealed, its purple scales shimmering, as Cyan Vert exclaims in disbelief at the sight of the new, terrifying foe. As the colossal devil dragon emerges, a voice within Cyan Vert's mind dismisses it as a mere baby, sensing the creature has also detected his presence. Cyan Vert's face twists into a grim, determined smile, red energy crackling around him as he declares that the dragon's purpose is irrelevant. It's time for his demonic sword to manifest. Engulfed in a crimson aura, Cyan Vert's eyes glow red and his teeth sharpen into fangs as his inner voice commands him not just to catch the dragon, but to devour it whole. Elsewhere, a monstrous creature roars in agony as it is struck by multiple golden energy projectiles, collapsing under the barrage. On a devastated battlefield, a royal figure surveys the fallen beasts and asks Viljarth if this is the last of them, to which Viljarth confirms the battle's end. The royal figure, his expression etched with concern, then inquires about the whereabouts of Princess Kirim and his son. Viljarth apologizes, stating he lost their trail past the tent, but the royal figure reassures him, acknowledging Viljarth's own worry for his son. Viljarth, with a resolute expression, declares that there is no need to worry about Cyan Vert, emphasizing that the princess's safety is the immediate priority. Viljarth reacts with shock, questioning the royal figure's seemingly cold stance, while the royal figure simply states that a Vert should be capable of self-preservation. Suddenly, a messenger bursts in with urgent news. "Your Majesty, we've found Her Highness." The royal figure, stunned, asks for confirmation. Princess Kirim, her face etched with distress, cries out a name, "Aaron." The royal figure asks if Princess Kirim is harmed, but she urgently insists they must save someone, prompting him to question who she means. Tears streaming down her face, Princess Kirim reveals the person she wants to save is Cyan Vert, agonizing that his current state is her fault. The royal figure and Viljarth exchange a grave look, processing Princess Kirim's desperate plea. The royal figure addresses a maid, identifying her as Cyan Vert's attendant, and she confirms her role with a respectful affirmation. Viljarth's eyes blaze with intensity as he fiercely demands to know if something has befallen Cyan Vert. The maid shrinks back in terror, confessing she has never witnessed such a terrifying expression on the Duke's face. Viljarth's eyes glow with a fierce realization, understanding that Cyan Vert sacrificed himself to buy them time for escape. A loyal knight, his face determined, declares he remembers Cyan Vert's last location and offers to lead others to rescue the young master if given the order. A royal figure, his voice booming with urgency, commands Villiers to hurry and act. Villiers, his back to the royal figure, defiantly states that they will not be taking that course of action. Both the royal figure and Princess Kirim stare in disbelief, the king demanding if Villiers is serious about his refusal. Villiers, his expression firm, explains that their immediate priority must be to secure the current situation. He warns that if these critical camps fall, the demonic beasts will breach their defenses and invade the empire. He insists that they must begin immediate reconstruction of the devastated area. Villiers concludes, asserting that this is the sole method to prevent further casualties. The loyal knight stammers, asking about the young master's fate, to which Villiers coldly states that Cyan Vert has fulfilled his duty. Villiers elaborates, explaining that Cyan Vert's duty was completed by ensuring Princess Kirim's safe evacuation. The royal figure looks distraught, questioning Villiers' decision, while Princess Kirim screams a defiant no. Princess Kirim's face contorts in anguish, tears falling as she blames herself once more for the unfolding tragedy. Above the chaos, a towering white knight gazes upwards at a blood-red moon as a guttural cry rips through the night, echoing with immense power. The elegant observer, slumped on the ground alongside Princess Kirim, reacts with a jolt, questioning the origin of the terrifying cry. Princess Kirim's eyes widen in horror, her face a mask of shock as she identifies the dreadful sound that fills the air. Looking up, Princess Kirim spots a monstrous winged silhouette against the crimson moon, realizing with dread that it is a dragon. A single tear escapes Princess Kirim's eye, her expression a mix of terror and disbelief as the full weight of the situation dawns on her. A massive purple dragon descends, and to Princess Kirim's astonishment, she recognizes Cyan Vert riding upon its back. Cyan Vert, with a bandage on his cheek, clings firmly to the dragon's back, his expression resolute amidst the chaos. Princess Kirim urgently calls out to the elegant observer to move, while Cyan Vert, from his vantage point, observes her frantic escape. A system prompt appears, describing dragons as noble creatures, rare and closest to the creator, surrounded by a fiery aura. Narration continues, emphasizing that such high and mighty beings are not to be easily approached by inferior humans, as the purple dragon soars through the dark, star-filled sky. Cyan Vert, facing the dragon's menacing maw, acknowledges the honor of encountering such a creature, yet questions the circumstances that have led to this predicament. The dragon moves with incredible speed, a blur of purple scales and powerful wings, leaving the armored figures below scrambling in its wake. Princess Kirim, her back to the viewer, continues to gaze up at the distant dragon silhouette, her apprehension palpable. With tears streaming down her face, Princess Kirim screams Cyan Vert's name, her voice filled with desperate concern. The blonde young man expresses his disbelief at the sight of a dragon, then turns to the white knight, demanding to know why his son is on the beast. Blonde young man confronts the white knight, questioning his inaction and urging him to save Cyan Vert, but the white knight remains stoic and silent. Cyan Vert, still on the dragon's back, curses his predicament, his frustration evident as he struggles to comprehend the unfolding events. A close-up reveals Cyan Vert's inner turmoil. All he desired was to consume the dragon's blood, not to be entangled in this unexpected turn of events. The dragon roars, its features becoming more demonic with glowing eyes and sharp fangs, causing an observer to question if it is a devil dragon. Cyan Vert, now consumed by a dark, fiery aura and wielding a glowing dagger, is driven by an intense compulsion to not just catch, but to consume the dragon. Cyan Vert's hand reaches out amidst a horde of grotesque monsters, his path blocked by their snarling forms in a desolate, fiery landscape. Enraged, Cyan Vert confronts the monstrous mongrels, declaring he has no time to waste on them as his dark aura flares around him. Activating Fog Sword, rushing Fog Storm, Cyan Vert unleashes a devastating attack, signified by a powerful red energy slash tearing through the environment. Multiple red energy slashes rip through the monsters, cleaving them apart in a swift, brutal display of Cyan Vert's power. Cyan Vert lands with force, his dark, empowered form radiating menacing energy as he continues his relentless charge. Observing the purple dragon closely, Cyan Vert notes that it is clearly not a fully grown specimen, despite its formidable appearance. With his glowing dagger in hand, Cyan Vert sprints forward, his dark cloak billowing behind him, driven by his singular objective. Dragon unleashes a blinding, concentrated blast of purple energy from its gaping maw, a powerful roar accompanying the destructive force. Cyan Vert reacts to the overwhelming light, shielding his eyes as he acknowledges the intense brightness of the dragon's attack. Engulfed in the brilliant purple energy, Cyan Vert is thrown back amidst flying debris, caught directly in the dragon's powerful blast. The dragon's devastating purple energy blast rips through the ground, sending shockwaves and debris flying outwards. Now you're being rude, Cyan Vert snarls, his eyes burning red as he glares at the massive, shadowy dragon-like creature looming behind him. You dare spit in my face on our first meeting, Cyan Vert roars, a furious red aura flaring around him as he charges. Well, you can take my sword to the face then. Cyan Vert's furious red energy slashes strike directly into the dragon's wide-open maw, its razor-sharp teeth exposed. Blood splatters violently from the dragon's gaping mouth as Cyan Vert's attack connects, a brutal strike against the monstrous beast. Massive dragon-like creature recoils from the impact, sending Cyan Vert, a small figure, tumbling through the air with a pained you. The dragon's formidable, spiky tail, crackling with dark purple energy, lashes out, ready for another devastating strike. Engulfed in a crimson aura, Cyan Vert grips his weapon with fierce resolve, preparing for a counterattack. Activating the swordless technique, Cyan Vert executes a powerful, unarmed attack while airborne, his body radiating intense red energy. Cyan Vert unleashes 8 fluttering petals, a flurry of crimson energy slashes that tear into the dragon, each strike resembling a razor-sharp petal. Still suspended in the air, Cyan Vert's expression remains determined, his red aura blazing fiercely as he continues his assault. A concentrated red energy blast slams into the ground, detonating with explosive force and sending fragments of rock and earth hurtling into the air. Phew, I guess I can't take on a dragon just yet. My shoulders are sore, Cyan Vert muses, catching his breath, his fiery aura still present but his body showing signs of fatigue. Well, time to wrap this up, Cyan Vert declares, his hand crackling with red energy as he prepares a decisive final strike against the dragon. The determined cook, Cyan Vert leaps forward, closing the distance to the colossal dragon, ready to deliver his finishing blow. I won't fall for the same trick twice, Cyan Vert vows, his glowing red eyes piercing through the shadows of his hood as he clutches his blade, fueled by renewed determination. Cyan Vert's eyes blaze with an intense, furious red light, reflecting his unwavering resolve in the heat of battle. Whack! That lizard, Cyan Vert exclaims, his eyes widening in disbelief. He's running away. The dragon-like creature attempts to escape. I can't let you go. Stop right there, Cyan Vert shouts, extending his hand, a trail of red energy following as he desperately attempts to halt the fleeing dragon. The shadowy form of the dragon-like creature swiftly retreats into the vast expanse, leaving only fading energy trails in its wake. Returning to his normal appearance, Cyan Vert wipes sweat from his brow, a wry smile forming as he thinks, I guess I used up all of my luck coming across this dragon. Well then, Cyan Vert ponders, a thoughtful glint in his eye as he considers his next move. Perched atop the dragon's massive form, Cyan Vert looks down, wondering, how will I take care of this? His red aura spirit angrily questions, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you doing anything? To which Cyan Vert responds in exasperation, what do you mean? Can't you see all those people below us? The red aura spirit presses on. So what? If you unsheathed me, you've got to do something at least. But Cyan Vert retorts, you want me to use the demonic sword with all those people watching? I'll be burned at the stake immediately if they see that, a terrified Cyan Vert exclaims, imagining himself engulfed in flames if his true power is revealed. Cyan Vert's fearful imagination continues, depicting him being burned at the stake, a stark consequence if his demonic abilities were exposed. Red Aura Spirit impatiently asks, then what? Are you just gonna stay on this dragon? To which Cyan Vert shouts back, I'm thinking right now. Below, a white knight stands resolute, surrounded by an array of glowing golden swords that emanate immense power, forming a protective, radiant circle. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the display, exclaiming, that's advanced 8-star magic. He's going to use the secret sword of the heavens, knowing that his son will get swept up into it too. A shadowy dragon, wreathed in golden light, soars through the sky. You're really living up to your title as the continent's guardian. Father! The dragon lets out a fearsome roar, its purple energy flaring as it descends. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts. Oh, that's a good dragon. The dragon's monstrous form is revealed, its body shimmering with power. Keep avoiding it like I don't think you'll dodge this one. Dragon clashes with an unseen force, sparks flying as it struck. Damn it, I can't believe I missed the opportunity for such a special meal. What are you doing? Fly, are you gonna kiss the ground? Are you just gonna let yourself die then? Cyan Vert looks on with a strange expression. Wait, I think there's a way. Master, you're not gonna fall in there, are you? In that shit-infested water? What other choice do I have? The water erupts in a violent explosion of crimson energy. Silhouette of a winged creature flies across the twilight sky. A devil dragon flying around here? What a rare sight. It's a young one. Seems like it got lost and got itself into trouble. There must be some strong demonic beasts over there then. No, it's humans who live across the border. Nah, there's no way a dragon got lost to something like a human. Is something bothering you? Can feel a very strange energy from over there. Something strange but also familiar. If you're that concerned, you can go check it out. However, a shadowy figure with wings descends from the sky as the president of Garam Association adjusts his glasses. Alright, I won't cause any trouble. I'll be back. Bubbles rise and pop in the murky depths, hinting at something stirring below. Suddenly, a desperate cry erupts from the water as Cyan Vert surfaces, gasping for air. He collapses onto the rocky shore, his body racked with exhaustion and pain. Cyan Vert sits up, dazed, the sound of waves crashing against the desolate beach. A pained groan escapes him as he struggles to comprehend his situation. He lies back down, his strength completely gone, surrounded by the harsh terrain. A voice calls out, breaking the silence, "Kiram, you alive?" A small, fiery entity floats down, its expression furious. It declares, "Don't even talk to me. I'm trying to decide how I should kill you right now." Cyan Vert, still slumped against the rocks, retorts, "Oh, so you were gonna go back?" The fiery entity, its face contorted in rage, snaps, "Get it together." Cyan Vert, his expression grim, replies, "Don't worry. There's no way we'd come across a higher demon." Suddenly, a new voice echoes, filled with anticipation. "I knew it. I knew something fun would be waiting for me here." Cyan Vert's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition in their depths. A voice, distorted and powerful, booms, "I remember this voice. You, the voice that is so deeply embedded in my brain." He grits his teeth, the memory overwhelming him, "that I cannot forget it no matter what." Standing atop a craggy peak, a figure with demonic wings and glowing eyes appears, questioning, "Are you a human?" A chilling revelation follows. The Demon King, Valkyrion. The Demon King's face contorts with rage, his eyes burning with intensity. Cyan Vert's gaze sharpens, a cold realization dawning upon him. "You?" Voice, echoing in his mind, continues, "The voice that is so deeply embedded in my brain." He clenches his jaw, the memory refusing to fade, "that I cannot forget it no matter what." The Demon King's voice booms again, a challenge in the air, "Are you a human?" He stands tall and imposing, his presence dominating the desolate landscape. The Demon King, Valkyrion, glares down, his expression one of pure fury. A voice from the past whispers, "In the past, all those who have witnessed him said." Cyan Vert stands resolute amidst a field of fallen swords, his back to the viewer, a solitary figure. Scene shifts to a brutal close-up of fallen warriors, their armor pierced and bloodied. "That is what stands in front of me right now." Cyan Vert draws a dagger, his eyes filled with a desperate resolve. "Damn it, why now?" His eyes, filled with a sinister glint, narrow in a predatory gaze. A single, glowing red eye burns with intense, malevolent power. A hulking figure looms behind Cyan Vert, his voice a low growl. "Do you want to fight me, kid?" Cyan Vert grits his teeth, his expression a mask of fierce determination. With blinding speed, Cyan Vert unleashes a devastating strike, pink energy erupting as his blade cleaves through the air. Demon's laughter echoes as he taunts, "I heard you're a kid with infinite potential. You dared to cut my hair? It might be true." Clutching his dagger, Cyan Vert's eyes dart around, his voice a whisper, "Seems like the wrong time, but who is that?" "The Demon King." The Demon King's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "The Demon King? How the hell are you going to defeat him in the state you are in right now?" Close up on Cyan Vert's eye reveals a flicker of despair, his thoughts echoing, "It's impossible. I can only try running away." A massive hand, clad in a gauntlet, crushes something unseen. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in surprise. "Hey!" he exclaims, but a calm voice interrupts, "Relax." The Demon King sneers, adjusting his collar. "What am I gonna do against a little kid like you? You can calm down." Demon King, now lying on the ground, calls out, "We can talk with me lying if you're so scared. Even if I'm an asshole, I won't fight kids." Cyan Vert stares in confusion at the Demon King, who has suddenly collapsed. "What? Why is he suddenly lying down?" The Demon King's voice booms, "Let me ask again." Sinister grin spreads across the Demon King's face. "Are you human?" Cyan Vert answers, his voice steady, "Yes." "How did you get here?" The Demon King, still reclining, muses, "The current of the water. So it's your first time in the demon realm?" Cyan Vert observes the Demon King, his dagger still in hand. Your aura is a bit strange. You know who are you? The Demon King chuckles. A normal human, but it feels like you know me. Cyan Vert's brow furrows slightly. We've never met before. The Demon King relaxes further, a wide smile on his face. I guess that's true. I've never seen a human before either. When could you have seen me? Cyan Vert's eyes narrow, suspicion growing. That relaxed manner. Why are you here? Is he really the same Demon King I know? The Demon King gestures casually. I felt a strange energy while making my rounds. Making your rounds? Demon King calls out, "Hey kid, what did I just say? That it's given for you to watch over the lands you rule as the Demon King?" The Demon King stares blankly, then points accusingly. Aren't you shocked? Cyan Vert recoils in disbelief, shouting, "What kind of kid in the world would react like you did? Has your MOM never threatened you by saying that the Demon King will take you away if you're not a good boy? There's no way he's the same Demon King." Dark, ominous aura surrounds the Demon King as he speaks. If things go like in my past life, the demon's invasion should start soon. The Demon King beams, radiating an unnerving confidence. Cyan Vert's expression is one of intense scrutiny and dawning realization. You're really the Demon King. What is it that you wish to accomplish? Asking the Demon King such a question? You're quite bold. Nothing much. I just want my people to live good lives and eat well. If anyone dares to get in the way, I will kill them all. That is my duty as the Demon King. It was just for a moment, but I definitely felt it. The true monstrosity of the Valkyrion I knew in my past life. I need to prevent that incident from happening. Demon King, do you want to make a deal? Something will happen to you soon. Something that threatens the people you rule over. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense. That incident will trigger a great war between the humans and the demons. Mean I'm going to want to take your lands? That's why I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that you won't start a war no matter what happens. You're making no sense. Oh well, alright, let's say that I don't start a war. What are you going to give me in return? I'll help you. No matter what happens to you, I'll do my best to help you. You know something. Look at your name? Cyan Vert. Alright, Cyan Vert, I promise you as the owner of the demon realm that I will not invade your land no matter what happens. But you better take responsibility for your own promise too. A deal is a deal after all. Alright, that completes it. Oh, over there, after the deal with the Demon King. Oh, over there, after the deal with the Demon King, Cyan Vert is running through a desolate, red-hued landscape. Someone shouts, "Oh, my young Master Suin," while another exclaims, "This is a miracle." Scene shifts to show a fallen figure on the ground, presumably Cyan Vert. A voiceover states, "The inspection team found me conveniently lying there, and I was able to get back." A close-up on the face of the fallen figure, revealing Cyan Vert in a state of exhaustion. The narration continues, "Then I earned the nickname, the boy who survived the Devil Dragon." The camera pans up to reveal a grand, Gothic-style building with a cross atop its spire. The voiceover explains, that was being used as a military hospital for the time being. A young man, Cyan Vert, looks up with wide, surprised eyes. He asks, "Sorry?" Princess Kiram stands next to Cyan Vert, who is lying in a bed. She repeats, "Let me repeat myself." Princess Kiram's face is filled with a mix of embarrassment and distress as she thinks, "I thought things were resolved smoothly." Princess Kiram, blushing intensely, hesitates before asking, "Will you?" Princess Kiram, with an intense, almost desperate look, asks directly, "Will you be mine?" Cyan Vert stares back with wide, bewildered eyes, his expression a clear rejection as he bluntly replies, "H." Princess Kiram's expression shifts from surprise to a more intense, possibly angry glare, her eyes glowing red. She mutters, "H." Princess Kiram, looking down with a dejected yet defiant expression, states, "I'm a powerless princess." Cyan Vert, looking away with a tired expression, thinks to himself, "She's really getting on my nerves." Princess Kiram's eyes well up with tears as she reflects, "I knew that she was powerless." Cyan Vert's intense gaze is shown, with the narration stating, "But her attitude makes her even worse. It's obvious what's gonna happen." Mysterious, sharp-featured man stands amidst a backdrop of masks and a wilting rose. He muses, "But I can't stop thinking about the fact that that piece of shit is somehow involved with her tragic end." A close-up on a face showing a determined expression as the speaker states, "You're right." Princess Kiram's intense red eyes are focused, and she declares, "You can't bring any benefit to me." Princess Kiram continues her declaration, stating, or anyone for that matter as you are right now. Princess Kiram, now in a chibi-like form with an annoyed expression, complains, you don't have any influence or even any etiquette. It would actually be bad for me if I were to be close to you. Princess Kiram looks at Cyan Vert with a determined smile, saying, however, I'll watch you from afar. Princess Kiram's gaze is fixed on Cyan Vert as she continues, until you've developed into someone better. Princess Kiram looks on with a questioning expression, asking, watch me? Cyan Vert, looking somewhat exasperated but also resigned, responds, yes. Don't be disappointed that. Princess Kiram interrupts Cyan Vert with a confident ahem, and states, no, I get what you mean. Princess Kiram continues, determined, I just have to improve enough so that you'll acknowledge me. Cyan Vert looks directly at the camera, a finger pointed towards him in a gesture of emphasis. The narration implies a challenge. Princess Kiram strikes a powerful pose, her eyes gleaming with ambition as she declares, just wait and see. I don't know when, but I'm going to become so powerful you won't be able to ignore me. Cyan Vert responds with a calm, almost amused tone, I'm looking forward to it. In a final, lighter moment, Cyan Vert is shown with a slight smile, the narration adding, she cheered up real fast. She's a kid, after all. One more thing. Thanks for being alive, really. Cyan Vert awakens in his bed, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. The scene shifts to the outskirts of a forest, marked by a trail of footprints in the snow. A lone figure, bundled against the cold, descends the snowy path. Two figures, clad in thick, fur-lined hoods, appear wary. A gloved hand reaches out, grasping a glowing, cube-shaped artifact. A strange, guttural laugh escapes. The artifact pulses with purple energy as a man, holding it, grins menacingly. Suddenly, a close-up on a man's face, his eyes wide with shock and recognition. So it was you, Renauld Crimson. The man struggles, his body seemingly paralyzed. My body won't move. It's as if some invisible chains are tying me down. Behind a tree, a cloaked figure observes, musing, a small dimension box. I guess its commercialization has yet to happen. A shadowy presence emerges, indicated by tendrils of dark energy, as the scene focuses on the snow-covered ground. The artifact is shown in detail, described as an artifact that's imbued with a dimensional realm and enough mana to allow infinite storage. The cloaked figure confronts Renauld Crimson, stating, it was the masterpiece of the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association, wasn't it? Cloaked figure continues, I've been keeping an eye on it for a whole year because I felt like someone within the Empire was smuggling them. The cloaked figure offers a hand, saying, so that's how you've been doing it. I'll be taking this. Renauld Crimson's eyes widen in terror as he's identified. Renauld Crimson, 7-star Mage Knight from the Garam Kingdom. Why your cloaked figure is revealed to be Cyan Vert, emanating a powerful, dark aura. Cyan Vert? Renauld Crimson, still trapped, asks in disbelief, why are you here? Cyan Vert approaches, holding the artifact as a small, monstrous creature lies defeated on the snow. The defeated creature is shown in detail, its form twisted and broken. Cyan Vert, holding a demonic beast claw, states, I assume you extracted the blood of demonic beast corpses and brought them over in supply carriages that are allowed over the border. It's fresh. I assume there's a spy helping you in the supply department too. Renauld Crimson reacts with panic, stammering, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. Cyan Vert calmly retorts, you don't need to play dumb. Their blood is already being sold on the black market. A young girl, possibly Alice, is shown distressed, a vial of dark liquid beside her. Cyan Vert continues, I assume Alice was able to get the hellhound blood through him too. Cyan Vert stands resolute, his dark energy swirling around him. Freshness aside, this thing's too big to cut. Either way, I can't let him leave. Renauld Crimson, still restrained, exclaims, I don't know how he managed to capture me, but I can move a bit now. He prepares to attack, a magical circle forming around his hand. Die! The skill activates, breath fire. Immense explosion erupts, engulfing the area in flames. Shit, I thought I was dead. So the rumors about him were true. He scrambles to avoid the inferno that engulfs the area. I lost the precious dimension box. I never expected such things to happen in the midst of transport. My hand. What's this black fog? A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, a chilling presence. See, could it be Ms. Keuk? Keuk, choose. Dark figure's eyes bore into him, offering a grim ultimatum. Or suffer a death so tragic that even Satan would pray for you. Velia's western border trading post, a bustling hub of activity, with merchants and guards going about their business. Two individuals, likely merchants, exchange words amidst the trade. 2 boxes this time. We'll be able to take a bit more this time. I wonder how much is in this box. Their expressions turn to pure horror as they witness something unspeakable. Sir Renaud? Who did this? Panic erupts at the trading post as the gruesome discovery is made. Are you not gonna do anything about those guys? Garum Kingdom's 7-star mage knight, Renaud Crimson. He's been smuggling the blood of demonic beasts from the front lines behind the Ushif Empire's back. The items he smuggled were taken to the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association. Garum Kingdom Mage Association, a place where all the mages insanely obsessed with magic gather. They study the origin and foundation of magic as well as the art of creating new magic. They are an association that aspires to surpass the limits of humanity. Currently, they're making useful artifacts like the Dimension Box. In the future, they'll do all kinds of insane stuff with the demonic beast blood. Are you changing class from assassin to problem solver? Shut it. I need to put a stop to it now. I thought you were gonna live for yourself. Isn't this a really selfless thing to do? I just don't want any more people using the demonic beast blood. The imposing architecture of a grand building hinting at power and influence. Inside, a figure with striking white hair observes the surroundings, holding a document. Cyan Vert went to the front lines with father? Cyan Vert? Ah, that half-brother of yours? Yes, he's been getting on my nerves. A heavy suitcase, secured with a lock, suggests valuable or dangerous contents. Finally, we're out of the front lines. I'm so excited. The Academy will surely be incomparable to this gloomy place. Yes, this is the beginning of hell for me. The Academy isn't the place Emily is expecting. In reality, it's a place rife with politics and schemes. Envy and jealousy rule the place, and networking is prioritized over education. In reality, it's a place rife with politics and schemes. Envy and jealousy rule the place, and networking is prioritized over education. I heard there are lots of handsome instructors. I'm so excited. Why is she so excited? Is romance finally coming into my life? Kaya, is she really coming to the Academy for me? Soft thud echoes as luggage is placed. Cyan Vert strides purposefully through the Academy grounds. Gasp, huh? CC Cyan? Ah, Krantz? H? Why, Yua? Who's that idiot? Krantz, my half-brother. Don't mind him. I feel like you're the opposite of your family members. Not really. I'm not that far off from Alice. The real opposite is someone else. Bright light spills from an opening. A grand entrance is revealed, with attendants bowing. Welcome back, young Master Cyan. He never even glanced at me before. He's being all polite, as if father or that bastard is here. A lot has changed over the course of the past year. I guess it's the reward for my hard work. Cyan Vert reaches for a doorknob. His eyes glow red, a monstrous aura erupting around him. The aura that makes me shudder. Cyan Vert's hand grips the doorknob, a palpable tension in the air. The air crackles with dark energy as Cyan Vert's rage builds. That bastard. It's been a while, Cyan. Do you not remember me? Guess that would make sense. The last time I saw you was before I went into the Academy. As if I can calm down right now. Cyan Vert's eyes burn with a cold, murderous intent as he confronts the elegant observer, a dark, swirling energy emanating from his hand. The elegant observer's hand closes over Cyan Vert's as he holds a dagger wreathed in dark energy. Get it together if you don't want to die. There's no fun in killing him right now. Cyan Vert's eyes burn with a furious red glow, hinting at the immense power building within him. His gaze is sharp, focused, and filled with an unyielding determination. Blonde young man stands tall, his expression radiating a calm, almost condescending confidence. So you do remember me? How could I forget my own older brother's face? That makes me happy. I was worried that you would have forgotten me. I'm glad you haven't. I heard that your swordsmanship has improved. You'll soon be able to help the Vert family. Me on the battlefield. I too am looking forward to that very much. I'm glad. He's the kind of guy to not even spare a glance at those he deems useless. Knowing that he's here for a reason is helping me calm down. Weirdly enough, I missed you too. Ugh, he doesn't even have any baggage. Can't he have helped me? Ugh, I'm white. Young master, how could you? First young master. The attendant gasps, clearly surprised by the turn of events. I heard you were close to Cyan, but you are even comfortable with him. Feel free to do your work. Don't mind me. Attendant, flustered, calls out to the young master, who seems oblivious. I was so nervous. Young master, you should have told me in advance if the first young master was here. Emily, can you leave me alone for a bit? Huh? But don't make me repeat myself. Young master? You wait. The young man is shown in a moment of intense exertion, his face contorted. His hands are braced, pushing down with all his might. A shadowy entity, crackling with pink energy, taunts Cyan Vert. Why did you stop me? Sneers, its grin wide and menacing. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Cyan Vert's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he clenches his fist. It was a good chance for you, he grits out, his voice strained, to take over my body as well. The shadowy entity's sinister laughter echoes, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. I just want your rage to grow, cackles. That way, you'll be more delicious. A chilling smile spreads across Cyan Vert's face as he lets out a sinister chuckle. All right, now that's like you. Sound of footsteps echoes as Cyan Vert moves, his boots striking the floor with purpose. Cyan Vert stands before a grand set of double doors, his back to the viewer, awaiting entry. A man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured, speaks from within. Come in. A man in a vest and shirt, his expression serious, reports, I've tracked down the second young lady as you ordered. The blonde man, lounging in a chair, asks, and where is she? The attendant replies, she's in the north, in the territory of the White Elves, Farina. Blonde man, identified as Farina, looks up from a book with a sly smile. Fruina, they're known for abhorring outsiders. He then adds, she sure is skilled with others. A man with sharp blue eyes, holding a book, addresses someone. Yes, young master. He then says, let me know if it looks like she's gonna come back. A man with a stern expression asks, did something good happen? The blonde man, Farina, smirks. Why do you think that? Farina grins, his eyes twinkling. You seem much brighter than usual. Was the meeting with your younger brother amusing? The attendant replies, ha ha ha, amusing? I guess you could put it that way. The man's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his expression contorted in anger. I'm in a terrible mood right now. The man with the blue eyes, now looking furious, declares, I apologize. Cyan Vert's face contorts into a terrifying, predatory grin, his eyes glowing red with monstrous intent. The man with the blue eyes stares intently, as if confronting a lifelong nemesis. It's as if he was looking at his lifelong nemesis. Is my misunderstanding? The man with the blue eyes narrows his gaze. He gets on my nerves. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Figure sits serenely in a chair, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun filtering through a large window. Cyan Vert's terrifying grin returns, his red eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. The man with the blue eyes, elegant observer, stares thoughtfully, his hand resting on his chin. Cyan Vert, what are you hiding? A grand manor stands bathed in bright sunlight, with a carriage and several escorts waiting outside. A young girl with wide, shocked eyes exclaims, I'm really disappointed in you, young master. Cyan Vert, looking surprised, faces a furious young girl. She shouts, then you should have at least let me know beforehand. Maid, Emily, stands defiantly as a carriage prepares to depart. She calls out, anyway, be good, Emily. The maid retorts, you be good, young master. Cyan Vert, with a nonchalant expression, glances back as he prepares to leave. Yeah, let's go. A group of cloaked figures on horseback surround a carriage as it begins to move. A maid watches from a distance. The maid, Emily, cries out, her fists clenched. Don't feel down even if you get bullied. Cyan Vert watches the departing carriage, a faint smile on his lips. In the distance, Emily waves. He murmurs, that's very like her to say. I was so sick with a fever that I was repeatedly losing consciousness. The person who carried me on her back and sprinted to the nearest doctor back then was Emily. Someone help the young master. Come right in. If it weren't for her. Her touch was gentle, her concern palpable as she tended to his fever. She's someone who I value more than a maid. I can't hear you. Anyway, 6 whole intermediate class nights to escort one person? Seems like shit's gonna go down before I even get to the academy. Carriage journey continued under a dramatic sky. The knights maintained their vigilant formation. Resting at ease, Cyan Vert seemed unconcerned by the journey. Young master, I think we should camp here for tonight. Yeah. Where are we? In the central city, Saffron. We'll probably arrive in the city in the morning tomorrow. All right, let me know when you're done setting up. Yes, young master. Liar. There isn't a forest like this near Saffron. It's not somewhere nice and shady either. We're out in the middle of nowhere. It's obvious what they're trying to do. The air's really refreshing. All right, who's behind this? A tense silence fell over the group. Knights exchanged uneasy glances. A chilling smile spread across his face, a predator sensing its prey. He smiled? Smiled? No, this was a cold, calculating smirk. He had asked a question, and the answer was about to be delivered with brutal finality. His eyes gleamed with malice as he gripped his weapon. You don't need to know. You're going to die soon anyway. The White Knight advanced, his cape billowing. It's a shame that it's come to this. There are no personal feelings, though. Standing resolute, Cyan Vert remained unfazed. You just need to stand there with your eyes closed. With a sudden, explosive movement, the elegant observer lunged forward, his sword raised high. Then, goodbye! The air crackled with energy as Cyan Vert braced himself, his expression grim. A violent impact sent a spray of blood into the twilight sky. The White Knight observed the scene, a chilling calm in his eyes as the elegant observer stood over a fallen foe. The ground was stained with blood, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. A fallen soldier lay on the ground, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Cyan Vert's hand tightened around his glowing blade, his eyes burning with an unholy light. I asked, who the fuck is behind this? The soldiers, caught in the surge of power, trembled with fear, their faces contorted in terror. Sheer power radiating from Cyan Vert was overwhelming, pushing the soldiers to their breaking point. A dark, ominous energy swirled around Cyan Vert. Why are you all not moving? His eyes blazed with a furious red light, the power of the blade coursing through him. Did you not expect this to happen? A White Knight stared in disbelief, his face pale with shock. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. Overwhelmed, one of the soldiers cried out in agony as Cyan Vert's attack landed. A devastating arc of crimson energy sliced through the battlefield, leaving destruction in its wake. A soldier screamed as the blade tore through him, the attack relentless and brutal. The clash of power was immense, sending shockwaves through the area as another soldier was overwhelmed. A desperate cry echoed as Cyan Vert's onslaught continued, pushing his opponents to their limits. The sheer brutality of the assault left the remaining soldiers in utter shock and terror. The scene was one of utter devastation, with Cyan Vert standing at its center, a figure of terrifying power. A soldier, his face a mask of horror, could only stammer, "As it." The battlefield was littered with the fallen, a grim tableau surrounding the lone figure of Cyan Vert. This is really an 11-year-old. Cyan Vert's hand extended, crackling with dark energy, ready to unleash his next devastating attack. He held his blade with a chilling resolve, the crimson energy pulsing around him. This mission. His eyes glowed with an intense, predatory light, hinting at the dark power he was about to unleash. Was doomed from the start. The sheer terror of the situation finally broke through, a soldier screaming in despair as the full extent of Cyan Vert's power became apparent. Cyan Vert's foot descended, the last of the White Knights fell, his cries of pain lost in the chaos. As Cyan Vert's foot descended, the last of the White Knights fell, his cries of pain lost in the chaos. Cyan Vert stands over the defeated knight, his gaze sharp. That was way too easy. Nag. The sound of hooves pounding the earth filled the air. We were all assuming that this mission was because of that. It was Krantz. All he could do when he saw me was book it. I'll teach him a good lesson when I see him again. Young master? What's gonna happen to me now? Are you going to kill me? Aha. You don't look that sad about it. You were the ones that tried to kill you first. I have no right to resent you if you kill me. Just drive then. There's a difference between being useless and having no value in being alive. You're good at driving the carriage. Thank you, young master. We're here. Central City, Saffron. What the hell do you mean? One is missing and the other 6 were found dead. Yes, and young Master Cyan left Saffron 10 days ago. You said it wouldn't be a problem. How did that happen? We've underestimated the young master. How can you fail at getting rid of some little child? If you'd give me one more chance, I'll send someone to the academy to... Enough. If we do that, then Cyan, if he puts even a hand on Krantz, don't you want your son to graduate in one piece? It's fine. Don't do anything. Yes, madam, and no one must know about this. Eliminate anyone who knows about it. It has been 10 days since we left Saffron. Brian has been acting as my subordinate all this time. I assume they know I'm still alive. At this rate, I'll safely arrive at the Royal Academy. So I'll have to think about what to do with Brian. Young master, we're here. All right. The majestic Royal Academy stands tall against the bright sky, with birds soaring overhead. I can't really call them good memories. This academy changed me in many ways. Cyan Vert of the Duke Vert family. Inside the academy, students are seen at desks with a librarian carrying books. Yes, of course, you're registered. You just need to go to the assigned dormitory and wait. Did I hear it right? A golden key is presented on an envelope sealed with wax. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? A duffel bag is placed down. Why, young master, this place is Royal Hall. Is that all the luggage there was? Yes, that's all you had. Since I made it to the academy and all the luggage is here, your role is done. His eyes narrow with a cold intensity. Huh? Wait. Red pouch filled with gold coins is presented. What's this? For all your work. It should be enough to help you start a new life wherever you go. You might end up dead, so don't go back to Velia's. Although I won't stop you. I, Brian Kendrick, an official knight of Velia's, would like permission to serve you my entire life. You're a knight? I thought you were a coachman. Yes, although I'm the lowest of the low, so I was on stuff like coachman duty. My father always used to tell me that if I meet someone I can trust and serve all my life, I should ask to serve him without hesitation. Ah, that's really foolish to do. Sorry? How do you know that I won't? Cyan Vert's cold gaze pierces through the man, his voice laced with a dangerous promise. Stab your back in the future? Grabbing the man's collar, Cyan Vert's eyes burn with a furious intensity. Even if you were to, it doesn't matter. Don't ever think about betraying me. Cyan Vert strides towards the door. A figure in the hall looks up from his luggage. I don't want to go to the entrance ceremony. Let's just only go to the elemental test. The attendant, startled by Cyan Vert's words, turns with a look of concern. Yes, young master. Inside the grand office of the Royal Academy Dean, the dean sits behind his desk, a student walking towards him. Seems like we have quite a few talented students at the elemental test this year. A powerful golden light erupts from a central point on the floor, illuminating the hall with a divine glow. A young woman, Erin Severus, stands bathed in the golden light, her stats displayed: mana rank 2-star, physical rank B, element, light 52%. Seth Kaharkin unleashes a powerful aura, his muscles bulging as he prepares for battle. Dean looks down at a document, his expression one of deep contemplation. These children are surprising enough, but Cyan Vert stands radiating a dark purple aura, his stats showing element, dark 92%. Academy instructor Sarika Nigrathi, holding a book, speaks with a concerned expression. Even Alice Vert, who was titled God's Child, was 88% in water element by the time she graduated. Royal Academy Dean Kundal Cassell, his face etched with age and wisdom, considers the information interesting. Even the child who was praised for possessing top-notch talents could not match up to her younger brother. Dean continues, looking towards Sarika. His talents might rot, yes, considering that his element is darkness. A file lies on the desk, displaying the profile of a young man. However, Sarika looks surprised as the dean asks, "Were you aware that Cyan Vert was assigned to the Royal Hall?" She replies, "Yes, I heard from the other instructors." Sarika's eyes widen in disbelief. It was the Emperor's orders. The dean looks at Sarika, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Apparently, Cyan saved the young princess from the monsters in the front lines. He's even considering marrying the two. Princess Kiram unleashes her power, a vibrant purple energy swirling around her, while Cyan Vert stands ready, his dark aura contrasting sharply. The dean muses the fifth princess, who was considered a failure, to marry into the Verts who have never failed, to raise extremely talented individuals. What kind of consequences do you think that would have? Sarika, her expression grave, explains the political ramifications. The conflicts over the succession will be heightened, and the empire might split up over the issue, perhaps leading to a civil war. The dean, stroking his beard, dismisses her concerns. Don't overthink it. All we can do is watch anyway. A young man walks down a grand hallway, a thought bubble appearing above him. 92%. I think I was in the 80s in my past life. A young man encounters Cyan Vert. Oh, hi. Another student, seemingly surprised, stammers, "You see Cyan?" "Yeah, I'm sure it's really shocking to see someone you thought was dead." A large man looms over the blonde young man, his voice accusatory. "Is this the kid you treat like your slave?" The blonde young man, flustered, replies, "Huh, yeah, this is Cyan." Smug-looking individual introduces himself. "Garum Kingdom's Marquis Penneron's son, Popper Penneron. I heard you don't even know who your mom is." Popper Penneron, with a condescending smile, states, "He's someone who bullied me as much as Krantz did in my past life." Cyan Vert's eyes glow with a menacing red light, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "How lucky of me to meet him now." Cyan Vert's menacing presence fills the room as Popper Penneron shouts, "Move! Someone like him needs a good beating." The blonde young man cries out, "Huh, Popper, wait!" The blonde young man stammers. What's with his eyes? He tries to de-escalate, suggesting, hey, why don't we just go to the cafe? Suddenly, a powerful impact sends someone flying, shattering the ground around them. Panic seizes the blonde young man as he screams, Popper! Cyan Vert's eyes glow with a menacing red light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He muses, how lucky of me to meet him now. As one man shouts, move, someone like him needs a good beating. Another cries out in alarm, Achoo, Popper, wait! Blonde young man stammers. What's with his eyes? He tries to de-escalate, suggesting, hey, why don't we just go to the cafe? Suddenly, a powerful impact sends someone flying, shattering the ground around them. Panic seizes the blonde young man as he screams, Popper! Cyan Vert, standing over a fallen figure, asks, why don't we have a chat, Krantz? The downed man stutters, Hyuk, sorry. Sweat pours down the blonde young man's face as he trembles, overwhelmed by fear. Cyan Vert embraces the blonde young man from behind, his eyes glowing red. He states, I don't care what you do behind my back, because I'm lenient. He continues, his voice chilling, but if I ever see you again, the blonde young man cries out, you will be graduating in a wheelchair. Keuk. Cyan Vert grins menacingly as he sends another person crashing to the ground. Sunlight streams into a grand, library-like hall filled with towering bookshelves. A lone figure, Princess Kiram, walks down a red carpet in the vast, ornate hall. Princess Kiram's eyes widen in surprise. She murmurs, a hero or a downfall? I'll have to keep a close eye on Cyan. Close-up shot focuses on a stylish high-heeled shoe. A gloved hand reaches out, fingers brushing against the spines of books on a shelf. Princess Kiram's expression shifts to one of frustration as she realizes, it's not here? Cyan Vert appears, holding a book, and asks Princess Kiram, are you looking for this? Princess Kiram laughs, seemingly amused. How did a student get in here? Students aren't allowed in here. Cyan Vert confirms, you're Mr. Cyan, am I correct? Princess Kiram then asks, can you give that to me? I really need it for my research. Cyan Vert smiles confidently and replies, this? Of course. He hands the book to Princess Kiram, who begins to thank him. Thanks, Mr. Siwai. Suddenly, Cyan Vert's expression turns serious, a hint of purple energy emanating from him. Scattered papers and books are illuminated by an ominous purple glow, suggesting a powerful magical presence. Cyan Vert stands amidst the floating papers, his stance ready for battle. He asks, is that not what you were looking for? A voice from below interrupts, Instructor Sarek and Princess Kiram, now radiating a dark purple aura, confronts Cyan Vert. She asks, the assassin organization Mist's Hall Master, Sarika Nigrathi? She smirks, her eyes glinting with mischief. How's life in the academy? Cyan Vert remains silent, his expression unreadable. Cyan Vert remains silent, his expression unreadable. The woman across from him, however, seems quite amused. I'm sure you want to be done with this boring counseling, she says, adjusting her glasses, but it's necessary for the growth of the students. Her words seem to strike a nerve. She expects growth from me? Someone who's being bullied by his own brother? He mutters, a flicker of pain crossing his face. He quickly masks it, adding with a dismissive tone, I don't really care. Sounded like a joke. His gaze drifts, a hint of defiance in his eyes. I'm actually very interested in you, he states, his voice a low murmur. The woman, who appears to be a counselor, leans back. It's rare to see someone with 84% in the dark element, she observes, her eyes glinting behind her glasses. Cyan Vert, still seated, replies, but I was told that it's not a special element. She chuckles, her smile widening. That's because humanity doesn't know much about it, she explains, leaning forward conspiratorially. I actually think that your growth potential is infinite. Cyan Vert looks away, his expression a mix of confusion and unease. I was swept up in confusion, he admits. The woman's smile softens, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Maybe this person can help me, she thinks, her gaze fixed on Cyan Vert. He looks back, his expression shifting from confusion to a dawning realization. Was my misunderstanding, he says, a hint of suspicion in his voice. I was being deceived. The woman stands, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Papers swirl around her as a dark energy begins to gather in her hand. She's actually an assassin, Cyan Vert realizes with a jolt. Her eyes glow with a fierce, golden light as she reveals her true nature. She's the hall master of the assassin organization, Mist, Cyan Vert confirms, his voice grim. The dark energy intensifies, swirling around her like a storm, and she's hiding out in the academy where all the royals and nobles of the continent come to learn, Cyan Vert adds, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. The assassin, Mist, turns her gaze towards Cyan Vert, her expression unreadable. All right, he says, steeling himself for whatever comes next. Mist's eyes narrow slightly as she offers a chilling proposition. "I'll hear you out in my lab," she says, her voice laced with a dangerous undertone. "Come with me." Cyan Vert looks bewildered, a large question mark floating above his head. He seems to be questioning her motives and the sudden shift in her approach. He reflects on the encounter, a hint of surprise in his voice. "She didn't really react as dramatically as I had expected," he murmurs. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, filled with shelves of books and alchemical equipment. A desk is cluttered with papers and strange artifacts. "This place hasn't changed," he observes, taking in the familiar surroundings. Cyan Vert brings a dark blue cup to his lips, taking a slow sip of the tea. The sound of his drinking is amplified, suggesting a moment of tense anticipation. His eyes widen slightly as he lowers the cup. "You've put poison in the tea," he states calmly, his voice betraying no fear. Mist, seated across from him, smiles widely, a hint of purple energy swirling around her. She takes a sip from her own cup. "I knew things were going too smoothly," she exclaims, her smile turning sinister. She laughs, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "It's not a very severe poison. Don't worry," she reassures him, though her words are anything but comforting. "It'll only melt your organs." Cyan Vert looks at the plate of strange, monstrous food before him, a faint smile playing on his lips. "But this won't work on me," he states confidently. "I'm someone who has consumed countless demonic beasts' blood and Emily's food." His eyes flash with a dangerous red glow, a stark contrast to the purple energy emanating from Mist. "Maybe use something a bit stronger next time," he suggests, his voice now laced with a chilling power. Mist's golden eyes widen in surprise, her confident smirk faltering. She stares at Cyan Vert, a mix of disbelief and dawning respect in her gaze. "Then, shall we talk?" she asks, her tone shifting from taunting to intrigued. Cyan Vert, now more composed, meets her gaze. "How do you know who I am?" he asks, a hint of suspicion returning. Plus, a radiant light emanates from an ancient-looking book, its pages filled with glowing runes. "You were aware of the exact location too," Cyan Vert states, implying she had insider knowledge. Mist leans forward, a sly smile returning to her lips. She toys with her glove, her eyes fixed on Cyan Vert. "Are you perhaps trying to tell me?" she begins, her voice trailing off. Cyan Vert, with a determined look, asks that you're also a part of Mist. He then gestures, as if to say, "What more proof do you need?" Mist's expression contorts into a predatory grin, her eyes glowing intensely. "You've got a big head because of your elemental test, huh?" She sneers, her confidence returning with a vengeance. She turns away, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. Before setting off to Chatran, she says, her voice distant, "I was asked by everyone." Her expression hardens, her eyes narrowing with a fierce intensity. "If just one escort knight will do, and a coachman at that," she adds, her voice laced with frustration, "because nobles have been murdered left and right recently." Purification project? I'm not sure what you're talking about. To the assassinations, of course. Might regret what you just said. Are you threatening a student right now? The scene erupts into chaos as Princess Kirim unleashes her power. Cyan Vert braces himself, the table between them scattering its contents. "So that's how you're going to respond?" Princess Kirim's dark energy clashes violently with Cyan Vert's red aura, shattering the surroundings. "I thought I proved my identity enough. Even if you're really a part of Mist, there can't be a member I don't know about since I am a hall master." Princess Kirim lunges, her blades a blur of purple energy as Cyan Vert dodges and weaves, the fight escalating rapidly. "Won't let you go." "Phew, I guess I have no choice then." Cyan Vert unleashes a devastating attack, the force of the impact sending Princess Kirim reeling back in surprise. "You can't believe me, then I'll show you." Princess Kirim is overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait. Cyan Vert presses his advantage, his movements a blur of crimson energy as he overwhelms Princess Kirim. "That dagger, is it? The demonic sword Kirim that only the one chosen by Eru can wield. Do you believe me now? Assume Mist is looking for the successor right now." "How do you know that?" "The very person you've been searching for is right here. A street somewhere in Luwin." The night sky over Luwin, illuminated by the stars and the soft glow of streetlights. A hand reaches out, glowing with purple energy, towards a mysterious, chained mechanism. Two cloaked figures stand in the shadows of the alley, their presence exuding an ominous aura. You're not even surprised that there is a Mist base at a place like this. Here, this is the path to the altar you wanted to go to. You are on your own from here onwards. A lone figure stands in the center of a stone-paved chamber, the weight of their journey ahead palpable. Because of that, it's much bigger than it looks from the outside. Anyway, 2 at 4 o'clock, 3 at 11 o'clock. Cyan Vert moves with blinding speed, deflecting a barrage of incoming swords with his own blade. Cyan Vert lands, he faces a group of cloaked figures, their daggers glinting menacingly. He smirks, but this welcome ceremony is a bit much, isn't it? One of the cloaked figures lunges, but Cyan Vert evades the attack with a powerful kick, sending the assailant flying. The fight intensifies as Cyan Vert engages multiple opponents simultaneously, his movements a blur of controlled aggression. Cyan Vert is engulfed in a flurry of red energy, his body twisting mid-air as he unleashes a devastating counterattack. A cloaked assailant attempts a surprise attack from above, but Cyan Vert's senses are sharp, reacting to the threat with a surprised expression. The assailant's attack is met with a burst of purple energy, deflecting the strike and leaving the attacker stunned. The assailant, shocked, exclaims, "He deflected my dagger in that short of a moment." The masked assailant's eyes glow with a sinister light as a dark aura surrounds them. Amazing! Masked figures surround Cyan Vert, forming a death horn formation. Cyan Vert's body erupts in a powerful red aura as he prepares to unleash his own technique. One of the attackers, disarmed and disoriented, mutters, "There's no way a kid like him can..." A terrifying wave of crimson energy washes over the battlefield, emanating from Cyan Vert. A colossal, skeletal figure materializes from the crimson energy, its eyes burning with malevolence. Bloodthirst Wave. It's a secret technique exclusive to assassins that allows you to manifest bloodthirst into a physical form to attack others. One of the attackers struggles, clutching his head as the overwhelming power of the Bloodthirst Wave takes hold. Ugh, I can't breathe. Cyan Vert stands amidst the fallen attackers, his gaze steady. They won't be able to get up for a while. Though, a lone cloaked figure observes the aftermath from a distance, a question forming in their mind. Is he a higher-up? Cyan Vert prepares his next move, channeling red energy into his blade. The skill name appears, Fog Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. Sound of rapid footsteps echoes as Cyan Vert charges forward. He strikes with incredible force, purple energy clashing against his crimson aura. The impact sends one of the cloaked figures reeling. The opponent is shocked, realizing the power they face. He managed to stop my technique midway through. Who is he? Dark, shadowy figure appears, its voice resonating with power. You're adept at my main skill. Princess Kirim, her eyes glowing with intensity, struggles to maintain her grip on her dagger as she faces Cyan Vert. I can't hold back any longer, Cyan Vert. Cyan Vert moves with fluid grace, his dark cloak billowing around him as he counters Princess Kirim's assault. Cyan Vert reacts with surprise as Princess Kirim unleashes her full power. Princess Kirim's eyes gleam with a manic energy. Hall Master Sarika, show me your true powers. Princess Kirim's eyes gleam with a manic energy. Hall Master Sarika, show me your true powers. A sudden surge of power emanates from the princess. The opponent, Sarika, scoffs. You're proficient with the thick fog and the fog sword too. You're making me even more interested. Sarika taunts, show me your true potential, Cyan Vert grits his teeth, his expression hardening. That is what drives Sarika, a hall master who's drunken with such desire. Will want to fight until one of us dies. Only those who have experienced this. Princess Kirim, her eyes wide with a predatory glee, calls out, come back here, Cyan Vert. Isn't this what you wanted too? She unleashes her ultimate technique, Fog Sword, rushing fog storm. Cyan Vert lands, his stance resolute. I'm not as perverted as you though. Sarika explains, this is a realm created by Eru. The outside won't detect your energy at all, so you don't need to worry about that. Sarika nods. Alright, I can use all the techniques I want in a place like this. Cyan Vert's eyes glow red, an ominous aura surrounding him as he prepares to unleash his full power. His gaze intensifies, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Princess Kirim stares, a questioning look on her face as Cyan Vert collapses. Cyan Vert falls to the ground, a dark energy consuming him as he whispers, you can rest. Princess Kirim looks on in shock. You're? A new figure emerges, her voice echoing with power. I didn't want to intervene, you know me, right? The figure, revealed to be Princess Kirim in a new form, addresses the fallen Cyan Vert. Yes, demonic sword, Kram. So what is up with this situation? She continues, her tone sharp, you're supposed to worship Eru. But here you are, attacking my master. Cyan Vert, looking disoriented, replies, I was just checking to make sure that he is who he claimed he was, whether he really is the successor or not. Princess Kirim retorts, you could have just called for your god instead then. She unleashes her dark power, posing a direct challenge. And if you want to, then can I take this as a direct challenge against me? The other Princess Kiram, observing the scene, suggests I think we should pay attention to the successor first. The first Princess Kiram reacts with shock, seeing Cyan Vert's seemingly fatal state. What? Why are you dying? The observing Princess Kiram explains, you've manifested into your whole form, but that is a very inefficient way of doing it. Shadowy figure of Princess Kiram appears, radiating immense power. It eats away at the owner's life force. The other Princess Kiram, frustrated, grabs Cyan Vert. Hey, this is nothing. What was the point of drinking all that beast blood then? Hall Master Sarika Nigrathi of Mist declares, but I, Hall Master Sarika Nigrathi of Mist, do not reject any fights. Plus, she turns to Cyan Vert, her eyes burning with anticipation. If you're the opponent, I really can't turn it down. What the hell is wrong with her? I'm scared. The woman struggles, begging, let me go. Oh, you're fine? Cyan Vert questions, his brow furrowed. Why did you suddenly manifest? Princess Kiram, now towering and radiating a dark aura, declares, just stay behind me. I have to teach that wench a lesson. A new figure, wielding a glowing purple sword, sneers, it'd be an honor, K-Ram. Figure's eyes blaze with fury as they growl, don't be crying and begging for my forgiveness later then. With a sinister grin, the figure challenges, I'd love it if you can push me to that point. A voice booms, that's enough. Another calls out, Eru? Anna is enveloped by a swirling vortex of blue energy. Cyan Vert's eyes widen with a fierce determination. The blue energy coalesces into a massive portal as Cyan Vert kneels. Yes, Eru. Smug smile spreads across Cyan Vert's face. Finally, I get to meet Eru, the god of darkness. A shadowy figure, cloaked and hooded, sits upon a throne, radiating an ominous purple aura. A guttural scream erupts. The god of black fog is evil. The god of black fog kills without hesitation and justifies it as if it was an act done out of consideration. A hooded figure, eyes glowing red, speaks with chilling authority. It is what they desired. Others do not decide for you what is right or wrong. If you can just protect your own ethics by dying, then that is enough. A cloaked figure kneels in reverence as a massive armored hand looms above. A voice remarks, he's an idiot. A surge of blue energy emanates from a boot. Cyan Vert walks up a grand staircase, a faint pink orb floating beside him. Question hangs in the air. Do you know who I am? Eru, the god of darkness, sits regally on his throne, his red eyes piercing the gloom. Of course, Cyan Vert replies, his expression resolute. The god of black fog, Eru. Eru's hood shifts, revealing his glowing red eyes. Was your name Cyan Vert? I've never seen you before. What evidence do you have to claim yourself my successor? Cyan Vert looks upwards, a determined glint in his eyes. I'm sure you've already sensed the power of the fog within me. The armored hand offers a dark, pulsating gem to Cyan Vert, who kneels. One is if I give them the mist stone myself. Cyan Vert is surrounded by a powerful red aura. The other is when the mist stone finds the qualified one by itself. Eru, from his throne, states, so I assume the latter applies to this situation. Beam of light shines on an altar where a ceremonial chalice sits. It is also true that the mist stone which should be at the altar has suddenly disappeared last year. Eru's glowing red eyes fixate on something unseen. On top of that, the mysterious figure questions how Cyan Vert managed to awaken Princess Kiram, noting that even he couldn't track her down. He adds with a hint of observation, you're handling her pretty well. Cyan Vert faces an intense ultimatum, warned that his next words will carry heavy weight. Sun rises over the quiet, stone-walled town, casting long shadows across the architecture. Cyan Vert looks up, eyes wide with distress as an unseen force demands he speak. A group of students surrounds Cyan Vert, with one looming over him, mockingly asking if they are bullying him. Cyan Vert quietly denies it. Princess Kiram watches the scene, her face twisted in frustration as she shouts that he doesn't need to hide the truth. Cyan Vert keeps his head down, pleading for her to leave while the aggressors insist they are just playing around. The lead bully stares with glowing blue eyes, his grin widening as he expresses his growing displeasure. Princess Kiram lunges forward, determined to drag Cyan Vert away from the confrontation. A hand snaps out, gripping Princess Kiram's wrist with sudden, overwhelming force. The bully looms over her, his eyes cold and threatening as he tells her she clearly doesn't understand the situation. Cyan Vert watches in horror, his hands clenched as he demands to know what is happening. The bully tightens his grip on Princess Kiram, mocking her and asking if she didn't hear his order to leave. With a cruel laugh, the bully calls her a weak little thing, unaware of the sudden movement below. Cyan Vert launches a swift, decisive kick, sending the bully flying through the air. Princess Kiram gasps, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden intervention of Cyan Vert. Cyan Vert stands tall, his expression serious as the tension in the area spikes. The onlookers scramble back in panic, whispering in disbelief as they recognize the boy as Leximus. A massive clash erupts at Klein Castle in the Garam Kingdom, sparks flying as blades collide. Cyan Vert engages in a high-speed duel, his blade parrying a strike from the formidable Leximus Klein. Cyan Vert shifts his stance, his eyes locked onto his opponent with intense focus. Leximus Klein, the continent's best swordsman, holds her ground, her gaze cold and lethal. Leximus Klein readies her blade, her past as a graduate of the academy and her arrival at the Klein household shaping her current resolve. Duel intensifies, a flurry of light and steel clashing as they trade blows at high speed. Leximus Klein executes a powerful slash, shattering the ground beneath them. Cyan Vert barely evades the strike, his eyes wide in sudden realization. A massive energy arc tears through the area, forcing Leximus Klein to pivot midair. Leximus Klein glances back just as Cyan Vert, eyes glowing with red energy, leaps into the fray. Cyan Vert descends like a falling star, driving Leximus Klein into the earth with a devastating impact. Leximus Klein lies broken against the debris, blood staining her armor as Cyan Vert stands over her. Cyan Vert breathes heavily, the weight of his original mission to assassinate her hanging in the air. Looking down at the fallen opponent, Cyan Vert reflects on how his infiltration turned into a formal duel. He reflects on his journey, a path taken by one who reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship without relying on mana, refusing to win through stealthy assassinations. Cyan Vert looks visibly flustered, his face flushed as he awkwardly notes how often people mistake him for a boy. The atmosphere turns electric as the muscular man boasts about his S-rank physique, taunting that even he couldn't achieve such a rating. Cyan Vert pauses, his eyes narrowing as he detects a strange, complex energy signature radiating from within. Having finished his purification task, Cyan Vert decides to scout the area one last time before making his exit. Cyan Vert stops in his tracks, his senses heightening as he detects two distinct, overlapping magical energies emanating from within the cell. With a swift, precise motion, he slices through the iron bars of the prison cell, clearing his path. Cyan Vert freezes, his eyes widening in shock as he discovers the source of the energy. Lying motionless on the cold stone floor is a girl who appears to have already met her end. Cyan Vert dismisses the girl as just another human, but his companion urges him to look closer at what she is clutching. It is a dragon egg, pulsing with an intense, otherworldly light. The egg rests securely, its scales shimmering with a dangerous, latent power. Back in his quarters, Cyan Vert nonchalantly claims he just picked the relic up off the street, leaving his associate stunned. His associate explodes in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone could just stumble upon such a rare and lethal item. Cyan Vert ponders the implications, wondering if the previous owner was planning to trade such a hazardous artifact. Panic sets in as his associate frets over the possibility of the egg hatching right in front of them. Cyan Vert explains that dragons are massive reservoirs of mana. Without their mother, they lack the necessary elemental infusion to hatch. He concludes that separated from their source, these eggs are essentially nothing more than expensive, decorative stones. Suddenly, a sharp, crisp sound echoes through the room. The egg is cracking. The associate stares in absolute horror, realizing his theory about the decorative stone was dead wrong. Mana surges violently as the shell begins to shatter under immense pressure. Fragments of the dragon egg fall away, revealing the life inside. A small, mysterious creature emerges from the debris, letting out a soft, confused sound. The associate completely loses his composure, screaming in terror that the impossible has happened. Cyan Vert stands frozen, his mind racing as he tries to process the sudden, catastrophic turn of events. He realizes with dread that the creature before them is neither fully dragon nor fully human, but a hybrid. The realization hits him hard. This is going to be far more trouble than he ever bargained for. The creature looks up at Cyan Vert with wide, sparkling eyes and utters a single, life-changing word. Without hesitation, the creature latches onto Cyan Vert, calling him Papa with absolute certainty. Cyan Vert stares at the being in his arms, his expression one of pure, bewildered panic. His companion breaks into hysterical laughter, mocking him for becoming an 11-year-old father. Cyan Vert holds the eggshell, questioning if he is truly meant to be the one responsible for this creature. He worries that letting such a creature fall into the wrong hands would be a disaster, yet he is terrified of the alternative. His companion dismisses the danger, noting that since it lost its mother, it shouldn't have been able to hatch at all. The atmosphere grows heavy as she expresses her utter disbelief at the impossible turn of events unfolding before her. Cyan Vert sits nearby, his silhouette framed against the room, observing the situation with a grim, calculated silence. Cyan Vert snaps back, his patience wearing thin as he demands to know how she could have been so wrong about the impossibility of this outcome. Cyan Vert crosses his arms, his gaze fixed on the small, sleeping hybrid. He knows that her mere existence is a volatile variable that threatens everything. The gravity of the situation settles in. He realizes that the threat is not just theoretical, but an immediate dangerous reality. The young hybrid remains blissfully unaware, her breathing steady as she continues to sleep, oblivious to the storm brewing around her. This is no simple crossbreed. She is a fusion of dragon and human, a biological anomaly that the world is far too unforgiving to allow to survive. If the Academy were to uncover the secret, they would move to eliminate her without a second thought to maintain their order. The principal would surely sacrifice her to neutralize any perceived external threats, and the dragon clans are even more ruthless when it comes to bloodline purity. If they discovered her, they would systematically purge every single soul who knew she ever existed, leaving no trace behind. Contemplating her fated path of suffering, a dark, desperate thought begins to take root in his mind. His hand reaches out, fingers tensing as he weighs the impossible choice of ending her misery before it truly begins. He considers that perhaps, for her own sake, it would be a mercy to cut her life short right now. His hand closes around her small throat, the cold reality of the decision hanging in the air. If her destiny is nothing but pain, then maybe this is the only way to save her from the world's cruelty. His eyes burn with a dark, conflicted intensity as he prepares to act on his grim conclusion. Suddenly, the young hybrid's eyes flutter open, golden and piercing, catching him off guard. She looks up at him, her voice barely a whisper, calling out the word that shatters his resolve. "Papa!" Cyan Vert freezes, his eyes widening in shock as the grip on his heart tightens instantly. She reaches out, cooing softly as she tries to snuggle closer to him, completely unaware of the lethal intent he held just seconds ago. She wraps her small arms around him, a genuine smile breaking across her face as she leans into his chest. Her warmth seeps through his clothes, grounding him and forcing him to confront the life he is holding. He feels her small hand clutching his clothing, an anchor in the storm of his own doubts. He lifts her up, his expression softening as he decides that he cannot go through with the deed. He stares at her, a new sense of purpose overriding his fear. He will find a way to make this work. Anna watches from the side, unimpressed, wondering if he intends to turn her into his personal servant. The scene shifts to the imposing Vert Castle, a place of power and secrets. Inside, the tension is palpable as they scramble, terrified of the consequences that are about to rain down upon them. Her frustration boils over, her teeth gritted as she curses the man who has put them all in this impossible position. The sudden appearance of an unexpected guest leaves her gasping in pure, unadulterated shock. The sudden appearance of an unexpected guest leaves her gasping in pure, unadulterated shock as he offers a gentle reminder that he is there for her if she ever feels overwhelmed. She quickly brushes off his concern, claiming she is perfectly fine, while he prepares to take his leave. He turns his attention to a subordinate, his expression hardening as he demands a status update. The subordinate reports grim news: 6 of their knights were found dead near the mountains, leading to the chilling conclusion that the survivor has infiltrated Lewin with the youngest son. His eyes narrow with cold realization. The culprit is exactly who he suspected. He presses for more information, his posture radiating an icy, commanding authority. A predatory grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with a manic, dangerous intensity as he learns the trail has gone cold. The subordinate breaks into a cold sweat, realizing with mounting terror that his failure has deeply displeased his master. The atmosphere turns suffocating as the realization hits. There is no room for mistakes in this organization. Desperation takes hold, and he screams that he will handle the mission himself, begging for one more chance to prove his worth. With a cold, measured tone, he grants the request, acknowledging the man's work ethic but demanding immediate results. The subordinate bows low, relief washing over him as he accepts the order with a sharp, obedient response. Sharp, rhythmic clacking of heels echoes through the hallway, signaling an approaching presence. The sound grows louder, a steady, inevitable march toward the room. Cyan Vert is interrupted while caring for a young child, his surprise evident as he questions why someone is visiting during a break. The visitor enters, her eyes widening in sheer bewilderment at the sight of the infant in the room. Cyan Vert sighs, clearly exhausted, and demands to know the reason for her sudden arrival. Nana brushes off his question, adjusting her glasses with a serious expression, insisting that there is a far more pressing matter to discuss. Cyan Vert looks up, visibly taken aback as she informs him that he has stirred up quite a storm. She reveals a formal document, a sanctioned duel request officially approved for a sparring match. Tone is sharp, criticizing his lack of discretion and questioning his sanity for drawing such public attention to himself. Cyan Vert stares in disbelief at the paperwork, realizing that his rival has successfully navigated the bureaucracy to force this confrontation. Nana scoffs, dismissing the event as a minor skirmish between children, clearly underestimating the stakes. Cyan Vert counters with grim seriousness, reminding her that his opponent is anything but ordinary, and asks when the duel is scheduled. The news is delivered with cold finality. The match begins in just 2 hours. Cyan Vert is stunned, his mind racing as he realizes how rapidly the situation has spiraled out of his control. His challenger looms, eyes burning with a sadistic hunger, declaring that he has waited far too long for this exact moment. Cyan Vert exhales, his expression settling into a mask of weary resolve. The challenger laments the limited options for the duel, noting that only swordsmanship and magic are permitted, and taunts Cyan Vert about his preference. A cruel, wide smile splits his face, signaling his dark excitement for the bloodshed to come. Cyan Vert launches into the air, his blade arching high as he prepares to unleash a heavy, decisive strike. His opponent grins, challenging him with a defiant, "Then let's see how good you are." Cyan Vert observes the incoming threat, noting that despite his massive frame, his opponent moves with surprising speed and crushing weight. Cyan Vert remains calm, realizing that such heavy, telegraphed attacks are easily deflected by a skilled hand. The opponent recoils in shock, shouting "Whoa," as his momentum is suddenly checked. With a sharp metallic ring, the blades collide, sending sparks flying across the arena. Cyan Vert locks eyes with his foe, internally calculating that raw strength is useless here. Only pure acuity and precision will secure the win. The opponent throws a desperate, heavy punch, snarling, "That won't work." Cyan Vert meets the assault head-on, his rapier dancing to parry the brute force of the strike. The opponent grunts in pain, "Ugh," as his grip is forced to falter under the pressure. Panic flashes in his eyes as he realizes Cyan Vert is expertly twisting the force of his own downward strike against him. He struggles to comprehend how Cyan Vert is dominating the exchange using nothing but a simple rapier. Cyan Vert executes a flawless maneuver, forcing his opponent back with a flurry of precise strikes. The air whistles as Cyan Vert narrowly dodges a desperate counterswing. Cyan Vert closes the distance instantly, leaving his opponent paralyzed with disbelief. The opponent lets out a strained "yeek" as he is completely overwhelmed. Cyan Vert presses the advantage, his movements fluid and relentless. Intensity of the assault pushes the opponent to his absolute limit. Desperation takes over as the opponent slams his hand into the ground, trying to stabilize himself. He gasps "Ugh" as he feels the crushing weight of the combat bearing down on him. Cyan Vert effortlessly maneuvers around the panic defense, keeping complete control of the fight. Cyan Vert looks down, genuinely impressed, thinking he managed to counterattack in that short time. He's quite nimble for someone his size. Crowd watches in stunned silence, with one spectator whispering, "Is he even human?" The opponent collapses to one knee, breathing heavily as he realizes the gap in their skill. A manic laugh escapes him. "Ha!" His laughter grows, echoing with a mix of madness and renewed resolve. The intensity in his eyes burns bright as he completely abandons his restraint. Drops his blade, admitting, "I lose in swordsmanship, Cyan Vert." A cruel, wide smile splits his face, signaling his dark excitement for the bloodshed to come as he screams, "Now I have to win no matter what it takes. I'm going to give everything I have into this fight." Cyan Vert looks on with a slight, hesitant smile, muttering a quick acknowledgement as the tension in the arena shifts. A heavy boot slams into the ground, shattering the stone floor as he bellows, demanding that his opponent give everything they have. Raw power explodes outward, creating a massive crater as Seth Chaharkin unleashes a devastating surge of energy. The air crackles with heat as Seth Chaharkin lunges forward, his eyes burning with a manic intensity while calling out his rival's name. The president of Garam Association strokes his beard, his eyes narrowing as he questions if they are really resorting to magic. He scoffs, calling them a group of bold children for failing to weave magic and swordsmanship together effectively. The observers watch closely, confirming that Cyan Vert has successfully dominated the sword-fighting portion of the duel. Chilling comparison is drawn, noting that while Seth Chaharkin possesses an A-rank physique, Cyan Vert stands above with an S-rank. From the balcony, the onlookers agree that the outcome is entirely expected given the massive disparity in their base ranks. The president of Garam Association explains that physical fitness is merely the foundation required to unlock higher dimensional spells, citing Seth Chaharkin's 3-star mana rank. The tension rises as the president of Garam Association turns his gaze towards Cyan Vert, questioning what his next move will be. The observer bristles with irritation, snapping at Cyan Vert for his blatant desire to steal the spotlight. Stone and debris erupt as the battlefield shakes under the pressure of a powerful, incoming technique. Seth Chaharkin channels his fury into a devastating blow known as Death Fist, causing the earth itself to tremble. Seth Chaharkin's fist lunges forward, glowing with lethal, concentrated power. Cyan Vert holds his blade steady, surprised that the fight has escalated to the use of magic. The blast hits the ground with terrifying force, forcing Cyan Vert to dodge the incoming shockwave. Another heavy footfall cracks the arena floor as Seth Chaharkin maintains his relentless offensive. Seth Chaharkin roars in frustration, vowing that he will not let his target slip away this time. A massive wave of energy tears through the arena, carving deep lines into the solid floor. Seth Chaharkin prepares his next move, channeling his mana into a strike he calls Desert Tooth. Cyan Vert watches the incoming destruction, his eyes tracking the trajectory of the spell. The arena is engulfed in a blinding display of magical power, centered directly on Cyan Vert. Cyan Vert reflects on the assessment of Seth Chaharkin, noting the impressive 3-star mana rank he displayed. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling across the entire battlefield. Dust and debris cloud the vision of everyone watching as the power of the attack reaches its peak. Cyan Vert moves with tactical precision, his boots finding purchase amidst the ruined terrain. Cyan Vert evaluates the situation, realizing that with this level of offensive power, Seth Chaharkin should be capable of 4-star magic. He considers the strain being placed on the instructors, who are struggling to maintain the protective barrier around the arena. Cyan Vert finally calls out, asking Seth Chaharkin how much longer he plans to keep running around instead of finishing the fight. The opponent lashes out, mocking Cyan Vert for scurrying away like a common pest instead of engaging in a real fight. Cyan Vert remains unfazed, dryly questioning if he should have just taken those heavy blows head-on instead of dodging. White Knight's fury boils over, his expression contorting as he growls that a true warrior would never resort to such cowardly evasion. Cyan Vert retorts with a deadpan stare, reminding his opponent that he is nothing more than a kid himself. Enraged, White Knight unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of golden energy, screaming for Cyan Vert to silence himself. President of the Garam Association watches the display with a heavy sigh, sensing the intensity of the situation. A nearby observer gasps in shock, realizing that the technique being unleashed is far beyond the 3-star mana rank they expected. Golden Cyclone intensifies, crackling with raw power as White Knight declares that there is no escape from the strike. Cyan Vert stands his ground, his calm demeanor shifting as he prepares to counter the incoming storm. A predatory grin spreads across Cyan Vert's face, his eyes glinting with a dangerous, newfound intensity. The attendant checks the temperature of the bottle, noting that it is perfectly prepared for the task at hand. He reflects on his past, admitting that while caring for his younger siblings was once an annoyance, it has proven unexpectedly useful. Memories of his chaotic family life surface, highlighting how those taxing experiences are paying off in this strange moment. With a cheerful call, the attendant beckons, announcing that it is finally time to eat. He gasps in sheer disbelief, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The small creature looks up, innocently questioning the food offered to her. Back in the arena, a massive blue barrier hums with energy, leaving the spectators confused about what is transpiring inside. The barrier begins to crack under immense pressure, fracturing into jagged shards of light. The guards scramble, shouting orders to reinforce the containment field as they struggle to comprehend the sheer power of the students. One guard growls in frustration, demanding to know why the dean is failing to act despite the escalating danger. Princess Kiram urgently presses the dean to call off the duel immediately, but he only responds with a cryptic command to wait. Dean's eyes narrow, his gaze locked on the unfolding chaos as he senses a shift in the battle. Cyan Vert extends his hand, manifesting a dark, swirling orb as he activates his secret technique. Princess Kiram shouts in alarm, recognizing the danger of the technique and begging for it to be stopped. Cataclysmic explosion of purple energy erupts, tearing through the arena floor. The dean chuckles, amused by Cyan Vert's unpredictable tactics, while others watch in sheer disbelief at the reckless display. The destructive force of the void sphere continues to ravage the surroundings, consuming everything in its path. Cyan Vert clenches his fist, the dark aura intensifying as he maintains control over the volatile energy. The smoke clears, revealing the opponent panting heavily, completely drained and overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the assault. The observers are left in utter disbelief as the spell suddenly vanishes into thin air. Questions ripple through the crowd, with many wondering if the mysterious black sphere was some form of forbidden magic they have never encountered before. Cyan Vert stands tall, emanating an aura of raw, dark energy, leaving everyone to question his true nature. The opponent gasps for air, his body pushed to the absolute limit after the relentless exchange. Cyan Vert watches as his opponent collapses, unable to fathom the sheer dominance displayed in the arena. Defeated and broken, the opponent admits his total failure in both swordsmanship and magic, sinking into despair. Cyan Vert looks on with a hint of regret, wondering if he was perhaps too overwhelming in his victory. The opponent slams his fist into the ground, a sudden surge of renewed spirit igniting within him. He declares his excitement, claiming he was bored of fighting weaklings and is now fully motivated to train harder. A hand extends forward, a silent gesture of respect amidst the chaos of the duel. With a confident smirk, the opponent vows that they will meet on the battlefield again one day. Cyan Vert stares back, calmly acknowledging the promise of a future challenge. Cyan Vert politely declines the offer, keeping his distance from the intense rivalry. Cyan Vert reflects on the terrifying speed at which the dragon grows, far surpassing any human development. The small child greets him with a joyful welcome, appearing to have aged significantly in such a short time. Cyan Vert is left stunned, struggling to comprehend how a dragon-human hybrid could grow this rapidly. The muscular attendant watches over the scene, noting the difficulty of keeping her existence a secret as she continues to sprout up. Cyan Vert contemplates the growing impossibility of hiding her true identity from the world. An associate warns him that keeping her hidden will soon become an impossible task. She clarifies that while she can help mask a demonic sword, hiding a draconic human is far beyond her capabilities. She scolds him for his recklessness, questioning what he was thinking by acting so wild during his mission. The warning hangs in the air, emphasizing the gravity of his recent actions. Anna, resting on the couch, suddenly feels as though she is the subject of a conversation. The concern remains. Her growth is accelerating at a terrifying, unnatural pace. Cyan Vert marvels at how much she has grown in such a short window of time. The associate insists that while he is responsible for his own mission spoils, this situation is far too dangerous to manage. Cyan Vert confirms that the muscular attendant is currently in charge of her care, noting the protective barriers in place. The letter is handed over, with a stern reminder to avoid causing any more trouble. Cyan Vert examines the item, clearly unimpressed with the lackluster reward for his victory. The door creaks open, signaling the end of their tense discussion as they prepare for what comes next. The atmosphere grows heavy as he muses that drawing too much attention will only lead to trouble. A tense moment unfolds as the muscular attendant asks about the document in hand, which Cyan Vert confirms is a warning letter. Cyan Vert reveals the letter explicitly states they are being evicted for their alleged misbehavior. Nana reacts with immediate panic, fearing that they are destined to live on the streets. Amused by her dramatic outburst, Cyan Vert wonders where she picked up such language, noting how quickly she is maturing. Cyan Vert gently pats Nana on the head, reassuring her that there is no need to worry just yet. The muscular attendant voices his anxiety about returning to Velia's, but Cyan Vert remains composed, promising to file a formal complaint. Observing the signature on the letter, Cyan Vert realizes it came directly from the dean, indicating a personal request for a meeting. The president of Garam Association stares down at Cyan Vert, questioning his desire to join the Knights of Light. Cyan Vert confirms his intent, though the president of Garam Association dismisses the path as entirely unsuitable for him. A flicker of intense emotion crosses Cyan Vert's eyes as the conversation deepens. The president of Garam Association acknowledges Cyan Vert's awareness of the situation and offers to provide some sage advice. With a cold expression, the president of Garam Association warns that following this path will bring no benefit regardless of the trials faced. Haunting vision manifests, depicting Cyan Vert being controlled like a marionette doll. Back in the present, Cyan Vert smiles enigmatically, wondering what the president of Garam Association is planning to tell him next. The muscular attendant suggests that they should finally give Nana a proper name, noting that calling her Kid isn't sustainable. Cyan Vert casually suggests Nana as a name, leaving the others surprised by his lack of deliberation. The muscular attendant is visibly taken aback, pointing out that Cyan Vert clearly didn't put any thought into the suggestion. Cyan Vert dismisses the concern with a wave of his hands, insisting that the name is perfectly fine. Nana is overjoyed, excitedly exclaiming that since Nana is the same backwards, she wants to be called Nana Vert. Cyan Vert is stunned, wondering how Nana could have possibly discovered his last name. The scene shifts to the imposing office of the Royal Academy Dean. A hand moves across the desk, setting a pen down after finishing a document. The Dean reflects on Cyan Vert, his expression grave and contemplative. Dean marvels at the sheer talent required to absorb a 4-star spell using only a 1-star black sphere. He notes with concern that the feat seemed to require almost no effort from the boy. The heavy doors stand shut, marking the gravity of the name Cyan Vert. Information regarding Kundal Quazel is revealed, noting his role as a mentor to the Emperor and father to the late Empress Diana Quazel. As one of the few 9-star mages, his power is legendary. Following the tragic death of Diana Quazel, he has dedicated his life solely to the education of students at the academy. He reflects on Cyan Vert, once thought to be a pacifist, who has now unexpectedly thrown himself into the dangerous royal succession conflict. Cyan Vert stops in his tracks, his expression unreadable as he processes the situation. It seems the core of his personality remains unchanged despite the shifting circumstances. Cyan Vert stands firm, surrounded by a surge of raw, golden energy. Cyan Vert smirks, noting that his opponent anticipated his arrival and still dared to erect a 9-star area restriction barrier. Undeterred by the challenge, Cyan Vert accepts the test laid out before him. The president of the Garam Association offers a cold, knowing smile. The president of the Garam Association challenges him, asserting that only a true master of magic could shatter such a formidable barrier. The thunderous crash, the barrier is pulverized as Cyan Vert breaches the sanctum. Cyan Vert lands inside, debris raining down around him as he faces the president of the Garam Association. Cyan Vert introduces himself as an incoming student, here to voice his formal disagreement with the recent complaint. President of the Garam Association watches, amused that Cyan Vert simply bypassed the magical defenses by entering through the window. The president of the Garam Association asks for clarification regarding this supposed disagreement. Cyan Vert explains that while the warning letter originated from the president of the Garam Association, the barrier outside proved it was merely a pretext. The letter was nothing more than a hollow excuse. President of the Garam Association acknowledges the point, conceding that Cyan Vert has successfully demonstrated his capabilities. Despite the admission, the president of the Garam Association refuses to withdraw the warning, inviting Cyan Vert to try and change his mind. Cyan Vert asks for permission to pose a single question, to which the president of the Garam Association agrees. Cyan Vert probes deeper, questioning if the president of the Garam Association truly desires the empire's expansion or merely the prestige of his own family. President of the Garam Association flinches, clearly caught off guard by the audacity of the question. Dismissing the inquiry as bold but ultimately irrelevant, the president of the Garam Association remains unmoved. Cyan Vert presses on, bringing up the death of Emperor Dion. Cyan Vert wonders aloud what would have happened if the third or fourth prince had seized the throne instead of the first. President of the Garam Association erupts, labeling Cyan Vert not just bold, but dangerously arrogant. Cyan Vert reflects on his past, realizing the president of the Garam Association is no different from who he used to be. He recalls the succession struggle, where Kundal played a pivotal role in crowning Luenel Severus as emperor. Luenel Severus was a man defined by his cruelty and malice. When Kundal opposed him, the emperor framed him as a traitor and condemned him to rot in chains. The president of the Garam Association slams his hand down, shouting that the accusation is complete nonsense. The president of the Garam Association demands to know if Cyan Vert thinks the peace of the last century is so fragile, calling him a fool. Cyan Vert questions the narrative, challenging the history of the imperial succession. He highlights the insatiable greed of the Nepellus household, the very bloodline of Empress Cassandra. Cyan Vert asserts that they would stop at nothing to cling to power, claiming the empire's peace is already hanging by a thread. His expression darkens with a chilling, knowing grin as he contemplates the inevitable collapse of that fragile peace. The president of Garam Association stares in disbelief, stunned that such a complex political analysis could come from an 11-year-old. The president of Garam Association demands to know why Cyan Vert is speaking so frankly, only to be told it is to initiate a negotiation. Cyan Vert offers his assistance with a calm, calculated smile. The president of Garam Association remains skeptical, telling him to retract his warning. A sinister chuckle escapes the president of Garam Association as he prepares to exert his dominance. The president of Garam Association mocks him, questioning what power he could possibly possess to offer help. With a flick of his finger, the president of Garam Association commands him to bear the weight of his own arrogance. Massive golden chains manifest instantly, pinning Sai and Vert in place with the overwhelming pressure of the chains of judgment. Sai and Vert, eyes glowing with a predatory red light, grins defiantly and challenges the president of Garam Association to a fight. The golden chains tighten, pulsating with intense magical energy as they attempt to suppress him. Despite the crushing weight of the spell, Sai and Vert refuses to yield. The pressure mounts, but the hunger in Sai and Vert's eyes only grows more intense. The president of Garam Association declares that escape is impossible against his 9-star chain tower spell. He shakes his head, disappointed, claiming he must have overestimated the boy's actual capabilities. Sai and Vert, now shrouded in a dark, volatile aura, decides it is finally time to prove his worth. The president of Garam Association gasps in shock as the magical equilibrium begins to shift. Sai and Vert activates the Void Sphere applied technique, his silhouette consumed by a terrifying, all-encompassing darkness. The golden chains begin to distort and warp as the void energy starts to consume the spell's structure. President of Garam Association is left speechless, unable to comprehend how a 1-star technique could possibly absorb his high-level magic. The chains shatter into fragments, devoured by the encroaching void. A dense, pulsating sphere of void energy expands, completely neutralizing the magical assault. The president of Garam Association recoils, his confidence shattered as his ultimate spell is dismantled. The dark energy surges outward, forcing the president of Garam Association to take a defensive stance. Sai and Vert stands calmly, his point proven as the room settles into a tense silence. He asks the president of Garam Association if he is finally considered useful. The president of Garam Association concedes, agreeing to withdraw his warning. The president of Garam Association demands to know if that is truly everything, and Sai and Vert confirms that it is. Sai and Vert reflects on his deep desire to avoid seeing the academy fall into ruin once again. Sun sets over the academy town, casting a warm, golden glow across the quiet streets. Sai and Vert wonders if his recent shopping spree for sweets is merely a result of having a child at home. Despite the mundane task, Sai and Vert admits he feels a genuine sense of happiness imagining someone enjoying the treats. Sai and Vert suddenly stops, his expression sharpening as he senses something amiss in the atmosphere. The streets have become unnervingly still, leaving Sai and Vert to question if he is just being paranoid. Sai and Vert pauses, his senses on high alert as the silence deepens around him. Sai and Vert calls out into the shadows, demanding that whoever is hiding there finally show themselves. Heavy footsteps echo against the stone pavement, signaling the arrival of an intruder. Sai and Vert stares in disbelief, his eyes widening as he recognizes the figure emerging from the dark. The groceries slip from his grip, tumbling to the ground with a loud thud. Paper bags lie discarded on the street, the contents scattered across the cold ground. Sai and Vert recalls his agreement with the dean to attend his classes, though he finds the prospect tedious. Slumped over his desk, Sai and Vert is utterly exhausted by the monotony of the day. He sighs, lamenting that having to relearn material he mastered 30 years ago is a complete waste of time. Sai and Vert decides to abandon the classroom and head straight for the training grounds. Princess Kiram suddenly confronts him, her eyes burning with intensity as she reminds him that his lessons are far from over. Desperate to escape, Sai and Vert claims he is just heading to the bathroom, but Princess Kiram immediately calls his bluff. Princess Kiram crosses her arms, questioning Sai and Vert's excuse while a companion scolds her for failing to act like a proper princess. Sai and Vert asks if she truly gave permission for others to use her name, while she retorts by questioning his change of subject. Princess Kiram demands to know why he insists on using her formal title, while Sai and Vert maintains that it is inappropriate for a civilian to address her otherwise. Sai and Vert dismisses her frustration as him being overly serious, a comment she takes as a backhanded compliment. Voice calls out to Aaron, drawing the attention of the group as they turn toward the staircase. Princess Kiram freezes, her expression shifting into one of pure shock. Sai and Vert looks on with curiosity, wondering who has managed to rattle the princess so effectively. Two figures descend the stairs, greeting Aaron with a casual, chilling familiarity. Newcomer introduces himself as Pavian, his gaze fixed coldly on the group. His companion, Nerovian, offers a sharp, knowing smile as he joins the conversation. Princess Kiram bows her head, clearly unsettled by their unexpected arrival. The atmosphere turns icy as two young men from the Nepalese family loom over Princess Kiram, mocking her for keeping company with servants. Cyan Vert observes the scene, his eyes sharp as he notes the open hostility of the Nepalese family toward the princess. The two antagonists pause, their expressions shifting to surprise as they finally recognize who is standing before them. Cyan Vert introduces himself with a calm, composed demeanor, cutting through the tension of the hallway. The tone of the antagonists instantly flips to sycophantic flattery, eager to gain favor with a son of Duke Vert. Cyan Vert keeps his expression unreadable, his dark eyes fixed on the duo as they continue their desperate attempts to curry favor. Ignoring the princess entirely, the men extend an invitation to Cyan Vert, desperate to cement a connection. Cyan Vert offers a polite but hollow acknowledgement, effectively brushing off their aggressive social climbing. Princess remains bowed, her posture tense as she endures the condescending presence of the Nepalese family. The antagonists lean in, their masks slipping to reveal a sinister, predatory look directed solely at the princess. Cyan Vert's hand clenches into a fist, the subtle vibration of his aura signaling his growing irritation. With a chilling smile, the antagonist issues a veiled threat, warning Cyan Vert to stay in his lane. Two men walk away, leaving the princess and her companions in the wake of their arrogance. The princess looks on with a mix of confusion and sadness, struggling to comprehend the coldness of her own kin. Cyan Vert watches the retreating figures, his expression turning grim as he contemplates the nature of their power. The princess freezes, her eyes widening as Cyan Vert delivers a harsh truth about her family's true colors. A haunting vision of a throne built on skulls looms, emphasizing that in this world, blood ties are nothing compared to raw power. Cyan Vert looks down at the princess, his voice steady as he explains why her family treats her with such disdain. The princess blushes, overwhelmed by his directness as he tries to comfort her in his own blunt way. Princess is startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere, her face flushed with emotion. Elsewhere, a small, horned creature sleeps peacefully, completely unaware of the tension brewing elsewhere. Cyan Vert enters the room, scanning the area for his companions, only to find the space strangely empty. A dark, shifting mass of energy manifests, grumbling about being summoned from its rest. Cyan Vert questions the creature's current form, to which it explains the necessity of remaining hidden. Cyan Vert gets straight to the point, ordering the entity to track down Brian immediately. The creature recoils in confusion, clearly not a fan of being used as a simple tracking dog. Creature protests, arguing that there are better ways to ask for a favor than treating it like a hound. The creature pauses, its demeanor shifting as it catches a scent in the air. The creature's tone turns grave as it detects the unmistakable metallic tang of blood. In a flash, a figure is sent crashing through the corridor, the sudden violence shattering the calm. The aggressors loom over their victim, their mocking tones suggesting they were only just beginning to lose their patience. With a twisted grin, the blonde young man spits out his frustration, clearly annoyed by the resistance he has encountered. Lying broken on the ground, the victim coughs up blood, his spirit barely holding on as he retorts that his attacker is nothing but trash. The blonde young man stands over the fallen, his threat cold and absolute as he promises to carve his target into pieces. His eyes burning with a dark, predatory light, the blonde young man shifts the blame, claiming this violence is merely a consequence of his victim's defiance. The victim can only muster a weak, pained response, his body failing him as he struggles to maintain consciousness. Confusion ripples through the group of aggressors as the air suddenly shifts, a new and dangerous presence making itself known. A pair of glowing, murderous eyes pierce through the darkness, signaling the arrival of a predator. Victim laughs, a hollow, broken sound, as he mocks the empty threats being thrown his way. The blonde young man sneers, questioning if the beating has finally caused his opponent to lose his grip on reality. Bored by the lack of resistance, the blonde young man signals his men, his patience for this game officially exhausted. The order is given with chilling simplicity, leaving no room for mercy. High above the chaos, Cyan Vert watches the scene unfold, his voice cutting through the tension as he demands to know what they are doing. The blonde young man looks up in shock, the sudden impact of Cyan Vert's presence shaking the very ground beneath him. Cyan Vert lands with lethal grace, his gaze locking onto his target as he calls him by name, Barrett Louis Mill. The victim, barely clinging to consciousness, gasps out a weak, desperate recognition of his master. Cyan Vert looks down with a mixture of cold disdain and concern, noting the state of his subordinate. Barrett Louis Mill erupts into a manic laugh, welcoming the confrontation as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. Cyan Vert instantly activates his technique, Thick Fog 8th Form, Assault, his form blurring into a lethal dance of shadows. Air screams as steel clashes with steel, the speed of the assault catching the mercenaries completely off guard. The mercenaries are sent flying, unable to even track the movements of their attacker as they are systematically dismantled. Barrett Louis Mill screams in disbelief, his arrogance shattering as he witnesses his elite mercenaries fall in a single heartbeat. A massive sphere of raw, crackling purple energy manifests in the air, the sheer pressure forcing the onlookers to recoil in terror. Blonde young man cries out, his mind unable to comprehend the overwhelming display of power radiating from his opponent. Desperation takes hold as Barrett Louis Mill channels his remaining strength into a final, futile attempt to strike back. Cyan Vert effortlessly intercepts the blow, his counterattack landing with bone-crushing force. The impact sends Barrett Louis Mill and his remaining forces spiraling into the walls, the corridor reduced to rubble. Barrett Louis Mill collapses against the debris, his bravado replaced by the agonizing reality of his defeat. Cyan Vert steps into the light, his presence alone enough to silence the room as he questions the twisted joy his opponent finds in such cruelty. Barrett Louis Mill looks up, his smile twisted and defiant, as he asks if his life is truly forfeit for his hobbies. Barrett Louis Mill looks up, his smile twisted and defiant, as he asks if his life is truly forfeit for his hobbies. The Garum Kingdom's most notorious authority figure was a stain on society, known even in a past life for his depraved and problematic behavior. His cruelty knew no bounds. He treated the lives of others as nothing more than playthings for his own twisted amusement, leaving a trail of suffering in his wake. The nightmare reached a breaking point when he finally crossed the line, callously murdering a fellow classmate and leaving her broken form behind. The order finally came down from Mist. He was to be purged, erased from the kingdom for his unforgivable sins. Cyan Vert infiltrated the mansion where Barrett Louis Mill had been hiding following his expulsion, only to be met with a horrific sight. The floor was littered with bodies, a gruesome testament to the depravity that had unfolded within these walls. Cyan Vert had intended to drag out the execution, subjecting him to the most excruciating end imaginable, but Barrett Louis Mill had merely smiled, mocking the delay. That twisted, defiant grin remains burned into his memory, a final insult from a man who felt no remorse. Looking back, Cyan Vert realizes that a quick death was far too merciful for a monster who had already squeezed every ounce of fun from his wretched life. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on the blonde young man's throat, cutting off his panicked protest. Cyan Vert channels a surge of raw, violet energy, his palm glowing with lethal intent. The blonde young man gasps in terror, begging him to stop as Cyan Vert looms over him with cold indifference. The blonde young man screams that he is a Louis Mill, claiming the status of the most powerful family in the Garum Kingdom as a shield against his fate. Cyan Vert shuts him up, his grip tightening as the dark energy flares, choking the life out of his arrogant captive. Cyan Vert tells him that he doesn't care if he's loathed. Such hatred is irrelevant to the judgment being carried out. The blonde young man chokes, his voice failing as the crushing pressure of the magical restraint takes hold. Cyan Vert declares that he cares little for gossip, but the blonde young man's mistake was laying a hand on his subordinate. Blonde young man writhes in agony, his body convulsing under the overwhelming surge of power. The magical blast ripples through the area, leaving destruction in its wake as Cyan Vert stands unmoved. A nearby observer watches, stunned by the sheer magnitude of power that Cyan Vert has been concealing all along. He realizes he must alert his master immediately, fearing that this display of force will derail their carefully laid plans. Suddenly, Cyan Vert appears behind him, his presence cutting through the shadows like a blade. The muscular attendant collapses, clutching his wounded arm as Cyan Vert looms over him with a sharp, judgmental gaze. Cyan Vert looks down at him with utter disdain, his expression hardening as he takes in the sight. Cyan Vert questions his loyalty, demanding to know why he would throw his life away in a fight he was destined to lose. Muscular attendant bows his head, the weight of his failure heavy upon him as he faces his master's cold scrutiny. Cyan Vert asks why he didn't simply retreat, baffled by the sheer stupidity of the sacrifice. He makes it clear that he has no use for a loyal subordinate who is dead, warning him that such recklessness is nothing more than an annoyance. Cyan Vert promises a harsh lecture upon their return, leaving the muscular attendant to apologize in silence. The Cyan Vert turns his attention to the shadows, calling out to the hidden observer. Cyan Vert coolly acknowledges the presence of his pursuers, noting that it was impossible not to notice when they arrived in full force. The elegant observer steps forward, his voice calm as he reveals the captive he has brought as a gesture of gift. Bound and struggling on the ground, the captive groans in pain, clearly distressed by his predicament. Cyan Vert identifies the captive, realizing this is the very person who had been tailing him recently. With a nonchalant shrug, Cyan Vert confirms that he was well aware of the surveillance. The elegant observer offers a backhanded compliment, admitting that he is impressed by Cyan Vert's hidden talents. The elegant observer lists Cyan Vert's dangerous attributes: power exceeding a mist assassin, a sharp intellect for negotiations, and the mental fortitude to master a demonic sword. Cyan Vert grips the cursed blade, his eyes glowing with a dangerous red intensity as he maintains his focus. The elegant observer warns that such displays cannot continue, as they are attracting too much unwanted suspicion. Cyan Vert acknowledges the need for caution but remains defiant, refusing to live his life being pushed around. His eyes flare with a menacing, supernatural light as he declares he has no intention of playing the idiot for others' sake. The elegant observer laughs, noting that Cyan Vert's desire to protect his own is an interesting trait. With a casual wave, the elegant observer prepares to depart, leaving Cyan Vert to deal with the situation. The bound captive panics, begging to know what fate awaits him at Cyan Vert's hands. Cyan Vert offers a chilling smile, remarking that killing the captive would be far too simple. The captive cries out in terror, desperately promising silence if only Cyan Vert spares him. Cyan Vert mocks the captive, effortlessly revealing that he already knows the man's identity as a subordinate. Cyan Vert recalls the captive's constant presence by his master's side, making it impossible to forget. Cyan Vert muses that this captive might actually be dangerous in a completely unexpected way. A dark, ominous hand reaches out, crackling with volatile energy. Cyan Vert considers ending the captive's life, but realizes the value of keeping a subordinate of such a target alive. Cyan Vert smiles, his hand glowing with purple energy as he decides the captive will be useful for his upcoming schemes. The captive screams in sheer terror as the dark magic envelopes him, begging Cyan Vert to stay away. Cyan Vert channels his power, his eyes burning with intense, malevolent purple light. The dark energy surges, forcing itself into the captive's mind with overwhelming pressure. The captive is completely overwhelmed, his face contorted in agony as his consciousness is forcefully breached. The scene shifts to the exterior of a grand, towering academy building under a clear blue sky. A student lunges forward with a wooden practice sword, executing a sharp, decisive strike. Princess Kiram parries the attack with expert precision, her movements fluid and graceful despite the intensity. The wooden swords clash with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves through the air as the duel intensifies. Wooden swords clash with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves through the air as the duel intensifies. Princess Kiram is caught off guard, her expression shifting to surprise as her opponent claims victory. The blonde young man quickly pulls back his wooden sword, offering a flustered apology to Princess Kiram for the intensity of his strike. Princess Kiram is clearly displeased, her eyes burning with a sharp, intense glare as she addresses the blonde young man. Nearby, an attendant watches the sparring session with concern, noting the sheer intensity of the training. The muscular attendant takes a heavy, crushing blow to the midsection, the force of the strike leaving him breathless. He stumbles backward, struggling to maintain his footing as the impact rattles his frame. Cyan Vert effortlessly lands a powerful strike, sending the muscular attendant flying across the training ground. Cyan Vert maintains his stance, his movements fluid and precise as he dominates the exchange. He observes his opponent, acknowledging the raw power behind the muscular attendant's efforts. Cyan Vert watches the exhausted man, calculating the value of such a dedicated training partner. The muscular attendant gasps for air, insisting he can continue despite the visible blood staining the floor. Cyan Vert contemplates the necessity of this training, knowing he must prepare for any future threats. The muscular attendant questions the status of their new recruit, but Cyan Vert remains confident in his choice. A surge of dark, violet energy erupts, manifesting the power of the shadow technique. The energy coalesces, leaving the target visibly drained and incapacitated. Cyan Vert stands over the bound figure, his shadow magic still crackling with residual power. Cyan Vert sighs, noting the strain of utilizing such high-level magic after a long hiatus. The system confirms the activation of the 9-star dark element magic, Shadow Personality. Cyan Vert demands the identity of the kneeling figure, who identifies himself as a guardian knight. The knight explains his mission, having been ordered to monitor the young master's movements. Cyan Vert smiles, sensing the knight's newfound submission to his will. Kellen Diego pledges his loyalty, asking to serve Cyan Vert instead of his former master. Cyan Vert accepts the offer but gives a chilling command for the knight to relay a message. His expression darkens with a predatory grin as he emphasizes the importance of every detail. Kellen Diego bows low, fully understanding the gravity of his new master's orders. Cyan Vert's eyes glow with a sharp, calculated intensity. Cyan Vert notes the overwhelming loyalty in the knight's eyes, sensing a dangerous edge to his resolve. Princess Kiram approaches the group, questioning their presence in the training area. She mentions her routine training sessions with Leximus, confirming her regular visits. Cyan Vert ponders her words, wondering if she is alluding to the events of the previous week. He reflects on the brutal state of Barrett Louis Mill, who was discovered outside the nurse's office, beaten into total incoherence, yet refusing to name his attacker. The truth, however, is that Barrett Louis Mill was physically incapable of speaking, rather than simply choosing to remain silent. Cyan Vert observes the situation, noting that the reaction from Leximus was completely unexpected. He had genuinely anticipated that she would be pleased by the revelation. Suddenly, a small, energetic figure leaps into the air, shouting for her father. Nana descends from the sky, drawing the shocked attention of everyone present in the area. The muscular attendant cries out in alarm, pointing toward the approaching figure as Cyan Vert realizes who it is. Nana slumps onto the nearby couch, completely exhausted and drifting off into a deep sleep. Princess Kiram is stunned, wondering aloud where this mysterious child could have possibly appeared from. Nana beams with excitement, declaring to everyone that she has finally found her father. Princess Kiram stares in disbelief, repeating the word Papa as the reality of the situation hits her. Nana continues to cling to the title, leaving Cyan Vert and the others looking on in bewilderment. Princess Kiram loses her composure, demanding to know when and with whom he could have possibly had a child. Cyan Vert stands there, completely at a loss for words while question marks seem to fill the air around him. Princess Kiram seeks clarification, questioning if that is truly the sequence of events that transpired. Relieved, Princess Kiram laughs, realizing that the child is not actually his, admitting she had been imagining all sorts of scenarios. Cyan Vert breaks into a cold sweat, worried that Princess Kiram might use this secret as leverage to blackmail him. The muscular attendant panics internally, terrified that the Academy will expel them if they discover Nana is a draconic human. Princess Kiram offers reassurance, telling Cyan Vert not to worry about the situation. The muscular attendant and Cyan Vert look up, stunned and questioning if she is being serious. Princess Kiram confirms her stance, asking Leximus for agreement as they interact with the playful Nana. Leximus smiles, expressing that he doesn't mind keeping the secret since he has no friends to tell anyway. Cyan Vert is left completely baffled, asking why they would be so willing to help. Princess Kiram admits with a soft expression that she simply feels bad for the child. She explains that Nana wouldn't fit in with either humans or dragons and would never be accepted by anyone. Princess Kiram acknowledges that Cyan Vert's desire to take care of her is a commendable trait. Princess Kiram then tentatively asks if she might be allowed to visit his room occasionally. Flustered, she quickly backtracks, insisting he shouldn't misunderstand her intentions as she only wants to check on Nana. Cyan Vert brushes it off, stating that it doesn't matter to him one way or the other. He concludes the conversation by insisting that this remains their shared secret, to which she enthusiastically agrees. She blushes, clearly taken aback by the weight of the secret they now share. The group prepares to depart, offering a polite farewell to Cyan Vert as they bow in respect. Her heart races at the thought of growing closer to Cyan Vert while her companion looks on with concern. A sinister grin spreads across her face as she muses about the chaos that unfolded while she slept. Cyan Vert reprimands her, pointing out her failure to properly supervise the child. The muscular attendant suggests taking the child for walks to help alleviate her stress. Cyan Vert agrees to the suggestion, signaling that it is time for him to take his leave. Two winged figures soar through the night sky, moving rapidly toward their destination. He pauses mid-flight, his expression shifting to one of sudden, sharp alertness. Lucian comes to a sudden halt in the air, his eyes scanning the horizon with intensity. His companion questions the hesitation, noting a foul presence in the air. Catalina confirms they are nearing the vicinity of the Academy. Deciding to delay his return, Lucian focuses on the source of the disturbance. His eyes glow with a fierce, crimson light as he swears to eliminate the offending aura. On the outskirts of Lewin, the group travels through the darkened landscape. Child dashes ahead, her excitement palpable as she explores the new surroundings. Cyan Vert watches her with a soft, indulgent smile, happy to see her enjoying herself. He reflects that it is perfectly fine for her to play as much as she desires. Nana teases him about his newfound fatherly role, suggesting he find a mother for the child. Cyan Vert's expression darkens as he is clearly annoyed by her insinuation. Lukian's teeth grit in disgust as he senses the presence nearby. The muscular attendant screams in terror as he realizes the danger descending upon them. A massive beam of energy strikes the earth, shattering the ground upon impact. He frantically checks on the child, relieved to find her unharmed amidst the chaos. Cyan Vert steps forward, commanding them to stay behind him for protection. The dust clears to reveal the crater left by the devastating attack. They stare in shock, unable to believe that high-ranking dragons have appeared before them. He struggles to breathe, overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure of the approaching threat. Lukian glares down at them, his face twisted in pure revulsion at their existence. Catalina echoes his sentiment, questioning how such a vile creature could possibly exist here. The confrontation intensifies as Cyan Vert is confronted about his possession of a demonic blade and his status as a master to a halfling. Catalina lashes out, her eyes burning with fury as she insults the halfling for choosing to serve a human. The insult strikes a nerve, and Catalina's expression twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Elegant Observer maintains his cold, arrogant composure, dismissing the others as inferior beings beneath his notice. The muscular attendant trembles, shielding the halfling as Elegant Observer demands the creature be handed over. A chilling ultimatum hangs in the air as Elegant Observer promises to spare them if they comply. Cyan Vert cuts the tension, his voice cold and commanding as he orders them to be silent. Elegant Observer is taken aback, his brow furrowing in disbelief at the sudden defiance. Cyan Vert's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he delivers a scathing insult, showing no fear. Instead of anger, a twisted, mocking smile spreads across Elegant Observer's face. Cyan Vert begins to channel a surge of raw, volatile energy, his presence shifting into something dangerous. A massive shockwave erupts, forcing the muscular attendant to cry out in alarm for his master. Cyan Vert remains calm, urging his companion to escape the blast zone immediately. The earth shatters beneath them, cracked by the sheer force of the incoming power. Elegant Observer hovers above, his spear crackling with electricity as he mocks Cyan Vert's inferior nature. Cyan Vert fully embraces his power, a dark, crimson aura erupting around him as he prepares to strike. Catalina recoils, recognizing the terrifying energy manifesting from the human. Elegant Observer remains unimpressed, still viewing his opponent as nothing more than a human. Elegant Observer's eyes widen in sudden, sharp realization. Cyan Vert moves with blinding speed, clashing against Elegant Observer in a blur of motion. Elegant Observer grit his teeth, struggling to keep up with the relentless assault. Powerful strike forces Elegant Observer back, the air whistling with the intensity of the blow. Elegant Observer unleashes a shockwave to create distance, his expression turning grave. A massive magical seal manifests in the sky, shimmering with blue light. Cyan Vert is struck, light erupting around him as he is sent flying. The impact creates a blinding flash, leaving only trails of energy behind. Cyan Vert maneuvers through the air, activating a high-speed movement technique to close the distance. A violent collision occurs, fire and light consuming the battlefield as the two forces meet. Catalina prepares her defenses, warning her master that he cannot handle the human's current strength. Catalina grit her teeth, determined to prove that she is more than capable of holding her own. A massive, ancient dragon's barrier manifests, forged from a millennium of concentrated mana. The atmosphere in the room is heavy with suspicion as the man questions if an unknown force is truly backing his brother. Cyan Vert voices his grim theory, suggesting that the informants they deployed have been systematically eliminated. Blonde young man presses for more, clearly dissatisfied with the lack of progress, forcing an apology for the scarcity of intel. Something doesn't sit right. The blonde young man narrows his eyes, sensing that this situation is far from normal. With a cold realization, the blonde young man turns his attention toward his subordinate. Cyan Vert visibly flinches as the blonde young man decides to probe him with a direct question. The silence stretches, thick with tension, as Cyan Vert weighs his next words carefully. Cyan Vert realizes the trap. This isn't just a conversation, it is a test of his loyalty. Cyan Vert clenches his fist, his heart pounding against the scrutiny of his superior. Maintaining his facade, Cyan Vert offers a polite, submissive blessing to the blonde young man. The blonde young man flashes a sharp, knowing smile, seemingly satisfied with the performance. Dismissing the tension as a mere ritual, the blonde young man finally grants Cyan Vert permission to leave. Outside the room, Cyan Vert exhales, knowing he narrowly escaped a fatal blunder. Cyan Vert reaches for the door, determined to stay out of the blonde young man's way at all costs. As the door opens, Cyan Vert is caught off guard by a woman standing right there. The young woman looks up, offering a nervous and hesitant greeting. Cyan Vert demands to know why she is here, his tone sharp and defensive. The blonde young man steps out, casually revealing that he was the one who summoned her. The blonde young man confirms her identity, smiling as she nervously identifies herself as Emily. A sinister, satisfied grin spreads across the blonde young man's face. Emily blushes, clearly overwhelmed and confused by the sudden request for a favor. In a different location, the mystery deepens as news arrives that 2 key figures have gone missing. The investigation reveals they manifested 8-star level divine powers at the outskirts of Lewin before vanishing. The shattered mana stones are all that remain of the violent clash that occurred here. The investigation questions how such a feat was even possible through magic alone. Conclusion points toward a wielder of dark elemental powers, specifically naming Kundal Quizel. The president of Garam Association channels his power, noting that Kundal Quizel lacks the necessary dark affinity. Attention shifts to Cyan Vert, the only known dark element user within the Royal Academy. Rumors of him surviving a devil-dragon attack on the front lines add a layer of terrifying potential. President of Garam Association confirms they both provided testing subjects and materials, hinting at a larger conspiracy. The president of Garam Association confirms they both provided testing subjects and materials, hinting at a larger conspiracy, specifically ordering that Lunav Rainreaver ensure his granddaughter builds a connection with Cyan Vert. Within the confines of the Royal Academy's dorms, a quiet moment of respite unfolds. Princess Kiram presents a beautifully decorated cake, her face beaming with pure, unadulterated joy. Nana stares at the dessert with wide, sparkling eyes, completely captivated by the sweet treat. Princess Kiram encourages Nana to eat as much as she likes, gesturing toward a massive stockpile of boxes. Cyan Vert observes the scene from the sidelines, internally noting that they need to maintain a low profile while the others enjoy themselves. Cyan Vert remains vigilant, aware that if enemies could track Nana's presence before, they might attempt another ambush. Cyan Vert vows to protect those around him, having chosen to live this life entirely on his own terms. Meanwhile, the elegant observer wears a sinister smirk, plotting to bring total ruin to his targets. Princess Kiram looks back with a curious expression, wondering what is on his mind. Cyan Vert notices her mood and asks if something good has happened to make her so happy. Cyan Vert offers a subtle, knowing smile in response. Elsewhere, the elegant observer greets the blonde young man, noting how long it has been since their last meeting. The elegant observer acknowledges the blonde young man, identifying him as Askel, the first prince. The blonde young man responds with a polite, sycophantic smile, thanking him for his favor. The elegant observer narrows his eyes, shifting the conversation to a more pressing matter. He challenges the blonde young man on how long he plans to waste away in such a remote estate, mentioning that Alice has departed on a journey. The blonde young man admits he is genuinely worried, unsure of Alice's current whereabouts or actions. The elegant observer leans in, questioning if the real reason for his concern is the threat she poses to his power. The blonde young man shuts down the conversation, refusing to speak further on the topic. The elegant observer presses on, insisting that as friends, there should be no secrets between them. A mysterious figure approaches to pour wine, while the elegant observer asks if his younger brother's name is Cyan. The elegant observer notes that the king is so interested in him that he is considering an engagement between him and Aaron. The elegant observer expresses confusion, unable to understand why the king is so determined to protect his useless daughter. He adds that they should not feel rushed, as the more attention and power she gains, the more useful she becomes to them. The elegant observer smiles, satisfied that the blonde young man understands his perspective. The blonde young man offers the elegant observer a drink, maintaining his composure. The elegant observer recalls a jewel he discovered while scouting the slums. The blonde young man realizes what he is implying, his eyes narrowing. Boris Lelm introduces himself, presenting the most exquisite jewel they have found. 2 years have passed since the journey began. Cyan Vert reflects on his time spent trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. He finally adjusted to the rhythm of life at the academy. The atmosphere shifts as Alice returns, bringing a sudden commotion to the streets. The academy grounds remain quiet, masking the tension brewing within. A heavy door swings open with a sharp, resonant thud. Inside the study, the president of Garam Association greets the visitor. It has been a long time. The president of Garam Association eyes the traveler, asking if the journey was worth the effort. The traveler confirms, noting that the trip to Fruina was successful. The president of Garam Association pauses, remarking that Fruina is hardly a place where humans are welcomed. Alice admits it took a full year to adapt, but she was determined to find the harmony the president of Garam Association once spoke of. The president of Garam Association observes her closely, noting that her mind is clearly made up. Alice declares her intention to join the Knights of Light. She expresses deep concern for her younger siblings, specifically mentioning how shy Cyan Vert can be. The president of Garam Association bursts into laughter, leaving Alice confused and slightly annoyed. He finds the description of Cyan Vert as shy to be incredibly amusing. Alice retorts that he is being far too harsh on the boy. Alice calls out to Cyan Vert, who has just arrived. Cyan Vert stands there, offering a quiet, knowing look. He smiles warmly, telling Alice he truly missed her. Walking together, Alice remarks on how much Cyan Vert has changed over the years. She notes that they are finally the same height, and he will likely surpass her soon. Cyan Vert teases her, suggesting that maybe it is she who has shrunk, leading to a playful scolding. The date is July 2nd, year 988, a day Cyan Vert remembers all too well from his past life. It was the very last day he saw his sister alive. As they walk, Alice asks why he isn't going home for the summer break. Cyan Vert replies that no one there would welcome him anyway. Alice is taken aback, questioning if that is the reason he stayed away for 2 whole years. Cyan Vert reveals there are actually many reasons for his absence. He explains that one of those reasons is that Askel is there. He highlights that the Duke's wife is constantly plotting against him, and his father remains indifferent to the situation. Cyan Vert walks toward the academy gates, noting that he likely won't return until he graduates. He is suddenly questioned about his relationship with Krantz. Cyan Vert dismisses the idea of being friends with him, leaving his companion shocked. With a cold, intense gaze, Cyan Vert reminds her exactly how he was treated. She stares back in disbelief, stunned by the gravity of his words. A man steps forward, identifying himself as Brian Kendrick, Cyan Vert's guardian knight, and offers to testify to the truth. She is surprised to encounter a guardian knight and admits she was curious why he had been trailing them. The weight of the situation settles in as she questions if that is really what happened. Brian Kendrick explains he was in Fruina and unaware of the conflict, pointing to the Duke's wife and Krantz as the true instigators. Cyan Vert looks toward his companion, momentarily distracted by the mention of Alice. She asks if he has discussed this with anyone else, but Cyan Vert brushes it off, insisting there is no point in dwelling on the past. Cyan Vert notes that Krantz shows no signs of remorse for his past actions. Suddenly, she pulls him into a tight embrace, cutting off his words. She tells him he doesn't need to keep his pain bottled up and that he can rely on her. Cyan Vert holds her, promising that from now on, he will be the one to protect her. She tells him she wants to stay, but she has to depart, urging him to take care of himself. Brian Kendrick watches the emotional exchange, a single tear falling down his cheek. As she embraces Brian Kendrick, she instructs him to look after little Cyan Vert. Brian Kendrick is left flustered as Cyan Vert manifests a dark, menacing aura, his eyes glowing with red intent. Cyan Vert waves goodbye as she prepares to leave in her carriage, leaving Brian Kendrick bowing in respect. Cyan Vert reflects on her visible anger, wondering what triggered such a reaction. Night falls over the academy, casting long shadows across the building. Cyan Vert barely manages to block a fierce downward strike with his wooden sword. Krantz stands over him, mocking his lack of endurance in their training session. Krantz sneers, calling him a pathetic name and demanding he get back up. Trembling, Cyan Vert pleads with him to stop the assault. Ignoring the plea, Krantz strikes again with brutal force, criticizing Cyan Vert for talking too much. Krantz continues his relentless barrage of attacks, his expression twisted in sadistic joy. Cyan Vert finally snaps, shouting for Krantz to stop his torment. The blond young man freezes, his face pale as he confronts the imposing presence before him, stammering out a question about what is happening. Krantz erupts in a surge of raw, crackling blue energy, eyes glowing with lethal intensity as he commands an immediate apology. Cyan Vert reflects on the familiar face he encountered in his previous life, sensing that the Duke's household is on the brink of total chaos. He contemplates the necessity of revealing the truth about her heritage, weighing the consequences of his next move. Determined, Cyan Vert vows to protect her, even as he recalls the harrowing battles against monstrous beasts that defined his path. The weight of his past life presses down on him, a constant reminder of the misery he is fighting to prevent. A hand extends, presenting a sealed letter, the golden emblem catching the light as the delivery is made. The muscular attendant questions the origin of the correspondence, only to learn one arrived from the academy while the other was sourced from a janitor. He observes Cyan Vert, noting the mysterious letter that likely originated from the royal palace. The seal is unmistakable. The imperial family's mark confirms the letter's high-stakes origin. Nana leans in, her curiosity piqued as she asks what the message contains. The muscular attendant continues to speculate, while Cyan Vert remains focused on the task at hand. The second document is revealed to be a cold, calculated order for an assassination. The target is Drenia Nephilis, a name linked to a major incident at the palace banquet. Because the target is the Empress's own brother, the order carries a shockwave of political danger. Nana asks if he intends to go, and Cyan Vert confirms he has business to attend to at the palace. Cyan Vert recalls that in his past life, someone else had been assigned this mission, finding it strange that the hall master now favors him. The muscular attendant announces that the letter is from Princess Erin, surprising the group. Nana teases him, amused that he has received a love letter despite her initial impression of him as just a kid. Cyan Vert winces as a sudden restriction on his demonic sword flares up, causing him physical pain. He instructs them to begin preparations for their journey to the palace, while Nana collapses in distress. Voice whispers about being hungry as bare feet step cautiously across the floor. The muscular attendant cries out in alarm, reacting to the sudden shift in the room. Cyan Vert's eyes widen in shock as he realizes what has just occurred. A creature with horns and wings appears, looking around with a confused expression. Grand architecture of the palace looms against a bright, clear sky. Footsteps echo rhythmically against the stone path, signaling an arrival. The heavy doors swing open with a resounding thud, revealing the interior. The staff inside look up, stunned to see the unexpected return of their mistress. President of Garum Association stares in disbelief, struggling to process her sudden appearance. The tension in the room is suffocating as Princess Kiram stares at her mother, whispering in disbelief, "Mother, no." Duchess Margaret sits calmly, seemingly oblivious to the storm brewing in her presence. Duchess Margaret looks up, her eyes widening as she realizes she is no longer alone. Princess Kiram strides into the room, her gaze cold and piercing as she confronts the woman before her, asking, "Alice?" Duchess Margaret offers a chilling, twisted smile, greeting her with, "It's been so long. Have you been well, daughter?" Without hesitation, Princess Kiram lashes out with a swift, decisive strike. Air crackles with hostility as Princess Kiram closes the distance, her intent clear. Princess Kiram demands to know why the guards are just standing by, shouting, "Why, your grace? Guards, what are you all doing?" Duchess Margaret cowers back, stammering, "Are you out of your mind?" But Princess Kiram retorts, "You're the one who's out of your mind, Duchess Margaret." Princess Kiram's eyes glow with an icy, supernatural intensity as she declares, "You tried to—" Duchess Margaret recoils in panic, screaming, "How did she know? I tried to kill Cyan Vert. Do you have any proof?" Princess Kiram stares down the Duchess, cutting through her defense. "You just confirmed it for me. It must be true since you're asking for evidence." Duchess Margaret, now cornered, shouts, "You dare to put a hand on me when you don't even have any evidence." Desperate, Duchess Margaret commands her subordinates, "What are you all doing? Drag her out of here." The guards rush forward, one of them stammering, "Apologies, miss," as they attempt to restrain Princess Kirim. Princess Kirim's eyes narrow, her focus sharpening to a lethal point. With a swift, fluid motion, Princess Kirim leaps, effortlessly vaulting over her attackers. Princess Kirim channels her power, manifesting the elemental spirit, Undine, to strike back. A massive surge of water magic erupts, sweeping the guards off their feet in a powerful display of force. Duchess Margaret watches in horror, trembling as she whispers, "That's spirit magic? How can she take down the guards so easily?" Princess Kirim stalks forward, cold and unrelenting, as she declares, "Don't come any closer. What are you doing?" Cyan Vert's guardian knight confessed everything. Her voice dripping with disdain, Princess Kirim continues, "He said that you were the one behind the assassination attempt on Cyan Vert 2 years ago. Did you think you could get away with it if Cyan Vert kept quiet?" Duchess Margaret shrieks, her composure shattered. "You're believing those inferior things' words over mine." Princess Kirim silences her with a sharp, final warning. "Shut up, Margaret Urzith. I'm gonna tell father about this all. You better be prepared." Duchess Margaret's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror as she realizes the gravity of her situation. The room falls into a heavy silence as the guards lay defeated, leaving Duchess Margaret isolated. Duchess Margaret seethes with internal rage, thinking, "Stupid bitch. She's still unaware after all she's been through." Her thoughts turn dark and manipulative. Duke Villiers does not care about anything other than that child. A mysterious man observes the situation, his voice calm but ominous. "I already know that she tried to kill Cyan Vert." Princess Kirim, shocked by the revelation, stammers, "What do you mean? Your own child was almost assassinated, and that's what you have to say?" Tension in the room is palpable as the conversation turns to the recent life-threatening ordeal, with the realization that Cyan Vert was only saved by the timely intervention of his knight, Brian Kendrick. A cold, dismissive sneer crosses his face as he scoffs at the notion that such a fool could have actually protected Cyan Vert, labeling the man as nothing more than a glorified errand boy. Stunned by the implication, Princess Kirim recoils, struggling to believe that Cyan Vert could have single-handedly taken down 6 official knights. Heavy footsteps echo across the floor as the cold reality is laid bare. The true capabilities of the boy remain completely unknown to her. Without missing a beat, the president of Garam Association extends a hand, presenting a mysterious, sealed envelope directly to Princess Kirim. It is an imperial banquet invitation, and because he cannot attend himself, he demands that she take his place. He pushes the invitation into her hands, insisting she go and relax, assuring her that Cyan Vert is not someone she needs to fret over. His words leave her visibly shaken, as he cryptically claims that the child possesses a strength far beyond her current understanding. Left alone in the silence of the room, Princess Kirim stares at the closed door, the weight of his words lingering in the air. The rhythmic sound of boots against the floorboards continues as she walks away, deep in thought. She can't help but doubt the advice. After all, Cyan Vert is only 13 years old, and the danger is far too real. Turning a corner, she is suddenly greeted by a familiar face, causing her to pause in surprise. A bright, genuine smile breaks across her face as she recognizes the person standing before her. It is Cecilia, the sight of whom instantly lifts the heavy mood that had been weighing down Princess Kirim. Overwhelmed with relief, she pulls Cecilia into a tight embrace, demanding to know where she has been and why she never sent a single word. Cecilia offers a soft, apologetic smile, her presence acting as a balm to the princess's frayed nerves. Cecilia Rain, once her exclusive maid, teacher, and dearest friend, has finally returned to her side. Cecilia suggests a change of scenery, a proposal that catches the princess off guard as she wonders what she could possibly mean. With a cheerful grin, Cecilia reveals the plan. They are going to the imperial palace. The journey begins as a carriage rattles along the rugged path, kicking up dust in its wake. Inside, the excitement is infectious, with eyes wide and sparkling at the prospect of the adventure ahead. Cyan Vert looks on with a stern expression, immediately ordering Nana to hide her tail. Nana pouts, letting out a soft, disgruntled mumble as she complies with his request. With a sudden burst of energy, she shifts, her wings and tail vanishing in an instant. Cyan Vert watches in silent amazement, realizing just how easily she can conceal her features, though he still feels uneasy about the risks. Nana beams, ever the dutiful servant, reaffirming her role as his dedicated maid. Her sharp teeth and glowing eyes betray her true nature, a stark contrast to her polite demeanor. Cyan Vert sighs, his anxiety growing as he notes that she is far too excited for their own good. The carriage continues its steady pace, leaving Cyan Vert to contemplate the trouble that is surely waiting for them. The journey is abruptly halted as a group of bandits blocks their path, their intentions clear and hostile. Bandit leader sneers, his face twisted into a predatory grin as he demands they surrender everything they possess. Inside the carriage, Cyan Vert remains calm, his eyes shifting toward the disturbance outside. Princess Kiram leans in, her voice laced with concern as she asks what is happening, but Cyan Vert dismisses her worries with a single word. With a cold, dismissive tone, Cyan Vert brushes off the threat, labeling the attackers as nothing more than bothersome insects. A flash of steel cuts through the air, and before the bandits can react, a lethal strike is delivered. Panic erupts among the survivors, one of the bandits crying out in terror as he witnesses his comrade fall. Driven by a desperate need for revenge, the remaining bandits launch a coordinated assault, screaming for justice for their fallen brother. Cyan Vert lets out a steady, controlled breath, his composure entirely unshaken by the chaotic display of aggression. Kicking into high gear, Cyan Vert activates Serial Slash, his blade moving in a blur of light that carves through the bandit ranks. The metallic chime, he sheathes his sword, the battle ending as swiftly as it began. The once mocked weakling stands tall over his defeated foes, his newfound power undeniable. A confident smile spreads across his face as he declares his growth, ordering the others to resume their journey immediately. The carriage wheels begin to turn again, the driver eager to follow the command of his master. Elsewhere, a hand slams a thick stack of documents onto the desk, signaling the start of a critical briefing. The woman at the desk reviews the banquet guest list, questioning if the timing of their plans should be reconsidered. Her superior remains resolute, insisting that the operation must proceed without delay. Pushed for an explanation, the assistant asks if there is a specific reason for such urgency. With deep disdain, the superior reveals her target, a man who uses his powers to prey on married women, a monster who must be eliminated. She points to a photograph of the target, her eyes burning with a desire for swift retribution. The assistant is stunned, blurting out a question of disbelief when she hears the target is the superior's own fiancé. She scans the dossier, her finger tracing the name of the next guest on the list. A look of genuine shock crosses her face as she notices a child's name among the attendees. The dossier identifies the girl as Lunav Rainreaver, the granddaughter of the Garam Mage Association's head. The assistant wonders aloud why such a reclusive figure would suddenly decide to appear in public society. She learns that the association president personally commanded her attendance, a detail that only deepens the mystery. A dark, intuitive dread settles in. She cannot shake the feeling that something ominous is being orchestrated. Scene shifts to the bustling town, where the atmosphere is filled with festive banners and activity. Princess Kiram marvels at the sheer size of the roads, her excitement drawing attention as she walks through the crowd. In her distraction, Princess Kiram accidentally bumps into a passerby, letting out a small, surprised grunt. The collision leaves the passerby visibly annoyed, demanding to know where Cyan Vert is going. Cyan Vert quickly apologizes, but the mood shifts as he finds himself captivated by the mysterious girl before him. The girl innocently calls out to her father, praising the kindness of the locals, while Cyan Vert is sternly warned to stay away. Cyan Vert realizes the girl lacks basic worldly knowledge, a dangerous vulnerability that concerns him deeply. His companion, the muscular attendant, cries out in alarm, pointing toward the sudden change in the girl's eyes. Cyan Vert is taken aback, his expression hardening as he senses something is terribly wrong. The girl, now calm, reveals her primal hunger, her pupils shifting back to a human-like state. An ominous aura surrounds the girl, heightening the tension as she calls out for her father once more. Cyan Vert immediately commands the muscular attendant to rush her to a restaurant to satiate her hunger. Watching the muscular attendant carry her away, Cyan Vert contemplates the sheer intensity of her hunger. After devouring a massive stack of plates, the girl finally feels satisfied and alive again. Cyan Vert sighs, relieved he brought enough money to cover the exorbitant cost of her meal. Suddenly, a strange, creeping mana alerts Cyan Vert to an intruder's presence. A mysterious girl approaches, greeting him with a smile that feels far from friendly. She confirms his identity, addressing him directly as Cyan Vert. The girl offers a knowing, enigmatic smile that sets Cyan Vert on edge. She repeats her question, confirming she is looking for him specifically. Her smile lingers, radiating a sense of confidence that makes Cyan Vert suspicious. Cyan Vert wonders how she knows his name, demanding to know who she is. Ignoring his demand, she asks if she can sit next to him, pressing for an answer. She introduces herself as a second-year student from the same academy as Cyan Vert. Cyan Vert notes her name, Lunav, while questioning why she is acting so overly friendly. Lunav remarks on his popularity, leaving Cyan Vert confused by her claims. The muscular attendant and the girl watch the interaction, sensing that Lunav is not Cyan Vert's friend. Lunav comments on how close the group seems, noting their shared meal. She suggests Cyan Vert is a warmer person than the rumors suggest, despite his cold exterior. Cyan Vert remains skeptical, wondering why she is suddenly praising him. Lunav probes further, asking if he has come to the capital specifically for the banquet. Cyan Vert confirms her suspicion, stunned by how easily she deduced his plans. Lunav promises they will meet again at the event, revealing she has also been invited. Cyan Vert questions if she received the same letter, realizing her noble status. The group decides to wrap up their introductions for the day. Cyan Vert insists that they remember him. A mysterious figure in white robes moves away, leaving an ominous impression. Cyan Vert recognizes her as Lunav Rainreaver. Cyan Vert identifies her lineage, linking her to the Garum Mage Association president. Cyan Vert recalls her tragic fate in his past life, where she died young at the academy. Cyan Vert feels the frustration of an ever-changing future as he encounters people he never met before. The looming banquet, destined to be a banquet of blood, casts a dark shadow over the city. Princess Kiram carefully adjusts her hair accessories in preparation. Princess Kiram anxiously asks Leximus if her appearance is acceptable. Leximus enthusiastically reassures Princess Kiram that she looks stunning. Leximus pleads for Princess Kiram to stop trying on more outfits. Leximus breaks down in comedic desperation, begging to be let go. Princess Kiram remains unsatisfied, searching for the perfect look. Leximus insists that Cyan Vert will appreciate her current choice. Princess Kiram panics, questioning how Cyan Vert will react to her. Leximus points out the obvious contradiction in her behavior. A maid arrives, presenting a gift sent by His Highness, Luinel. Princess Kiram is surprised to receive a gift from her brother. Leximus teases that the gift will also please Cyan Vert, causing Princess Kiram to lash out. The atmosphere of the grand banquet hall is filled with opulence and chatter. Guests mingle and whisper amongst themselves as the event begins. The elite gather, their presence commanding attention in the hall. Cyan Vert navigates the crowd, searching for his target. Cyan Vert's eyes narrow as he scans the room for threats. Cyan Vert confronts Kellen, deducing that Askel must also be present. Kellen pulls Cyan Vert aside, insisting that he leave the banquet immediately. Cyan Vert demands to know if something has happened. Kellen warns Cyan Vert that many people, including him, are in grave danger. Cyan Vert looks tense as he reveals that Askel has ordered him to leave the palace before the banquet begins, mentioning a mysterious event in the works. A companion expresses concern for his safety, not wanting to see him get injured, to which Cyan Vert simply replies that he is excused. Cyan Vert stares intensely, warning his companion that while he will be fine, the other person is in far greater danger and must leave immediately. The companion bows, accepting the order and urging Cyan Vert to look out for his own safety before departing. A sinister smile creeps across Cyan Vert's face as he contemplates the nature of this so-called small event. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as he curses Askel, realizing the man is even more unhinged than he had anticipated. A dark, fiery entity mocks him, asking if he is genuinely worried about the innocent people who might lose their lives. Cyan Vert scoffs at the notion, admitting he only thought the situation was somewhat amusing. Shifting his focus, Cyan Vert declares that the current mission must be delayed. Princess Kiram is approached at the banquet, where someone compliments her dress while she internally questions if she is being subjected to psychological influence. Cyan Vert observes the scene, confirming that the purification mission will have to be pushed back. Princess Kiram demands to know the reason for the delay, noting that she has just received some critical intel. Princess Kiram's eyes widen in shock as she reacts to the unfolding situation. Cyan Vert insists there is no time for explanations, stressing that they must immediately check if any monsters are nearby. Princess Kiram grits her teeth, questioning the reliability and trustworthiness of the intelligence he is providing. Cyan Vert grins, his eyes burning red as he confirms that his gut feeling about the danger has now been solidified into certainty. He casually mentions that her perverted fiancé will also perish in the upcoming incident, leaving Princess Kiram blushing and flustered. Cyan Vert turns to leave, indifferent to her shock, while Princess Kiram remains stunned by his blunt declaration. Princess Kiram shouts after him, demanding an explanation, only to be interrupted by the sudden arrival of Instructor Sarika. Recognizing the voice, Princess Kirim turns around in surprise. Instructor Sarika appears, greeting her former student with a bright smile. Princess Kirim asks what brings Instructor Sarika to the banquet, to which she replies that she is just getting some fresh air and attending to her duties. Princess Kirim panics internally, realizing that Instructor Sarika is about to be dragged into the impending disaster. Instructor Sarika notices Princess Kirim, remarking that they look like two walking flowers in the room. Princess Kirim curses the timing, feeling overwhelmed by the chaotic situation unfolding around her. A man named Drenian Nephilis enters the scene, formally introducing himself to the guests. Drenian Nephilis narrows his eyes, his expression shifting into a calculated, predatory look. A wide, sinister grin spreads across Drenian Nephilis's face as he surveys the room. His footsteps echo through the hall, signaling his arrival as he moves closer to his targets. Cyan Vert turns to Brian, issuing a direct order to carry out a specific task as the tension in the room hits a breaking point. Cyan Vert dismisses the knight's overzealous display of loyalty, bluntly telling him to drop the act because it makes things incredibly awkward. Cyan Vert notes with a skeptical glare that the knight has been acting as if he is walking on air lately, clearly unimpressed by his behavior. Cyan Vert wonders if this sudden change in demeanor is a result of the knight consuming dragon blood, which has seemingly boosted his confidence to an absurd level. Ignoring the knight's hesitation, Cyan Vert orders him to inspect the dark, intimidating underground pathways of the palace immediately. Cyan Vert snaps at the knight, cutting through his excuses and demanding he just go, cryptically mentioning he has his own reasons for this order. The knight suddenly freezes, his eyes widening as he shouts a desperate warning to Cyan Vert, sensing an immediate threat approaching from behind. A system alert flashes, warning Cyan Vert that a suspicious individual is currently lurking and watching him from the shadows. Cyan Vert catches a glimpse of a dark, unsettling presence peering out from behind a door, the aura radiating a chilling intensity. The knight lets out a guttural growl as he lunges forward, declaring his intent to take down the intruders while Cyan Vert calls out for him to wait. The knight is sent flying back with a pained shout, crashing into the corridor as the situation escalates in an instant. Cyan Vert remains calm, looking down at the fallen knight and reassuring him that everything is fine. With a cold, knowing look, Cyan Vert confirms that they are already well aware of the identity of the person they are facing. The knight scrambles to help the fallen girl, apologizing as she winces in pain from the sudden encounter. The girl gasps in distress, clearly injured and disoriented as she struggles to regain her composure. Camera pans down the spiral staircase leading into the depths of the structure, where a single door stands illuminated in the gloom. A hooded figure makes their way down the stone stairs, holding a torch that casts long, flickering shadows against the brick walls. The hooded figure reaches the base of the stairs, standing before a heavy entrance as the atmosphere grows heavy with anticipation. The hooded figure reveals a sinister grin, signaling to the shadows that the time for action has finally arrived. From the darkness, a group of shadowy, masked subordinates emerges, their eyes glowing with a menacing green light. Princess Kirim stands in the middle of a crowded, opulent banquet hall, her back to the camera as she surveys the guests. Nobles mingle in the background, their silhouettes lost in the golden light of the ballroom as the event continues. Princess Kirim expresses her annoyance, noting that despite going out of her way to extend invitations, the people she expected to see are nowhere to be found. Princess Kirim sighs, touching her necklace with a look of disdain, muttering about how fickle people can be. A newcomer approaches, bowing gracefully as she greets Princess Kirim, who looks on with a surprised expression. The girl introduces herself as a second-year student from the academy, curtsying as she smiles at Princess Kirim. The student grins, clearly pleased that Princess Kirim recognizes her as they lock eyes in the center of the hall. Princess Kirim smiles warmly, welcoming the student to the banquet on behalf of the Empire and praising her genius. The student compliments Princess Kirim on her kindness, expressing a sincere hope that Cyan Vert shares the same sentiment. Princess Kirim asks if the student knows Cyan Vert, to which she nonchalantly replies that she was just with him yesterday. Princess Kirim stares in disbelief, her mind reeling at the thought of any intimacy between the two. The heavy doors slam shut, leaving the room in a state of sudden, tense silence. Vibrant red bow tie, gifted by Askell, is held up, its gem glowing with a mysterious, pulsating energy. Nana breaks down in tears, berating herself for her own forgetfulness while holding the gift high. Princess Kiram catches the movement, her golden eyes narrowing as she senses something amiss. A dark, ominous red aura begins to bleed from the bow tie, swirling into the air like a cursed smoke. Princess Kiram's eyes widen, the golden iris flashing as she recognizes the foul, lingering scent of danger. Palace grounds erupt in a violent shockwave, shattering the midnight tranquility. A hand grips a sword hilt, the metal clicking as it is drawn with lethal precision. Elegant Observer stares down at Prince Luenel, his voice cold as he declares that the final phase has begun. The twisted smirk, Elegant Observer welcomes the long-awaited day, his eyes glinting with malice. White Knight confirms the delivery of their gift, praising the usefulness of their pawn, Boris. Elegant Observer grins, relishing the thought of using Boris to shatter the Empire's fragile peace. White Knight's eyes narrow in cold agreement, his expression hardening. Elegant Observer brushes his hair back, convinced that the chaos is exactly what the Empire deserves. Heavy stone archway rattles as panic ensues, signaling the start of the evacuation. Princess Kiram commands the crowd to evacuate, her face etched with urgency as she directs the guards. A subordinate pleads with Princess Kiram to leave, but she refuses, prioritizing the safety of others. Attendant Lunav steps forward, determined to stand by her side despite the mounting danger. Princess Kiram offers a sharp, grateful smile to Lunav as the situation rapidly deteriorates. A monstrous screech tears through the air as attackers strike, their blades clashing in a blur of red light. The guards scramble, their voices desperate as they realize they are outmatched by the sudden assault. Muscular attendant screams in terror, his eyes wide as the reality of the slaughter hits him. Muscular attendant freezes, seeing the shadowy figures emerging from the darkness to surround them. A victim cries out for help as a masked assailant looms over him, sealing his fate. The captain watches in horror, his face pale as the defense line crumbles before his eyes. A subordinate calls out to the captain, his voice trembling with the weight of the impending massacre. The captain recognizes the true threat, high-level mandrakes, as they rip through the palace defenses. Tears stream down the captain's face as he accepts the grim reality. They are all going to die. A massive, toothy mandrak lunges forward, its jaws snapping with terrifying force. The beast lets out a piercing cry, its energy surging as it prepares to finish off the remaining survivors. The battlefield erupts into chaos as the defenders scramble to hold their ground against the encroaching threat. Princess Kiram screams for the others to prioritize the evacuation, her voice cutting through the din of battle. An instructor watches in disbelief as the enemy forces move with terrifying speed, questioning if they are truly facing an academy instructor. A swift strike flashes across the fray, leaving the masked assailant reeling from the sudden, precise counterattack. Kicking off the quick blade skill, the defender delivers a high-speed slash that forces the enemy back. Princess Kiram and her allies stand firm, ordering the others to focus solely on the retreat. The soldiers roar in response, pledging to protect the civilians as they flee the danger zone. Twisted, monstrous roots tear through the architecture, surging forward with a lethal intent. Princess Kiram and her companion brace themselves, realizing the monstrous assault is aimed directly at them. The massive, vine-like appendages smash through the floor, cornering the two women. Princess Kiram questions their fate, wondering if they were the true targets all along. The roots crash down near the exit, cutting off the path for the remaining students. The students recoil in shock as the realization of their predicament sets in. Warning cries ring out as the attackers identify their prime target. A massive blow descends, aimed at the heart of the group. The strike connects with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the hall. Desperate, the protector screams for someone to guard the princess. The impact leaves the target reeling, blood staining the air. Eyes widen in agony as the weight of the attack takes its toll. Another brutal strike tears through the defenses, shattering the calm. The desperate plea for protection echoes once more as the situation spirals out of control. Blood spatters as the defense is completely overwhelmed. Body falls, pierced by the relentless assault. Tears stream down as the realization of the fallen comrade hits home. Collapsing to the ground, the princess begs for her protector to wake up. The gravity of the loss settles in, leaving a haunting silence. Overcome with guilt, the princess whispers an apology to the fallen. Summoning her remaining strength, she prepares to retaliate with a focused spell. Kicking off the serial attack. Wind Spear skill. A massive vortex of magic forms in her palm. Observers are stunned by the sheer power and technique displayed by such a young student. The situation is dire. Princess Kirim is warned that there is no hope left for the fallen, and she is urged to evacuate to safety immediately. Cyan Vert remains silent, his expression tight with focus as the gravity of the moment settles over them. The threat looms larger than ever. The entity is preparing to strike again, its presence signaled by a surge of dark, corrupting energy. Refusing to back down, the knights steel themselves, declaring their intent to eliminate the monstrosity once and for all. They refuse to let the previous sacrifice be in vain, shouting their resolve to find a way to stop the carnage. Princess Kirim signals the retreat, urging everyone to move now while they still have the chance. A solemn vow is made, whispered in the heat of battle. Sir Morris's sacrifice will never be forgotten. The weight of the fallen warrior's name hangs heavy in the air, fueling their desperate stand. Suddenly, the grim armor skill is activated, radiating a powerful, defensive aura around the front line. Explaining the urgency, the knight reveals he has erected a temporary mana barrier to shield them from the mandrake's lethal, poisonous roots. Contact with the root spells certain death, but the barrier provides a vital lifeline against the toxic assault. Princess Kirim channels her remaining energy, issuing a direct order for them to survive at all costs. With renewed determination, the team acknowledges the command, ready to push forward. They charge ahead, shouting their loyalty to the princess as they clash against the encroaching darkness. The knight strikes, his blade cutting through the air with precision as he engages the monstrous vines. Clash of steel against wood echoes through the chamber, sparks flying as the attack is parried. The mandrake lets out a piercing shriek, its multiple maws snapping wildly in a frenzy of rage. A glancing blow lands, forcing the knight to grunt in pain as he barely avoids a lethal strike. The assault is relentless, forcing the defenders to scatter as the mandrake tears through their defenses. Panic flares as the order to fall back is screamed across the battlefield, the situation spiraling out of control. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious figure appears, urgently calling out to Princess Kirim to escape. Identifying herself as Alice Vert, she clears a path and demands that the princess follow her lead immediately. Mandrake lunges again, its monstrous form twisting with unnatural speed. Footsteps pound against the floor as Alice Vert maneuvers through the debris, moving with expert agility. With a swift motion, Alice Vert strikes, her blade glowing with a sharp, lethal energy that cleaves through the vines. She pauses for a fraction of a second, declaring her role as an academy instructor before preparing her next move. Battlefield is a carnage of shadows and blood, with Cyan Vert standing amidst the fallen, ready for the final confrontation. A surge of magical energy erupts, blasting the mandrake as Alice Vert unleashes her full power. The creature recoils, its movement finally halted by the devastating assault. But before they can celebrate, Cyan Vert leaps from the shadows, his eyes glowing red with a terrifying, predatory intent. Cyan Vert emerges from the darkness, his face obscured by a stitched mask, his eyes burning with a lethal, crimson glow as he prepares to strike. Princess Kirim shouts a desperate warning to her allies, urging them to stay vigilant as monsters still lurk in the shadows. A nearby knight confirms, responding with a tense, "Okay." A concerned ally realizes the gravity of the situation, thinking that they must prioritize the safety of Princess Kirim while the others hold off the encroaching beasts. An overwhelming sense of dread washes over the group, leaving them to question the source of this sudden, gnawing anxiety. The team moves with desperate speed, their footsteps echoing through the grand, dimly lit corridor as they attempt to regroup. As they run, a question arises regarding the identity of their companion, wondering if she is truly the sister of Cyan Vert. Her eyes fixed forward, she whispers the name of Cyan Vert, harboring deep concern for his well-being amidst the chaos. A massive, jagged crystal shard erupts from the ground, shattering the stone floor with a thunderous impact. Group freezes in shock as a monstrous entity reveals itself, its glowing blue eyes piercing the gloom of the hall. Determined to face the threat, she readies her blade, questioning if she possesses the strength to fell such a beast on her own. The monster looms large, identified as a high-ranking nightcrawler, its crystalline limbs pulsating with dangerous energy. Nana falls to her knees, channeling her magical energy into the ground to manifest a defensive barrier. The surge of power, she activates Flame Spear, conjuring searing magical circles in her palms. Glowing golden chains materialize, lashing out to bind the nightcrawler's limb and restrict its movement. The nightcrawler roars as the fiery projectiles strike home, engulfing its crystalline body in flames. She watches with wide eyes, stunned by the sudden turn of events as the battle intensifies. The allies rush forward, shouting their intent to join the fray and assist in the assault against the monster. Refusing to show weakness in front of her juniors, she steels her resolve, determined to prove her worth. The Nightcrawler lets out a guttural, terrifying screech as it readies another crystalline strike. A massive beam of blue energy tears through the air, crashing into the surroundings with devastating force. Protection skill activates, creating a shimmering barrier that shields the group from the destructive blast. She leaps from the wall, sword drawn, closing the distance to strike the Nightcrawler before it can recover. Her blade glows with intense power as she declares her duty to protect the Empire as a member of the Vert family. Her face twisted in fury, she vows to make the monster regret ever crossing her path. She unleashes the Aqua Blade technique, sending a torrent of razor-sharp water slashes toward the beast. The defeated soldiers lie scattered across the floor, their forms slowly dissolving into shadows. She stands amidst the carnage, her hands wreathed in dark magical energy, questioning if the final enemy has finally fallen. She examines the fallen foe, noting that while it resembles a monster on the surface, something about it feels deeply unnatural. Realization dawns in her eyes as she stares at the remains, sensing a dark truth behind the creature's existence. The creature's face contorts into a grotesque, hollow expression as it is revealed to be nothing more than a mindless marionette. The forbidden art of necromancy is laid bare, a dark spell capable of reanimating the fallen and binding them to the casters will like mere puppets. Princess Kirim stands amidst the carnage, her cold voice cutting through the air as she notes the immense mana and time required for such a massive, forbidden ritual. Princess Kirim narrows her eyes, questioning the sheer scale of the preparation involved. A chilling realization dawns upon her. This isn't just an attack, it's a calculated provocation of war. With a sharp crackle of energy, the marionette soldiers lunge forward, their movements unnatural and swift. President of Garam Association struggles to catch his breath, his composure fractured by the relentless assault. He stares at the fallen foes, lamenting the desecration of the banquet day with such violence. His legs buckle under the strain, forcing him to plant his blade firmly into the ground to remain upright. Seeing him falter, his loyal subordinates rush to his side, their voices filled with urgent concern for their leader. President of Garam Association waves them off, insisting that he simply overexerted his strength. He grunts through the pain, his eyes burning with a stubborn, fierce resolve. The White Knight steps forward, offering his arm to steady the President of Garam Association. The President of Garam Association accepts the support, his hand gripping the White Knight's forearm tightly. White Knight remains silent, his expression unreadable as he observes the situation unfold. The White Knight watches intently, his gaze shifting toward the chaos lingering in the background. With a grim nod, the President of Garam Association tells the White Knight to prioritize the others, trusting the castle guards to hold the line. The White Knight pledges his unwavering loyalty, his blue eyes glowing with a cold, protective intensity. A sudden surge of violent, red-tinged energy erupts, signaling a shift in the tide of battle. Crystalline structures shatter and reform, pulsing with a dark, magical resonance. Princess Kirim and her allies stand on guard, scanning the shadows for the source of the endless reinforcements. A relentless tide of marionettes continues to swarm the room, leaving them no room to breathe. Steel clashes against steel, the sound of combat echoing through the hall. The battlefield is a blur of motion and death, with the defenders pushed to their absolute limits. Elsewhere, the servants discuss a mysterious gift given by the elegant observer to Cyan Vert, sensing something amiss. The attendant voices his unease, unable to shake the feeling that this gift is an omen of trouble. He explains his observations, noting that the elegant observer had never shown such interest in Cyan Vert before. He recalls the deep-seated resentment Cyan Vert has always harbored, hinting at a conflict far more complex than simple family drama. The warning is clear: they need to escape and they need to do it now. The woman's eyes widen, glowing with a primal, terrifying instinct as she senses an encroaching threat. She screams the warning, her voice trembling as the danger closes in. Tension spikes as White Knight looks toward Nana, his voice filled with concern as he questions the strange state of her eyes. A massive, violent surge of energy tears through the area, forcing White Knight and Nana to recoil in sheer shock. White Knight urgently commands Nana to flee, his blade drawn as the situation rapidly deteriorates. Nana gasps, her eyes wide with terror as she stares at the unfolding nightmare before them. A monstrous entity emerges, identified as the high-ranking Behemoth, its dark aura radiating pure destruction. Panic erupts as the crowd scatters, desperate to escape the encroaching carnage. The merchant gasps for air, his face contorted in pure dread as he realizes his life is hanging by a thread. He scrambles to find an exit, boasting that he managed to outrun the others while his heart pounds in his chest. His relief turns to horror as he discovers that even the front doors are swarming with dark, hooded monstrosities. Desperation sets in as the merchant clings to the hope of surviving this nightmare and returning to his maid, Lily. A tragic sight reveals a captive hanging in the shadows, a grim reminder of the cruelty surrounding them. The merchant collapses, bloodied and broken, yet his resolve to survive remains unshaken. His twisted desire flares up, dreaming of seeing others broken just as he is, consumed by his own depravity. The merchant frantically questions the safety of the back doors, his voice trembling as he seeks any path to safety. Outraged, the merchant snaps, his ego flaring as he demands to know if his status will be ignored. A dark, hooded figure strikes with lethal precision, cutting through the chaos with a single, brutal motion. Blonde young man screams in terror as he witnesses the brutal fall of Marquis Drenian. Chaos reigns on the battlefield as more casualties mount, leaving the survivors questioning if they have any chance of survival. Blonde young man stares in disbelief as water begins to manifest, signaling a sudden shift in the tide of battle. Princess Kiram unleashes a massive aqua explosion, flooding the area and washing away the encroaching threats. Princess Kiram calls out to her ally, her eyes burning with intensity as she coordinates their next move. The command to freeze echoes as ice magic surges forward, locking the enemies in place. Jagged ice shards erupt, impaling and trapping the hooded monsters in a frozen prison. Battlefield is transformed into a field of ice, with the attackers rendered completely immobile. Blonde young man stands in awe, completely stunned by the sheer power displayed by the newcomers. Alice Vert stands defiant, declaring her name and warning that the battle is far from over. Blonde young man rushes forward to check on Princess Kiram, his voice filled with urgent concern for her safety. Princess Kiram reassures him, though her gaze remains fixed on the injured child she is protecting. The injured child whispers that she will recover soon, despite the dire circumstances they find themselves in. A grave warning is issued, urging them to escape immediately before the next wave of attacks begins. Princess Kiram whispers a name, her expression tight with sudden, chilling realization. Blonde young man bellows for the royal knights to form a defensive line, desperate to protect Princess Kiram as a massive surge of energy erupts. A stern order echoes through the hall, commanding the guard knights to deploy defensive barriers for the nobles, ensuring they endure until the chaos subsides. The blonde young man urgently directs the royal knights to shield Princess Kiram, vowing to provide backup should he fall in the fray. Princess Kiram channels her power, the air shimmering with intense magical energy as she vows to halt the encroaching threat. Frustration mounts in her eyes. No matter how many enemies Princess Kiram cuts down, their numbers remain endless. The battlefield is a slaughterhouse, and Princess Kiram notes with dread that the enemy seems to track their every movement with supernatural precision. Princess Kiram, her pendant glowing with a sinister red light, warns the others that another wave is upon them and orders them to prepare for combat. Crimson pendant around her neck pulses with volatile energy, signaling the activation of a dangerous, hidden power. A deafening crash shatters the room as a monstrous entity breaches the palace walls, sending the attendants into a panic. The muscular attendant desperately tries to keep his composure, shouting for the others to stay behind his shield as terror grips them. High-ranking monster looms over the attendants, confirming the dire warnings that have plagued the palace. Trembling, the muscular attendant realizes he can no longer rely on others for protection and must stand his ground to survive. With grim determination, he accepts his role as the sole protector of those cowering behind him. Despite the fear radiating from his companion, he draws strength from her quiet encouragement, readying his blade. Beast lets out a blood-curdling roar, its eyes burning with malevolent intent as it prepares to strike. The muscular attendant stammers in pure panic as the monstrous claw descends upon them. Sharp, jagged claws tear through the air, aimed directly at the pair. A violent impact rocks the room as the muscular attendant desperately deflects the crushing blow. Shocked by his own success, the muscular attendant realizes he actually managed to block the lethal attack. Clash of steel against beastly strength sends sparks flying, illuminating the dark corridor. He holds his ground, his sword trembling under the immense pressure of the creature's assault. Checking on his charge, the muscular attendant calls out, his face etched with strain and sweat. He grits his teeth, forcing a confident tone to keep her calm despite the overwhelming danger. The beast looms larger, its jaws snapping inches from the muscular attendant's face. Doubt creeps into his mind, his eyes widening as he realizes the sheer scale of the monster he is fighting. Sudden burst of energy erupts, pushing the beast back and creating a temporary opening. The muscular attendant stares in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, gasping at the sight before him. The muscular attendant stares in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, gasping at the sight before him. A surge of violet energy erupts, forcing the muscular attendant to take a defensive stance as he shields his companion. Anna is enveloped in a dark, pulsating aura, her form shifting into something monstrous as she stands before a massive, shadowy entity. Her eyes glow with a predatory yellow light and her teeth sharpen into fangs, signaling a complete loss of control. Under the cold light of the moon, the tower looms as the battlefield descends into absolute chaos. The intensity of the skirmish reaches a fever pitch, with every strike leaving a trail of destruction. Princess Kirim channels her remaining strength, manifesting golden magic circles to repel the encroaching darkness. Steel clashes against steel as the defenders fight back against the relentless waves of masked assailants. Princess Kirim weaves through the fray, her blue mana blades cutting down enemies with precise, lethal efficiency. Gritting her teeth, Princess Kirim realizes the enemy's strategy is designed to exhaust them through sheer attrition. The pressure mounts as the front line struggles to keep the tide of attackers at bay. Their stamina waning, she knows that continuing the stalemate will only lead to their defeat. A powerful strike lands, shattering the mask of an attacker and revealing the hollow, lifeless face beneath. The broken mask hits the ground, confirming their worst suspicions about the nature of their foes. Princess Kirim's eyes widen in realization as the truth of the situation finally hits home. Attackers are undead puppets, reanimated through dark magic and bound to a singular, malicious will. She pushes herself to think faster, searching for any countermeasure that can break the hold of the dark magic. The only hope lies in harnessing the direct opposite of the dark energy currently fueling these monsters. A vision of divine light magic flashes through her mind, the only power capable of purifying this cursed army. She understands now that there is only one path to survival, no matter how dangerous it may be. Princess Kirim turns to her allies, her resolve hardened as she prepares to execute her final plan. She urgently calls for her allies to channel their mana into her sword, hoping to amplify the light magic. The guards reassure Princess Kirim, vowing to hold the line at any cost while she prepares the spell. The blonde young man joins the others, pleading for her to trust in their defense as they brace for the impact. Princess Kirim nods, accepting their sacrifice and committing herself to the risky maneuver. System prompt illuminates the battlefield. Blessing light is now active. Her blade begins to glow with an intense, holy radiance as the mana transfer takes hold. Even as the mana destabilizes, she prepares to infuse spirit magic, pushing the limits of her control. A massive, spectral spirit manifests, its light overwhelming the battlefield and scattering the undead forces. Intensity in his eyes is palpable as he admits, "Well, I'm still unsure of its success." He remains resolute, adding, "But I'm fine with taking a risk for this." The heavy silence is broken as a masked figure lies defeated on the floor, discarded like a broken tool. He identifies the fallen foes, Marionette and Mandrake. Cyan Vert studies the mask, realizing it seems like he's already helping Askel. So this is when Boris became Askel's subordinate. A dark, spectral presence floats nearby, questioning the use of such forbidden arts. This is necromancy-type dark magic. A human of today is using such ancient magic? Cyan Vert notes the pattern. Yeah, there's a tactic this guy used pretty frequently. He identifies the catalyst, acceleration of monster strengthening using Daze stones. Apparently, the mana in that stone attracts monsters. Can feel those Daze stones' mana coming from there, the entity remarks. Cyan Vert replies, "This entire place is a bloodbath. Let's get going." Actually, before that, he glances at the carnage, deciding, "I should get changed." A massive, spectral spirit manifests, its light overwhelming the battlefield and scattering the undead forces. Witnessing the summon, the observers gasp. Did she use light-type mana to summon her temporarily? The volatile energy swirls. As a voice warns, mana cannot be mixed with others. She won't be able to hold up for long in such an unstable state. Panic sets in as they realize the danger. "We need to stop her, otherwise, her body's going to break down." Princess Kirim stands at the center of the radiant storm, her blade glowing with intense power. The spirit laments, "What a shame, such cruel fate. For a child that had been blessed by Fruina." The commanding gesture, she declares, "How unpleasant. Get away from this child." A shock wave of pure energy erupts, forcing the attackers back with a deafening screech. The sheer force of her strike obliterates the immediate threat. The onlookers are stunned. Just the swing of her hand has that much force. That's not going to cut it. Despite the onslaught, the enemies persist. They're getting back up. The masked figures rise, their movements unnatural and relentless. Desperate, the attendants plead, "That's enough. Stop. You will die if you push yourself anymore." Princess Kirim refuses. "No, the situation will get worse if I stop here." She steels her resolve, whispering, "I need to end it." The muscular attendant watches on, his face etched with pure dread as the climax approaches. The atmosphere shatters as Spirit King's authority. Rongomian is unleashed, a torrent of divine, frigid energy erupting across the battlefield. A blinding flash of light tears through the space, signaling an overwhelming surge of power. Cyan Vert intercepts the strike, his hand locking onto the weapon with a desperate, crushing grip. Eyes wide with shock, the spirit entity recoils as its assault is abruptly halted. Cyan Vert gasps, beads of sweat tracing the intensity of the struggle etched upon his face. Princess Kirim stares in disbelief, her composure faltering as the situation spirals out of control. Princess Kirim stands frozen, the weight of the encroaching danger reflecting in her hardened gaze. Cyan Vert, shrouded in a menacing black mist, confronts the entity with a chilling question. "Who is that?" "Another marionette." The entity's eyes glow with a fierce red light as it realizes, no, he has a completely different aura to him. Cyan Vert demands an answer, his voice cold as he asks, "And what's with this black fog?" The black fog coils around his hand, rendering him paralyzed as he cries out, "I can't move!" The entity, masked and sinister, pulses with dark, crimson energy that threatens to swallow everything. Cyan Vert struggles against the encroaching darkness, his voice trembling as he realizes, "No, I'm going to be consumed by the fog." Panic flashes in Cyan Vert's eyes as he whispers a name, "Marion." The spirit entity looms above, coldly declaring, "I think this is the end of your journey. Goodbyes can be a sad but joyous thing." Cyan Vert winces in pain, clutching his hand as the dark energy bites into him. He collapses to his knees, his strength sapped, muttering, "I don't have any strength left in my body." A haunting voice echoes in his mind, "Remember, Alice." The voice continues, "Fruina will always welcome you with open arms," as Cyan Vert grips his blade, gasping, "Marion!" Princess Kirim and her companions look on, confusion reigning as they ask, "What's going on?" Cyan Vert, now fully masked by the shadow, retorts, "Well, I don't know if that's a he or even human, though." Princess Kirim kneels, her voice filled with dread. "It's over. They're coming again." With a sinister cackle, Cyan Vert strikes, his blade carving through the air. A violent clash rings out as the enemy is repelled by the sheer force of the blow. Princess Kirim stares in total shock, questioning, "What? He's on our side." Steel meets steel in a flurry of sparks as Cyan Vert dominates the skirmish. Cyan Vert lands with precision, his eyes glowing as he mutters, "I knew it." He maneuvers through the chaos, thinking, if I take even a small step back, all of them will be drawn to the princess group. It's as if they are strongly attracted to something. Cyan Vert questions the group, "Can you feel a special kind of mana from anyone in this group, other than that Lunav girl?" He receives a dark confirmation. "No, she's just like that. I can feel mana like that of a monster's from that princess necklace." Cyan Vert steals his resolve, declaring he will cover the distance in a single strike and calls for support. He activates the skill creation space, his hand pulsing with a menacing red energy as reality begins to warp. The battlefield is instantly swallowed by the fog domain, an oppressive, dark aura that blinds the surrounding knights. Swift and lethal, Cyan Vert cuts through the chaos, shadows dancing as he strikes with blinding speed. Panic sets in as the knights realize the environment has completely shifted, leaving them vulnerable and disoriented. With a crushing step, the ground fractures under the weight of the encroaching darkness. Cyan Vert emerges from the gloom, his presence chilling and predatory, catching his opponents off guard. Princess Kirim watches in horror as the black fog begins to devour the marionettes. The grotesque sound of the fog tearing through the battlefield echoes, leaving Princess Kirim trembling. A haunting silence descends over the ruins, signaling the end of the initial slaughter. The survivors stare at the aftermath, unnerved by how quickly the carnage concluded. Princess Kirim gasps for air, desperately trying to comprehend the identity of the masked attacker. She spots a fallen comrade and cries out in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. Princess Kirim rushes toward the fallen figure, urging them to stay conscious. Before she can reach them, Cyan Vert looms directly behind her, his aura suffocating. The knights react with shock and hostility, shouting out to protect their royal charge. Cyan Vert ignores their cries, his grip on Princess Kirim tightening as he prepares his next move. The knights draw their blades, demanding that he release Princess Kirim immediately. Princess Kirim feels a strange, unsettling familiarity as she stares into the eyes of her captor. With a violent motion, Cyan Vert strikes at the necklace around her throat, shattering the magical gem. Enraged by the assault, the knights charge forward, their faces twisted in fury. Princess Kirim screams out in disbelief as the situation spirals into chaos. The knights move to intercept, but the dark energy radiating from Cyan Vert forces them back. The knight is overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the black fog. Cyan Vert remains unmoved, his focus entirely on the destruction of the princess's protection. Princess Kirim cries out in total despair as her defenses are dismantled. Her eyes widen in realization, her voice cracking under the pressure of the moment. Cyan Vert looms over the fallen, his dark aura suppressing all resistance. Princess Kirim triggers her final resort, God's Stinger, unleashing a blinding torrent of light. The mysterious figure behind the mask reveals his true, menacing form, eyes burning with a chilling, supernatural red glow. A brilliant golden strike of energy cuts through the darkness, tearing across the scene with devastating force. The impact ripples outward, forcing everyone present to scramble as the very ground beneath them trembles. Stunned, the observers watch as the attacker seems to dissolve into a dark, ethereal fog, prompting Princess Kirim to reassure them that she means no harm. Princess Kirim explains that by destroying the cursed jewel, she has severed the connection drawing monsters to them, leaving her to question the true intent behind the gift from her brother. The path is clear. She commands them to flee through the front gates, claiming to have already neutralized the threats standing in their way. As the ominous red energy dissipates and the area begins to stabilize, the knights turn to Princess Kirim in concern, checking if she has sustained any injuries. Princess Kirim brushes off their worries, her mind racing with questions about the identity of the mysterious man who saved them. Affirming their safety, Princess Kirim insists they recover quickly and make their escape through the front gates, just as instructed. Her resolve hardens, ensuring the safety of those around her remains her absolute priority. She pauses, deciding to shelve her questions about the mysterious savior for a more opportune moment. A sudden, sharp gaze flickers across her eyes, indicating a shift in her focus. Nearby, a monstrous beast lets out a guttural, blood-curdling growl as it struggles against an unseen force. Dark, purple-hued energy erupts, splattering blood across the chamber walls as the creature is violently crushed. Nana is caught in the throes of a dark, berserk transformation, her body pulsing with dangerous, volatile energy. The muscular attendant watches in sheer terror, unable to comprehend the monstrous display from someone who was supposed to be a simple maid. The darkness intensifies, swirling around Nana as she completely loses herself to the overwhelming power. Her form becomes a nightmare of shadow and bone, a terrifying manifestation of raw, destructive potential. Cyan Vert recalls a dark rumor from his past life, one that chilled him to the bone. The rumors pointed toward a sinister conspiracy involving figures hiding behind masks and monstrous entities. The culprit was none other than the fifth princess of the empire, Erin Severus, driven by an insatiable, blinding hunger for power. The catalyst for the chaos was the Day's Stone, a treacherous artifact likely supplied by Askel or Luenel. Following that catastrophic incident, the true masterminds were hailed as the Empire's greatest heroes. They reaped the rewards, climbing to the top while the innocent suffered the consequences of their deception. Cyan Vert holds the mask, questioning if the entire tragedy was nothing more than a calculated move for profit. He muses on the cruelty of humanity, noting that their willingness to sacrifice their own kind makes them appear even worse than demons. Cyan Vert admits with a dark smirk that he has participated in worse massacres, wondering if he is truly any better than the monsters he despises. Nana asks if they are departing, to which Cyan Vert confirms, knowing that their next destination awaits. Nana pauses, mentioning that something about the princess's necklace has been weighing on her mind. Cyan Vert listens intently as Nana recalls the maid's name was Emily, a detail that might hold more significance than they first thought. The realization hits him hard. The faint, lingering scent of the Day's Stone is unmistakable, and it's clinging to her. A chilling, bestial growl escapes her throat as she declares that the scent radiating from the maid is absolutely delicious. Desperate to prevent a catastrophe, he pulls the terrified maid back, pleading with her to regain her composure. Confusion and dread wash over him as he stares at the terrifying transformation unfolding right before his eyes. The aura of a predator surrounds her, and he can only watch in horror as she descends into a monstrous state. He struggles to understand why, out of everyone in the room, her primal hunger is fixated solely on the maid. Even as he shields the trembling girl, he is torn by the agonizing truth. He simply cannot bring himself to harm her. Her patience shattered, she lunges forward, her clawed hand glowing with lethal, dark energy. A shrill, terrified scream pierces the air as the maid realizes she is being targeted. Paralyzed by the intensity of the situation, he gasps, unable to process or stop the impending strike. Suddenly, he leaps into the fray, his blade flashing as he intercepts the deadly attack. The clash of energies erupts, tearing through the room and forcing her back with sheer force. They gasp in unison, stunned to see him standing between them and the rampaging threat. Ignoring the blood dripping from his own wounds, he urgently commands her to retreat to safety. The maid cries out in confusion, her eyes wide as she tries to comprehend the identity of their mysterious savior. A small, red ribbon falls to the floor, sparking a sudden, sharp memory in the maid's mind. She watches in disbelief as he forcefully kicks the ground, the impact shaking the very foundation of the room. He locks eyes with her, his voice cutting through the chaos with a familiar, commanding tone. His presence seems to shift something within her, and she falters, finally recognizing the voice calling out to her. The transformation begins to wane, and she whispers his name, a glimmer of her true self returning. Tears well in her eyes as the fog of the beast clears, leaving her shattered and confused. He turns back to her, his back marked by a deep, bleeding wound, yet he offers a reassuring smile. He brushes off the pain, insisting that her actions were not her fault and that she shouldn't carry that guilt. She collapses, overcome with emotion, as the dark energy finally dissipates from around her. The others look on, completely stunned by the sudden turn of events and the display of compassion. The room lies in ruin, the massive beast defeated, as he signals that it is time for them to move on. A dark, ominous light flickers in his eyes as he questions the strange silence of the area. The corridor is unnervingly empty, devoid of the monsters that should have been swarming this place. The group surveys the quiet hall, their expressions tight with suspicion at the lack of resistance. He notes the absence of enemies with relief, suggesting that the threat must have already been neutralized. He observes the aftermath, noting that the immediate threat has been neutralized, and takes a moment to process the quiet that follows. A familiar voice calls out, causing him to turn and find Princess Kirim embracing him in a display of relief. Princess Kirim rushes forward, calling out for her father amidst the chaotic scene of the aftermath. Recognizing the urgency, he confirms that Princess Kirim is safe and sound. Overcome with emotion, Princess Kirim pulls him into a tight embrace, expressing her immense relief that he survived. She pulls back slightly, her eyes searching his face for any signs of lingering injury. He gestures toward the others, explaining that his safe arrival was only possible because of their intervention. His expression darkens with intensity as he confirms his relief that Princess Kirim has made it through the ordeal alive. Princess Kirim returns the sentiment, though her mind is already turning toward the unanswered questions surrounding the incident. The ruler acknowledges the gratitude of those present, promising to reward them handsomely for ensuring his daughter's protection. A tense exchange begins, with the focus shifting to the figures standing in the shadows of the hall. The atmosphere grows heavy as the two men exchange a silent, piercing look of mutual suspicion. Princess Kirim narrows her eyes, wondering what kind of dangerous conversation is unfolding between them. A sinister, sharp-toothed grin spreads across his face, signaling that he has no intention of backing down. The woman draws a blade, her expression hardening as she declares that she has identified the culprit behind the chaos. He points his blade directly at her, coldly announcing that she is under arrest for her connection to the Garam Mage Association. Shock ripples through the room as the accusation lands, leaving the onlookers stunned by the sudden turn of events. A silent, chilling tension fills the air as they lock eyes, the weight of the confrontation becoming palpable. The ruler erupts in anger, demanding that the weapon be lowered immediately as he steps forward to defend the accused. He dismisses the protest with a cold sneer, claiming that the entire incident was nothing more than a calculated trick by the Garam Kingdom. She stares him down, her voice steady as she challenges him to provide actual proof for his inflammatory claims. He maintains his composure, stating that suspicious mana was detected at her residence just last night. The ruler turns to his daughter, his tone sharp as he warns her to be extremely careful with the accusations she throws around. He explains that while he invited them to foster peace, he kept them under constant surveillance as a necessary precaution. The ruler pauses, his expression shifting as he finally concedes with a curt, reluctant agreement. With a predatory smile, he accepts the task, fully prepared to see his investigation through to the end. Doubt flickers in her eyes as she wonders if this entire situation is a carefully laid trap. The investigation proceeds, resulting in the immediate imprisonment of the accused and her associates. Meanwhile, Leximus remains steadfast, working alongside the guard knights to ensure the safety of the remaining nobles. The streets are filled with the somber procession of funerals, a grim reminder of the lives lost, even as he reflects on having prevented so many more deaths. The heavy layers of bandages are tightened, a necessary comfort after the ordeal. Princess Kirim tends to Cyan Vert, insisting he remains still while she wraps his wounds. She reminds him of their bond, demanding he listen to her. Princess Kirim notes how dangerous the situation was, relieved that Cyan Vert managed to escape. Cyan Vert dryly admits he is quite skilled at running away. Princess Kirim wonders aloud who that mysterious, masked figure was on that fateful day. A haunting vision of the masked adversary flashes before their eyes, a shadow of the violence they barely survived. Princess Kirim observes that the masked figure's height was strikingly similar to that of Cyan Vert. Princess Kirim teases Cyan Vert about his improved physique, though she notes the numerous scars marking his skin as evidence of his relentless training. Cyan Vert turns away, flustered by the intimate inspection. Princess Kirim laughs, clearly enjoying his embarrassment. Cyan Vert quickly tries to deflect her teasing, but Princess Kirim remarks on his remarkably fast recovery. Elegant Observer appears in the doorway, remarking with a cold smile that their closeness makes him almost jealous. Cyan Vert eyes Elegant Observer with immediate, silent wariness. Princess Kirim notes the tension, whispering to herself that Cyan Vert is clearly on guard. Princess Kirim wonders if Cyan Vert realizes the true, cruel nature hidden beneath Elegant Observer's polite facade. Elegant Observer admits that he came specifically to discuss that very darkness. He reveals that a bracelet embedded with a daze stone was discovered in the room of the woman known as Lunavrainreaver. Elegant Observer explains that she claims the item was a gift, keeping the pressure on the pair. With a sharp grin, Elegant Observer asks if Cyan Vert recalls receiving any such items during the banquet. Cyan Vert plays dumb, questioning who could have possibly given such a bracelet to Lunavrainreaver. Elegant Observer leans in, revealing he heard a merchant inside the palace was the source. He drops the bombshell. That very merchant was found dead earlier today, and he is now hunting for whoever is responsible. Elegant Observer presses Cyan Vert again, his eyes glowing with malice. Cyan Vert realizes this isn't an investigation, it's a setup. Cyan Vert understands the game. Elegant Observer is desperately trying to frame him as a scapegoat. Elsewhere, someone hums a light tune, tapping their foot in the quiet. A hand clenches the hilt of a sword, the tension palpable in the air. The woman turns, alerted by the sudden movement. Elegant Observer repeats his question, his voice dripping with intimidation. Cyan Vert remains defiant, certain that he is being targeted for a crime he didn't commit. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces Cyan Vert's skull, causing him to stagger. Princess Kirim rushes to his side, frantic and worried about his condition. Princess Kirim notes with alarm that he has lost a significant amount of blood as Cyan Vert struggles to stay conscious. The blonde young man urges Cyan Vert to lie down, advising him to get some much-needed rest. Cyan Vert narrows his eyes, his expression sharpening as he claims he never received anything. Cyan Vert sits up, his bandaged torso exposed, as he remarks that even if someone tried, they could not have survived that hellish situation. The blonde young man offers a chilling grin, agreeing that the monsters might have killed them. The blonde young man notes with a sinister tone that he has no one else left to eliminate, expressing his regret that this wasn't his chance to finish Cyan Vert. Cyan Vert's eyes glow with a piercing blue light, his jaw tightening as the tension between them spikes. A surge of dark, red energy flares around Cyan Vert, his eyes burning with a primal, predatory intensity. Princess Kirim leans in, her expression filled with genuine concern as she checks on Cyan Vert. Princess Kirim forcefully presses Cyan Vert back down, demanding he stop moving and rest. Fresh blood drips onto the cold stone floor, marking a trail of someone's desperate struggle. A dark, hooded figure looms over a fallen maid, her voice trembling as she asks why he is doing this. The wounded maid clutches her side, pleading for mercy while insisting she followed orders and delivered the necklace to Princess Erin. The maid desperately begs for her life, claiming the princess will never discover the true purpose of the item. A sharp blade hovers inches from her face as the hooded figure coldly confirms she has fulfilled her role. Hooded figure smiles cruelly, declaring that since his part remains unplayed, he must finish her off. The hooded figure mutters to himself, his eyes glowing with malice as he laments how unpleasant this entire situation has become despite his thorough preparations. A spray of blood hits the wall as the maid lets out a final, agonizing scream. The hooded figure walks away, coldly wishing her peace as she lies dead in a pool of blood. Stopping in his tracks, the hooded figure realizes he almost forgot something important. A mysterious red book floats above his hand, glowing with ominous energy as he vows to prevent any more corpses from being found. The hooded figure summons a monstrous, multi-eyed creature from the book, commanding it to eat. A young woman sits on a bench, humming a tune while swinging her legs, oblivious to the world around her. A man in dark clothes approaches her, his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. The woman turns around, looking surprised as she notices the man standing behind her. The man greets her with a warm smile, holding out a paper bag filled with fresh apples. He explains that he picked up the apples from town, earning a thumbs up from the woman. The woman takes a bite of an apple, clearly enjoying the snack. They stand together under the open sky, agreeing that the weather is pleasant today. Man mentions that the young master's plans are so unpredictable that they can't be foreseen. A gloved hand holds up a red bow accessory, confirming it was a gift to congratulate her on her first society event. Cyan Vert studies the glowing, dark red energy artifact in his palm, noting how the sender went to great lengths to make the delivery unnecessarily complicated. He turns his attention to the girl, his expression stern as he warns her to listen closely to his instructions. He tells her that neither the palace nor the estate is safe for her any longer, ordering her to remain in hiding until he gives the word. The muscular attendant, standing guard with a blood-stained cloth, confirms his loyalty to Cyan Vert. Cyan Vert entrusts the girl's protection to the muscular attendant, explaining that he has urgent business to attend to. A gentle touch from a gloved hand leaves the girl startled. Cyan Vert offers a reassuring smile, promising Nana that this separation is only temporary and she shouldn't cry. The muscular attendant reflects on the rare look on his master's face, resolving to provide whatever support is needed. The muscular attendant asks about Nana's condition, receiving confirmation that she has overcome her struggle. Muscular attendant looks out at the estate, wondering about the chaos that unfolded while he was away. He contemplates the shocking revelation that the girl, who he assumed was just a maid, is actually a draconic human. The muscular attendant shares his thoughts with the girl, agreeing with her sentiment. A sudden physical reaction catches the girl off guard. Muscular attendant is suddenly overwhelmed by a memory, his face flushing with embarrassment. A voice urges them to do their best for Cyan Vert. The girl calls out to the muscular attendant with a bright, enthusiastic smile. The muscular attendant reacts with a flustered expression. A subtle, knowing smile forms on his face. A demand is issued to the father, questioning his recent decisions. The elegant observer confronts the authority, insisting they have damning evidence that shouldn't be ignored. The president of Garam Association snaps back, ordering the elegant observer to watch his tone as the decision is final. The elegant observer shouts in frustration, demanding to know what exactly the president of Garam Association is so afraid of. A powerful magical impact silences the room as the president of Garam Association reaches his limit. The president of Garam Association questions the arrogance of wanting to reign over the entire continent. The president of Garam Association explains that the empire shares borders with the demon realm and other powers, making conflict impossible. He warns that making an enemy of Garam Kingdom would leave them unable to hold back the horrors of the demon realm. The president of Garam Association reflects on the futility of gaining power if it means the continent's destruction. He declares that anyone who would sacrifice the world for power is a monster, not an emperor. The elegant observer persists, arguing that letting suspects go despite clear evidence is unacceptable, and asks if he is referring to the Day's Stone. The elegant observer is left in shock, wondering how the president of Garam Association could possibly know about the investigation. The president of Garam Association stares down at Luenel, his voice dripping with cold disappointment as he remarks that her expression reveals everything, noting her lifelong refusal to settle until she achieves her desires. Luenel trembles, her eyes wide with panic as she denies any knowledge of his accusations, only for the president of Garam Association to snap back, calling her a fool. A look of intense scrutiny crosses the president of Garam Association's face as he demands to know how she could have possibly fallen this far. Luenell turns her back, her posture rigid with defiance as she declares that Aaron Severus is far more fit to rule than he could ever be, ordering him to leave. Her hand clenches tightly in a display of suppressed rage, a sharp, guttural sound echoing as she whispers the name Aaron Severus. Her teeth grind together in a display of pure, unadulterated hatred. The air thickens with malice as she screams that Aaron Severus has ruined everything. Guards stand frozen at the entrance, their shock palpable as they call out to the princess. The muscular attendant desperately pleads for the princess to rest, his voice cracking under the tension of the moment. With a violent surge of power, Luenell shoves the muscular attendant aside, barking at him to move out of her way. The muscular attendant hits the floor hard as Luenell storms past him, shouting for Leximus. A gloved hand slams against the surface, the impact vibrating with suppressed rage. Luenell's eyes widen, glowing with a dangerous, volatile energy. Luenell demands to know what is happening, her voice strained as Leximus laughs manically in response. Luenell stares back, her expression hardening into a mask of cold resolve. Leximus bellows with laughter, his face contorted as he claims he has come to talk with his precious sister. Luenell questions the situation again as Leximus continues his frantic, breathless laughter. Leximus insists again that he is here to speak with his precious sister. The muscular attendant watches, stunned, as Leximus warns that if he continues to act this way, he will be forced to take drastic action. Leximus sneers, his eyes burning with a chilling light as he mocks the attendant, asking what he could possibly do to stop him. Leximus delivers a terrifying ultimatum, vowing to have the attendant and his entire family executed, promising to erase every trace of their bloodline. Luenell cuts him off, commanding him to stop and asking if there is a real reason he came to see her. She stares directly at him, questioning if he came here just to hear something specific from her. Leximus recoils, his eyes wide with disbelief as he realizes that she is fundamentally different from the person he once knew. Luenell offers him a choice, asking if he would prefer she just tell him the truth directly. With an aura of authority, Luenell declares that she, Aaron Severus, received absolutely nothing from him. Leximus is left in a cold sweat, his composure completely shattered by her words. The president of Garum Association presses her for the truth, asking if she is certain there is no relation between them, to which she calmly replies, "Yes, father." The conversation shifts to the Dazed Stone, a relic of the Black Blood tribe, once used to master outlawed dark magic but now largely disdained. It is whispered that these stones hold the terrifying power to control monsters. The president of Garum Association narrows his eyes, his gaze cold as he reveals that intelligence has recently surfaced about someone within the palace secretly procuring these artifacts. He points to the black market merchant Gilbert and the maid Marilda, noting that they have been facilitating these illicit deals for quite some time. Princess Kiram listens with a tense expression, knowing full well that those two have either gone missing or met their end. The president of Garum Association presses her, noting their frequent contact with Luenell and demanding to know if she received anything, perhaps a necklace, from him. Princess Kiram clutches her clothing, her knuckles turning white as she firmly denies receiving any such item. She maintains her composure, stating clearly that she has never received anything from him. Princess Kiram urges him to let the other girl go, arguing that since he has identified the source of the jewels, she should no longer be considered a suspect. The tension rises as Princess Kiram admits she can no longer predict what Luenell might do to those around her. She declares that she cannot allow this to continue and must take steps to ensure their safety. Her resolve hardens, a silent promise to prevent anyone from getting hurt in the future. The elegant observer steps forward, confirming that he has indeed never given her anything. With a sharp glare, the elegant observer asks why she is acting as if he has committed some grave offense. He menacingly suggests dealing with her subordinate first, but Princess Kiram coldly dismisses him, stating she has a guest. The elegant observer is taken aback, questioning who could possibly be more important than him. Princess Kiram turns her gaze toward the shadows, noting that the person in question is just as important to her. Cyan Vert emerges, offering a brief apology and claiming he did not intend to intrude. The elegant observer recoils, shocked that he failed to sense Cyan Vert's presence at all. Cyan Vert doesn't hesitate, bluntly stating that he heard every word of their conversation. The elegant observer demands to know how long he has been hiding, clearly rattled by the intrusion. Cyan Vert shrugs off the question, attributing his stealth to his assassin's trait, which naturally minimizes his presence. Livid, the elegant observer snaps, asking if Cyan Vert has the audacity to speak so casually in his presence. Cyan Vert keeps his cool, leaning in to ask exactly what the elegant observer intends to do about it. With a dark aura beginning to radiate, Cyan Vert tauntingly asks if he plans to do something about him as well. The elegant observer hesitates, realizing that making an enemy out of Cyan Vert would be a grave mistake. He questions why his companion is so intent on eliminating his youngest brother, Aaron, when their father already trusts him so much. The response is cold and bitter. He simply cannot stand the sight of the kid. He adds that the kid is hiding something massive, and that fact alone is enough to infuriate him. Cyan Vert stands in the shadows, finally understanding the true meaning behind the words. A dark, oppressive energy swirls around him as Cyan Vert looms over Princess Kirim, his intentions now clear. The atmosphere grows heavy, the silence punctuated only by the intense, piercing gaze of the man before him. White Knight raises his hands in a placating gesture, telling Princess Kirim that the misunderstanding is resolved and he will take his leave. Luenell Severus thinks to herself that she is finally close to Cyan Vert, noting that his personality seems much improved. She reflects on how much better Cyan Vert is compared to the version of him she knew in her past life. White Knight offers a quick apology for his earlier behavior, while the others look on with a mix of surprise and relief. Cold warning echoes as the figure commands the other to watch their step. The heavy doors click shut, signaling a sudden shift in the room's tension. The blonde young man exclaims his gratitude to Cyan Vert, while Cyan Vert downplays his contribution, finding the legendary swordswoman's demeanor quite intriguing. Princess Kirim flushes, vehemently insisting that the success of their mission was entirely thanks to Cyan Vert. Princess Kirim jumps in shock as Cyan Vert takes a seat right beside her. Cyan Vert remains stoic, leaving Princess Kirim flustered and fidgeting in her seat. The blonde young man watches the scene with a deadpan expression, internally mocking Cyan Vert for his obliviousness. Cyan Vert moves to the door, remarking that now that they have convinced everyone they are together, he should be heading out. He adds that their adversary won't be able to make a move against them for some time. The blonde young man bids him farewell, while Princess Kirim remains shyly tucked away in the background. An unidentified man slams his hand against the wall, demanding to know how they plan to rectify the situation. He lashes out, questioning how the plan could have failed so miserably when those they targeted are still alive. The man stares ahead, his expression grim as he laments the loss of his father's trust. He screams in frustration, declaring that he was the one destined to be the savior of the Ushif Empire. Boris Lelm appears, coldly asking the man for his identity while pinning him against the wall. The man calmly introduces himself as Boris Lelm. The elegant observer demands to know where they have been, to which Boris Lelm replies he was carrying out orders from Mr. Askel. The elegant observer mentions the disappearance of Emily and presses for the details of their supposed success. Boris Lelm smiles sinisterly, admitting they have been underestimating those surrounding Princess Erin. He holds up a glowing, ominous crystal, the source of their dark discovery. When asked if he should reflect on his mistakes, the elegant observer dismisses the notion entirely. Boris Lelm presents the crystal, explaining it is composed of mana used by their enemies during the battle. He notes that while most of the mana is ordinary, it carries a distinctly evil and ominous presence. A dark realization dawns on the elegant observer's face as he stares at the corrupt energy. He identifies the source of the power, the mana of the demonic sword. Realization hits hard. One of Princess Kirim's companions is secretly wielding the forbidden demonic sword. On the dinner table, a grotesque, pulsating centipede-like creature writhes in a pool of dark, magical energy. Confusion washes over the blonde young man as he stares at the nightmare on his plate, questioning if this was truly meant to be crab stew. He watches in disbelief, wondering why Nana and Cyan Vert remain completely unfazed by the wriggling monstrosity. Cyan Vert urges Nana to slow down, clearly impressed by her unusual appetite for the dark dish. A sudden jolt of adrenaline spikes through him. He is certain he just saw the creature move on its own. Nana declares herself full, but Cyan Vert pushes her to keep eating, ignoring the bizarre nature of their meal. Cyan Vert knows he cannot linger, fearing that Askel might discover his secrets if he stays too long. He maintains his composure, explaining to the group that his visit was merely to check on their well-being. He warns them that the area is still dangerous, advising them to send for Brian if they require any assistance. He confirms that he has his own sentries keeping watch over the perimeter to ensure their safety. As Cyan Vert turns to leave, the others desperately plead for him to return soon. With a calm nod, Cyan Vert reassures Brian that everything will be all right before departing. Ryan obediently acknowledges the departure, his fork still hovering over the strange, dark food. The heavy wooden door slams shut, signaling the end of the meeting. Outside, Cyan Vert pauses, observing the small group with a cryptic remark about their family dynamic. A hooded figure emerges from the shadows, demanding answers from Cyan Vert about his true intentions. The elegant observer accuses him of possessing forbidden knowledge of the future, specifically regarding the banquet of blood. Cyan Vert coldly warns the elegant observer to watch his words, or he will be treated as an enemy. The elegant observer stares back with intense, glowing eyes, demanding to know his true identity. The tension explodes as the name Cyan Vert echoes in the air, fueling a wave of crimson hostility. The elegant observer presses further, questioning how Cyan Vert could know about the tragedy of his fiancée. A twisted, manic grin spreads across his face as he demands the truth behind the death. Cyan Vert remains stoic, his gaze sharp as he challenges the elegant observer to explain his source of information. Cyan Vert dismisses the importance of the past, claiming that Drenian was merely a target for purification. The elegant observer goads him, suggesting that Cyan Vert might be a spy for another organization. Cyan Vert draws his blade, the dark energy manifesting in a lethal arc. His eyes narrow, radiating a dangerous, crimson aura as the combat begins. A violent clash erupts between the two, their blades locking in a burst of blinding light. The elegant observer leaps back, his posture aggressive as he questions if Cyan Vert is truly interfering with his plans. Cyan Vert lunges forward with a predatory grin, mocking his opponent for failing to learn from past mistakes. The group stares in absolute disbelief, their eyes wide as they demand to know what that cryptic remark was supposed to mean. Dark memory resurfaces. Nana, seemingly unconscious, is suddenly gripped by a sinister force. Mana crackles across her fingertips, shifting from a brilliant, ethereal glow into a volatile, burning flame. Nana reveals her terrifying versatility, explaining that she can harness every elemental magic, fusing or altering them at will, and even track a specific target's mana signature. With an unsettling grin, Nana claims this power was a gift from her grandfather. Cyan Vert cuts through the sentimentality, bluntly calling it a curse and noting that Nana's body was left broken. Nana flushes, her expression softening as she asks if it was Cyan Vert who saved her, before suggesting they leave. As the others whisper amongst themselves, Cyan Vert grinds his teeth in obvious frustration. Nana pauses, her eyes wide with curiosity as she asks where they are headed. Cyan Vert coldly declares their destination, Lewin Academy. Nana's eyes sparkle with uncontained joy, ecstatic at the thought of being able to care for him every single day. A bizarre, dark vision manifests, Nana offering a grotesque, pulsating purple concoction, leaving everyone horrified. Cyan Vert looks on with deep concern, questioning what has happened to her, while Nana simply admits to having mixed feelings. Nana reflects on her past, describing a dark, freezing void where she was subjected to endless, agonizing experiments. Trapped in a containment chamber, she had no choice but to endure the torment. With a haunted look, she whispers that it was simply her duty. Weight of her words hangs in the air. She identifies herself as the granddaughter of Reigen's Rainreaver, standing before the man who dictated her fate. As they walk across the bridge, Nana asks if Cyanvert also has a duty he is bound to fulfill, to which he flatly replies in the negative. Nana presses him on why he saved them anonymously, and Cyanvert sighs, admitting he simply wants to avoid the nuisance of fame. They come to a sudden halt, the atmosphere thick with unspoken questions. Nana reveals that the mysterious energy Cyanvert left in her was not darkness, but his own unique mana element. She explains she collected a sample the moment she first laid eyes on him at the restaurant. Cyanvert realizes the danger. She can read anyone's mana information just by making physical contact, a terrifying ability he never knew about in his past life. Nana notes that the mana he infused into her that day was strange. It felt like his, yet clearly not of this world. A dark, otherworldly red energy pulses from her hand, defying all known laws of magic. Cyanvert finally understands why she sought him out, asking if she intends to report this finding to Reigens. Nana clenches her fist, extinguishing the energy as she gives a firm, decisive refusal. She dismisses the idea entirely, claiming the effort would be nothing but a pain. Cyanvert smirks, his eyes glinting with a dangerous realization. She is planning a rebellion. The conversation shifts to a chilling certainty, with a cold assurance that the underlying motives are all too clear. Princess Kirim leans into Cyanvert, expressing deep gratitude for the relief he has brought to her long-standing suffering. Cyanvert reflects on the state of Lunav, whose very existence had become volatile, burning like a pot over an open flame. Yet someone had intervened, sealing that pot with a lid to contain the pressure. It was a move likely intended to hoard mana, but the consequence was catastrophic overheating. The internal pressure forced mana to spill over, effectively extinguishing the fire of life and pushing Lunav to the very edge of death. Cyanvert reveals his calculated move. He pierced that lid, driven by a disdain for seeing another pawn being controlled. He stares at Princess Kirim, clearly unsettled by the realization that she, too, is nothing more than a puppet. Brushing off her thanks, Cyanvert maintains his distance, his patience wearing thin. He issues a final, cold ultimatum. If there is nothing else to discuss, he is leaving, and her secret remains buried with him. Before departing, he offers a parting warning about the dangers of overexertion. Princess Kirim watches him go, a faint, cryptic smile playing on her lips. How amusing he truly is. Cyanvert, however, keeps his guard up, still sizing her up as someone who might just be a good person after all. Deep within the president of Garam Association's office, a sudden, shocking discovery shatters the silence. The president of Garam Association slams his desk in a fit of pure, unadulterated rage. And subordinate trembles, noting the lack of formal charges, but the president of Garam Association cuts him off instantly. With teeth gritted in fury, the president of Garam Association realizes the true problem. Lunav is making moves elsewhere.